kills on the board. You don't have the range that you thought. This tanky front line the tanky front line plus the CC that you held is now going to be kind of negated out, especially if you're kind of holding on to those abilities. We just saw ACC. He's not just going to use that cleanse all willy-nilly. He's waiting. He's patient with it. He's waiting for those big skills to come out from the side of Boar as well.
Absolutely. Here we see some of the itemization here. Highline looks like he's building into like 3 different items, but once he goes ahead and gets his core build of the mask, the venomous staff, and the frost breath here, he's gonna be so much trouble to deal with, being able to box all the melees on the side of Boars Gaming. Yijing is like a very strong pick against these melees because you have to go in on him, and when you go in on him, you get trapped by the box.
Yeah, and that's the kind of problem here, especially because what you said, you wanted that CC on Yixing. You want to be able to kind of trap him, but even if you do get in there, there's so much ability for them to cleanse out a lot of this CC that you're basically just walking into a trap here. I mean, the range here, you can see it's just being exuded here by Twisted Minds. There is not a way for Boars to kind of find their way in to this line. You can't just try to run forward and try to take that front line because just of the power of the board coming from Yixing. Halang doing such a great job with his positioning. They're going to look to try to find themselves an opening here. If they can find an advantage to maybe steal it back, and not able to. Twisted Minds still able to find themselves an overlord. We do have a board down on the battlefield, and down goes Weiss. Now chasing after the rest of Boars, running for the hills, have to get back to the safety of their high ground towers, but the assault continues from Twisted Minds. You can see into the back line. Ooh, actually, Clean dove a little deep into the enemy territory, still able to get himself out of there, and it does look like Twisted Minds find themselves a high ground tower.
They are looking to end this game here. It's 5 versus 3 here, and the members of Boars Gaming is not the best when it comes to wave clearing. They're all melees, but here we go. Big combo comes out. Everyone's really low. Can the Yanko 4-man knock up here? Can they go ahead and turn this fight and hold? It looks like they just about can't. Monkeys here in a 1v5 situation, and this looks to be game set here for Twisted Minds. No, they have no minions. Okay, here we go.
That will be game 1 going to Twisted
I'm
Minds.
here. I'm trying to fix audio and stuff.
Coming out from Boars there.
Let me know if like the game is too loud.
Low. It just wasn't enough at that point. They already had the steamroll coming for them. So I mean, a great game by Twisted Minds there.
And I can't wait for the LM and the BTK matches.
Trying not to make too many mistakes, and once they had that power spike, once they had the opportunity,
I'm gonna try to cast over those too. That's why I'm like trying to fix the audio, because I really hope they're.
Absolutely. I just gotta say, in that final push there, their juggling of the aggro was perfect. Everyone fought until they had 1 HP, backed up, then sent the other people back in, got these shields.
I'm watching it like
baiting.
through the game itself because like the YouTube stream just kept buffering and buffering, and it was making me mad. So I was like, okay, I gotta find another way to watch
they're able to just barely
without
stay
throwing my
alive.
phone
They're
across
in
the
and out
wall.
of the fights there, and because of that, they're able to take out the side of Boars Gaming and take that win.
And that kind of comes down to what we were talking about early, which is a synergy. We were questioning
I
some
kind of
new
started this
players
late
on the team of Twisted Minds, but
I was
the
taking a nap
synergy
too,
of the confidence to be able to dive into enemy towers. And no, you know what? I don't need to worry about it because my team, they're going to come in, they're going to get the aggro, they're going to create that escape for me to be able to get out. When the whole team dives under the tower, they understand, oh, I have aggro, I can just step out, somebody else is going to take it, we're going to go back in. And just a well-oiled machine that's Twisted Minds that showed themselves in that first game.
What the?
Absolutely, that was a very Twisted Mind style game. They're known for having that control in the mid game here, and once they got that control here, they didn't let Boars go anywhere. Right?
Teams that just played, it was Twisted Minds.
Boars Gaming tried to steal it over the wall. They're like, nah,
Boars Gaming.
Okay, we will not allow that transgression. Set up that board, push them all the way into their base, take their high ground, and end the game off of that.
Yeah, and just
I didn't get to watch the whole thing, but I just saw like the ending of it, and Boars Gaming got absolutely
looked
like
right
touched.
from the beginning. Very strong for the side of Boars, but you called it too, like that Shuangzi. a pivotal role for it. There's just nothing that they could do, adding to the fact that they just didn't have the range to really be able to test anything. They were running around the entire time just really looking for an opportunity. They were looking for a mistake from Twisted Mind. And unfortunately, Twisted Mind did not show that to Boars.
Absolutely. While in draft, you got to go ahead and try and develop your game plan, right? And build and pick these heroes you know are strong. The Mai, the Dharma, the Long. You also have to go ahead and think, what could the enemy pick here to checkmate my composition? And I think the Swanza there was a really good pick for that. And them not really, you know, either respecting that pick or noticing it was a part of their downfall there, as the Swans had amazing impact that game. 0-0-13 KDA there on the Swans there. A beautiful roam KDA basically ensured that all the carries on the side of Twisted Minds, once they got into mid to late game, were basically untouchable. It negated the Dharma pick, it negated the Mai pick, it negated the Liang Po pick. That one pick just did so much work.
Yeah, and on another front there too, when you could see the difference between the team fighting, there was just
Private Dancer.
They understood that they needed to stick together. Did Twisted Mind. The lowest team
it's
fighting
crazy how
was
like
84%.
He's come from like even helping pass some of my own tournaments and other games to now being able to cast in KMW. Sheesh, man. Proud of him.
I feel like Twisted Minds understood safety in numbers when it came to especially that early game to kind of offset a lot of the offense that would have come out from Boars. Very safe game up until they had the power spikes, until they had those items that they needed, and then just full speed ahead.
Absolutely. I would say Boars Gaming's composition, you don't want to take them in that death ball fight, right? You're giving Swanza the 5-man shield, the 5-man cleanse. Don't give them their win condition. That's their win condition, right? You want to go ahead and split them up, force them to choose, okay, who do I want to protect? Do I want to protect the Arlie? Do I want to protect the Yijing, right? When you do fight them in these head-on kind of brute force situations, they have the composition for that. Whereas I would like to see them use the Mai, use the Dharma, split push here, put one here, put one there, and kind of split up Twisted Mind. Don't let them, you know, fight with that unit that they're so good at, that their style is.
Yeah, so I want to say this was the only good offense that kind of came out from the side.
This is the Kings Major West.
Early game, even
we have 2 NA representatives, which is Level Max Club and BTK. So
unfortunately,
I think
that, it was all Twisted Minds here. As you can see them really turning the tables with a lot of these fights.
So the next match is going to be between Level Max Club and OG
It's really hard for
Esports.
Boars to break through. They have a composition to 5v5 here, right? Agudo lays
There's
down
that
the healing and the damage there.
And then after that is going to be BTK versus AYLO Gaming.
Boars is trying to fight them 5v5 instead
So
of maybe sending someone in the bot lane.
exciting matches coming up.
A minion up
We'll see how our reps do.
That could have easily been a nice trade, right? You give your top
this
tier
is
team,
like
you send
really
one person down
important
there
because
to go ahead and claim it back.
I heard
But
that
instead,
the
they opt to play
winning
into the
team gets a
and try to beat them at their own
slot
game. And
like
it's
the
really not
China
easy to
tournament,
beat, Twisted Minds at their own
like
game.
the big dog.
And the unfortunate thing here is when you kind of split off and try to get some of those split pushing ability on there, the rest of your team needs to be very wary.
They haven't played yet at all. Like we're about to jump into their first matches in the KMW. So don't worry.
Maybe 2 people there, and that death ball of Twisted Mind roaming and pushing through the jungle. And as soon as they were caught, it was pretty much all. You saw
I got you, man.
Very late.
I'm trying to stay up to date now with these tournaments. I was kind of like busy with life.
Yeah, I know that
now we're back.
all too well as the residential split pusher here. I push my lane on the side here. My team is
you
like,
see, we got Private Dancer here.
Right? And that's very
Casting
dangerous
for the
KMW.
Sure
But enough about my solo queue shenanigans. Let's go over to a break here before we go into game 2.
He's adjusted pretty well. Like being like new to HOK, he's doing amazing as a caster. Oh, it's 1-0 right now. I don't remember. Let me check. Oh, it's a best of 3. So when these guys are done with their best of 3 match, then we'll jump into the next 2 games where our NA reps will be playing. So Level Max Club actually won the NA Open Series HOK tournament. So they like secured their slot in KMW, and BTK was an invited team. So even though BTK like lost to LM Club in the finals, HOK extended the opportunity to still invite them as a rep to the KMW. So now we have our 2 NA reps, which is super awesome. And it wasn't just BTK that got an invitation. There were some other teams that got invited into it. So it's not like they pulled some strings or something. There were some other teams. Yeah, they had lost that one. It was the finals for Open Series. They were 2nd place to LM, but they were still able to come to KMW. I adjusted the volume a little bit. Hopefully the background, like casting in the game itself, isn't so loud now. I feel like my voice was like getting caught into whatever they're saying.
We just saw a match between
I mean, if it's like too low or too high, that way I can make it more comfortable.
The patient game until that mid game.
HOK team fights look hard. Yeah, it's like everything is just such a critical like moment. Absolutely. It only takes one person to just like cost your entire fight. And it's not like ML where you can just rely on one person to just come in and sweep everybody out. You have to actually work as a team, especially around the objectives.
A lot of powerful stuff. So either they need to go ahead and ban it back
thank you for letting me know about the audio.
Yeah,
I haven't like messed with my settings in a while.
Those words really kind of came back to bite me there.
I know. Can't wait for the BTK match.
Some very strong picks. I mean, they're not uncounterable. Arlie and
I'm also like wondering how Level Max Club is gonna do.
And,
like considering they won the Open Series for NA, I wonder if they're gonna like do well like against those other big teams.
If you kind of want to bait out those picks, but I mean it's still enough on the floor. There's just certain little aspects, certain little boxes that you need to check when it comes to this composition, and they're just, I want to say, 2 major factors that you had mentioned from the first draft that really kind of were the issue. The Zhuangzi pickup from the side of Twisted Minds and the lack of range in their composition. If that would have been handled, I feel like this could have been a completely
yeah, they're
game,
pretty strong. I
them.
got beat up by one of them in ranked.
They
they had like 500 stars, bro. And I was barely I barely hit legend. I was like right at 100, and then boom, they're like, okay, here, go against 500 and 400 star people from LM. I was like, oh my gosh.
Coming up with these compositions, coming up with these bands, and coming up with these picks.
Can't imagine like
absolutely
a full team of them together
again,
with their synergy.
As it's a priority banned by
Pretty
Boars
scary.
Here. I would say if I was Boars here, I'm against an opponent like Twisted. They're so structured. They have so much experience in the game, right? I don't think you want to play them with something fairly traditional, right? They have so much experience, so much practice, so much time against that.
I feel like
maybe this is
in
the
this
time
match
to
though,
bust out something new.
Boars
that,
Gaming,
is not
they're
very
gonna get cooked
yet,
again.
to throw Twisted off, because that last game it felt like Twisted played it by the book, and it was just
like Twisted Minds is just really good.
We're gonna play through and chill out in the early game, scale up, and then we're gonna win the late game. Maybe
and they got
pick
pay.
up a composition that Twisted Minds does not really have the formula for.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, if you're talking about things that you don't see too often, Ukyo.
Alright, Biron is pretty good.
Something that we don't
like
really
on
see
Clash.
very
I know he's
often,
like
but
one of the most picked.
Byron pick up there
but
to go against
Ukyo is like so strange to see in a tournament.
Kind of comes from reaching outside the box is that the box is there for a reason. You know what
TM,
I mean?
OG, and LM? Top 3? Dang.
Not to say, I mean, there are some players that are just really
I don't know, like, a lot of the teams. I'm still really learning, pretty new. But Twisted Minds for sure. Like, I've kind of seen their other games and, like, matches.
I think against Twisted Minds, it's really tough to play traditional, you know, because they're so good at playing traditionally. That's why I recommended that, though. Also, I'm a big proponent of letting players cook, right? And we got some cooking here coming out from Boar here. They have the Byron pickup and the Yukio to go ahead and try to match that pays early game. Now, Yukio,
I forgot to turn off
the counter to pay.
The thing when people log on.
Disagree, but I do say though it's not easy to counter pay. Okay, like it can maybe go even against pay. But then, you know, you have the downsides of being a Yukio.
Yeah, I'm hoping LM can make it up there. Because
show the world.
I've heard they've been playing a lot longer together, and considering how good they are, they do bring like something to the table here.
Because we talked about this a little bit.
BTK though, like they're still new and expanding their hero pools, so this is gonna be like really good for their experience as a team, but I don't know if they'll be able to make it like to the top spots. But you know, they can prove us wrong. They can prove me wrong. I do support them, but you know, they're really new.
With a lot of those the leaps that he's able to do to kind of get around the map, to get around your team, it might be better on paper than it is sometimes on the battlefield.
Absolutely there, and Yukio's one of those picks that is
I'm
very,
already loving
like,
Twisted Minds draft.
Is very snowbally.
The
if you
pay,
do not get ahead on Yukio,
the Derenji, he's so tanky. He can cleanse, and then the Zhang
you jump in there and you land that stun, and then
like they've got a meat shield there,
and that's why, as you
some good crowd control,
who gets to jump on the other person.
And their marksman, like,
Pei and Yukio both have enough damage in their
pretty sure Derenji, like, he wins.
It's a matter of who gets to jump on the other person, who gets the ambush
against
off here.
a lot of the marksmen.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how these teams kind of go at it. We do see
next year.
Little Motzi taken off the board.
I hope they really soak up all the experience they get from this.
I want to say, as far as this composition goes, it's basic. I always say we got some front line, we got some CC, we've got a decent amount of.
So I have like some food on the way and like a drink.
But
so
it doesn't shine
if I go quiet for a little while, it's because I'm eating. Probably gonna be up for a couple more hours. And then I was gonna rank a little bit too after watching the matches.
That is, I feel, is going to be very dangerous for Boar.
Absolutely here. When I look at this composition from Twisted Minds here, if I was a Yu-Gi-Oh player, I would be crying right now because that's a very tough composition to go ahead and play against. Your one real targets here are, you know, the
Oh, seriously, why the Ukio pick? And so early.
He's able to cleanse your stun.
What is Bro gonna do into that comp? Oh my god.
And stun you back up.
Guan Yu.
So you gotta really watch your footing. She's able to pull you from super far away. And then if you play too far away,
Zhang Fei, like,
flank you and push you around here. This is a game that while the
okay, they got the Lady Sun, and Ming combo.
Characters that he's actually bad against on the side of Twisted Minds now.
Baron is gonna have to be the main tank here because they literally don't have any other front.
In the mid lane
what is that composition from Boars Gaming? That's like that's a put the fries in the bag comp. If they actually win this match, I'm gonna be so surprised.
It's pretty much just CC City because you're gonna have the Zhang Fei to deal with. You're gonna have the Guan Yu to deal with, who's going to be able to kind of get that positioning, push you more towards them. It's going to be very interesting. You're going to have to play a very precise game if you're Boars to be successable here.
Yo, for
and another strategy that's
they picked Ukio what? First, second pick? Why, bro?
Another one of those funnel compositions we're talking about. They want to funnel resources.
They picked him into certain death.
Sun, have the Ming walk around with it. If they are able to get ahead early game and funnel resources into Lady Sun, and then Yukio is able to match or maybe get a little bit ahead of the pay, it's very dangerous for Sad Twisted Minds, right? They have the Lady Sun and the Ming and the Yukio.
They have no front besides Baron. Like if Baron can't tank, it's it. That's it. It's over.
Composition that's pretty good if you can get ahead, but that's a little bit of win more, right? It's not easy to get.
And the fact that Guan Yu's gonna be coming up like behind him.
Yeah, especially against a team like Twisted Minds who understand compositions. They understand where their weaknesses can be in certain compositions, so they're gonna play back if they're weak.
Yo, I used to do that too. I used to pick Shangguan like into every comp ever. I didn't even know like the heroes or like what they did at that time either. So I was picking Shangguan into like Dongguang, Liang, Fuzi comps, and then I was wondering like why am I dying so much? Oh dang, already an invade.
Each other's buffs there, but it looks like Boars is staying for a little bit extra, goes for these wolves and the lizard as well, and it's just
already just right absorbing Twisted side of the jungle.
He's like, what do I do, guys? There's 3 people in my jungle here. They're like, don't worry, sit back, relax. We're doing the same thing to their jungle.
Yeah,
here.
I don't know
so
about that
Ukio coming out from both sides there, and that makes sense.
And they're already down like a game.
Are pretty evenly matched in the early game there.
Yeah, and that's a big thing too.
Yo, I love that Elsa skin so much. I wish it was on global server.
Type of, jungler heroes. We talked about how quickly that they can move through the jungle. So you want to kind of establish early in the game.
I wonder if they're gonna just
so you know,
fight the Lady Sun.
We can go ahead. We can get that surprise on.
They're gonna get her like really fed.
Going to be for free here. And do you see a little bit of pressure here up?
So I guess saw that she was already
yeah, very high tempo game. Both
taking a lot of the jungle. Look at that, she cleared the top side. Already went to the mid, took some of the mid.
We already see the Lady Sun getting followed a good amount here. Lady Sun got a lot
oh
of
yeah,
that jungle that
they're gonna make sure she's nice and fed, but I mean, if she dies, it's over.
He doesn't want to get cheesed by Guan Yu. Guan Yu's known for repeatedly pushing you under the tower there, and he didn't even want to try it, right? He's full HP, but I'm not even giving you the chance here as he goes ahead and flashes away.
Yeah, he's a smarter man than me in mid lane because I get caught by that first one and I'm just walking into towers like, oh man.
And the Lady Sun is gonna have to position like an absolute god in order to take down anybody on the side of Twisted Minds.
Something that they're not gonna have left, and already still continuing their prowess, continuing that little get into enemy territory.
Yeah, we mentioned both of these are fairly explosive compositions, but we're actually seeing very little combat. They're choosing to kind of avoid each other in here, and then, you know, taking each other's jungles there. We saw there, they just backed up and got away. Right now, we see Yukio going ahead and securing his red side, so Pei is going to secure his own red side. Surprisingly, not that much combat.
Yeah, but are we looking at the same thing that we saw from game 1, where Twisted Minds is basically just biding their time until they can get all of their ultimates? Ooh, a little bit of cavalry here, gonna go ahead and put the push onto 30-05. No,
honestly, that's pretty smart with the comp that
but the longer that
Boars Gaming has,
something on from
they need that Lady Sun to scale.
Like the better it favors Twisted
but at the same
Minds
time,
mid and late game.
If Twisted Minds gets all their items and stuff up, like,
are not the same as game
it just takes one crowd control from She or Guan Yu to push him up, or just the Zhang Fei to knock them all back, and they can just win that whole team fight.
That well probably does eventually scale better than something like the Pei.
Like in terms of team fight, Twisted Minds absolutely like just cook them.
He can go ahead and make some things happen here. So Boars Gaming,
yeah, the gold lead for Boars.
They want to do stuff early game and go ahead and neutralize the Pei. I think their late game, they have a much better shot than game 1.
Oh, look, already.
ACC in trouble, uses that unbridled outburst just a little bit defensively, catches himself.
Yo!
A pop-up has 4 members.
Look at that. They gotta pick up on Zhang Fei.
Ukyo's already dead. By Matt on that lady soon.
What the heck, bro?
I feel like, they've seen it from the background. You see the cavalry.
There's a Guan Yu.
Coming in.
Oh, yo!
Big push there for the side.
Flew.
Gonna go ahead and find themselves
What the heck?
unanswered kills in the face of the Boars.
That was pretty funny.
What I was talking about right there with the Yukio. He's playing against the show. One wrong misstep you saw, right? And then HOKmidlane goes ahead and reels him in and fishes him into his team. Look at this invade.
Like,
Yukio, which is
Lady Sun is just so fearless.
To get caught by any crowd control, but there's just so much on side Twisted.
Wow.
Oh, man,
oh look, got the pull on Lady Sun. Oh, she's down, she's down. Zhang Fei got the kill though.
For the rest of the team and is able to find
I think
the problem is they were able to find
they really overstepped there, especially Lady Sun. Like, I know she wants to do her poke damage and all, but that was just a little too much. And they lost a mid tower for that? Yikes. They literally had the lead, and they just lost it like that.
It's not easy. This shove pick is going to be really pivotal in this game. Being able to just pull anyone here, and there's no one really tanky enough that can survive getting reeled in by the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, that Guan Yu's doing pretty good. He knows exactly to come like right behind him
I was actually
and who to push in.
Like, why are we not going onto the Tyrant? Meanwhile, Clean all the way across
yeah, they are not disciplined for that invade.
With that cavalry and
they overstayed, and now it already cost them their turrets. It cost them the lead.
Not exactly a high kill game just yet, but I feel like Twisted Minds.
Look at that, they all have to run away.
They do find themselves a tower.
Baron can't like tank as much as he can, you know. Look at Ukyo! Ukyo down!
Threats out a unbridled outburst, but it's not
Lady Sun poking.
Enough. They do find a kill onto Ways.
Almost took down the Guan Yu.
Of Twisted Minds.
Once again, that Yukio.
Man, but now like Boars Gaming is just
they're
just hanging on.
He got pushed once by the Guan Yu, chain CC'd into everyone else, and then immediately goes down. It's such a fragile pick, right? Everyone says
dude, he's getting like played with like a dog toy.
Like, it's so fragile.
It's that old adage of like it counters the Pei, but now you have an Ukyo on your team who is countered by. So now which is countered.
Oh, Biron got stunned. Yo, Ukyo, what are you doing, bro?
Gonna go in there. Wide in trouble. Is gonna
barely got out of there.
Of a flip to get himself out of harm's way. Meanwhile, Twisted Mind's gonna go ahead, clean out the jungle of Boars.
Yeah, we're seeing Twisted Minds starting to kind of get that control we're talking about, right? They're never really known for their early game, even with the Pei. But once we get into the mid game, they kind of understand the map. They're starting to see the bigger picture, right? And they know where to kind of move around here.
Bro, they have like they have no map control for the side of Boars Gaming.
Right?
Look at that, they just have to like stay together and pray they don't get jumped.
Every single kill on his team.
Yeah, the gold lead starting to.
And the downside is that, like, Ming has to stay with Lady Sun, right? So if they get crowd controlled, it's over. Look at that Guan Yu, he's already looking for that backline target.
Barely any threat there. We do have a minion, a lone all-star minion there at the bottom lane that is pressing onto the tower for Boars. Give that minion a bit of a raise while the rest of Boars just trying to find an opportunity. And this kind of feels like some small.
Oh, I see.
They just are not able
so he was a counterplay, but man, like they picked him very early in the draft, and I feel like they just didn't like think it through how much crowd control is on the side of Twisted Minds.
They're all a little bit late here, too little too late. Everyone comes
and they're
down
very
here,
tanky
and
too.
Instead of playing proactively to try and get ahead of things, if you're playing reactive, it's really hard. The tower goes down in 1 or 2 seconds, right? So if you're not there immediately, which they were not, it just goes down for free.
Look at Ukyo on the map.
That's a great point too.
I think he's going to still jungle.
Instead of instilling your own game, your own strategy on there, you're
they're gonna find him.
Reacting. Oh.
Actually, what?
Oh I'm not sure what the plan here was. 3 members trying to get over the ledge there.
He did not make it through the wall.
On the wrong side of a rock.
Is this the Ukyo feeding strat?
Minds, and that is Wise down on the ground.
I didn't even notice Yukio was there, neither did Twisted, but he kind of just jumped out, and then they're like, oh, okay, you're in our jungle, man. Like, 3v1 takes him out there. A bit of a desperate play we see coming out from Boars Gaming here. They understand that they're behind. They're trying to do some,
they countered.
Weird stuff here to try and get ahead.
Yo, for real.
Did not quite work out. We see towers going down for the side of Boars Gaming here. I would say that was a proactive play, not the proactive play they probably needed there. But it was proactive there.
You're absolutely right. That was something I was just going to bring up. Like, would you rather him out there in the jungle trying to do something, trying to get behind them, or slowly being choked out in his own?
I'm pretty sure Twist is just going to go for double dragon.
I mean, it's something he tried. They smelt it right away, and that's just a calling to Twisted Minds and their map presence and their understanding of where to check to make sure that they're covering all the bases.
Should have just picked it
behind them and
yeah,
covering up their jungle. So I mean.
Oh look,
Euron
is there,
just like you said,
showing vision.
The play they needed, and unfortunately,
Zhang Fei got it.
Continues this steamroll.
They still got both dragons too.
Speaking of which, we do have the cavalry from the back end there.
Twisted
comes in. A little bit of a scare there from Boars.
There's nothing Boars Gaming can do, and I don't think Twisted is one to make mistakes.
Unfortunately, Twisted Mind's just not in a position really to go ahead and take advantage of that.
We're seeing Boars here kind of churling in the base, you know, like we were mentioning a bit before, but that allows Twisted to go ahead and deal, you know, the Honor King death sentence, right? They're able to take both objectives at the same time. When you are churling in your base, this is one of the best ways to counter it, guys, right? Even for your games at home. If you see the enemy team just wave clearing sitting in their base, you can go ahead and take both objectives here at once.
It looks so light.
They have both the Tyrant and
I also like that
now,
color.
And when that happens, the game is bounced around. You only have
one of my favorite colors is like purple.
It is really going to be tough to hold for the side of Board Gaming.
It's so cool seeing that little dragon like just going around her too. 9K gold difference.
As you said,
yeah.
The Boars right now
man, it all like just turned when that Lady Sun overstepped like in early.
Once again, for Twisted
Imagine like how farmed up she could have gotten if she didn't mess up.
How tight they are, how great their rotations are, how small this little death ball is that they kind of stick together to try to be safe. That even if Boar do find something, you're gonna have the rest of Twisted Minds with some great abilities to be able to offset this.
It sure is. Yo, you look at the Guan Yu push. 3 of them. 4 members of Boars Gaming.
Yeah,
or crowd control.
Suffers for it though. Does go down. 2 members down.
Wow. None of Boars Gaming died though. Clean and ACC died for that.
This might be when you want to kind of get that momentum.
That was crazy.
But very quickly, very wisely.
Look at that.
They back up and they clear
now Boars is coming out. Are they gonna try and force the mid lane?
Well, they didn't get what they wanted.
Look, yo, bro. No!
They do
No!
take the high ground,
No
and that
way!
is permanent there. Look at that. One catch on the Yukio with the Shi there.
She
losing
has
about
some
80%
crazy
of his health there.
damage
That's why
for
it's
that,
so difficult
too.
to navigate this game here as West on the Yukio. It's just there's so many things to watch out for. You get hit by
She
one
leashed
pull
both of
from
them,
Sha,
and
you
they
get taken
both
out, you
almost
get pushed
died.
in, you get taken out. You
Especially
get,
since the
ulted by
Bey was
Shanks,
right
you
there
get taken
too.
out. It's too dangerous of an environment right now.
Yeah, everywhere you go, there's the opportunity of getting hit by 2 of 3 or 4 different types of CC.
Like where the Guan Yu is positioned right now on the map.
Yeah, and then
He's on that top side, like inner bush, in the turret there. Bro is playing very smart.
Kind of laid down those abilities. They were like, all right, we don't want any of this. So they had the backup, and just like that, even with the advantage that they had, they took down 2 from Twisted Minds, but just not able to find the momentum to kind of turn
he's going to clear the wave now.
And then Twisted Minds here playing super methodical. They know they have the map control. They know they have all the minions pushing. They're playing slow. We don't have to do anything right now, right, guys? Objectives are coming up in 20 seconds. If they want to hide in their base and wave clear, we'll hit them with another set of double objectives, you know? And there's only so many of those you can take. Each round
Twisted has
pushes,
just constant vision on them.
Win. It can yield a tower, as we've seen there in the bottom here.
And Boars can't do anything.
On the map here, bottom, so they know no one is going to contest them for these objectives once again as they take.
Are they going to try and go for this Tyrant?
Yeah, they're gonna go ahead, mark up.
Oh, the Guan Yu's way behind him. Yo, look at Guan Yu too. Look at him. Yo, he caught ladies in.
Gets cleaned out from the back end. Big cavalry push coming
Yo,
from Clean. Finds the 2
Ukyo.
down for the side.
Ukyo down.
Boars that make that 4.
Ning down. Look at that. Oh, full ace.
Team white for Twisted Minds, and most likely that will be the game.
Wow, they made a huge mistake trying to go for that Tyrant, not having any vision on where Guan Yu was.
Hidden in that horse there because he just absolutely one-shotted Red Cutie. He wasn't expecting
that
horse to come from his base.
Yikes.
Not many people do. Gets up behind him, one-shots the mid
An
lane
Italian
there,
team with
and
4
then from
Chinese.
there, the complete
Hey, they're like
formation of the
they're
side
like
of Boars
super
Gaming was
Chinese
broken there.
buffed.
They lost all their damage. They lost their front lines. And
One
their spirit
Chinese
looks
is
they're
like
a little bit down right now as they
a
get
20% buff. So.
Oh yeah, and that's unfortunate when it comes to the
math there.
we're talking about it.
That's how much they have of a
saw
buff.
this coming from the draft there. Ukyo a pick up there to try to counter the play.
Twisted Minds just
this immense
just
amount
kind of like
of CC
touched
coming
them
from Twisted Minds.
up and down,
it just
left
felt like
and
there
right.
just was no room for Ukyo to do anything. As soon as he gets caught, I mean, you have the cavalry coming in, you have the unbridled outburst coming out from Twisted Minds, and then that's if the Shed doesn't want to get involved there too as well. And he was just constantly being shut down. Even then, I want to say there wasn't even a lot that I saw coming from Pei. He wasn't like on this killing spree from the match. It was the rest of the team really kind of once they were able to shut down Ukyo, it pretty much there just wasn't the rest of the game plan. It just started crumbling out around them.
Bro, that Guan Yu, he was like way back there. You could barely see him like go by the mid high ground tower, and then he just ran straight into their back line. It was so perfect.
Everyone else had a great time against that Yukio there, and we're seeing, you know, Twisted Minds really be their call sign there, the masterminds. Both games, I'd say their draft was superior there. They're able to see the bigger picture. Whereas Boars game is kind of picking for the now. They see Maya's up, they see Dharma's up, right? We pick it now. We see Twisted Minds able to, you know, kind of get those checkmate picks in there. The Swanza that goes in and counters everyone on the side of Boars Gaming, not just one character like the Yukio versus the Pei. They're able to take that Sha, able to take all these picks, the D-Renji, right? So that they're giving the side of Boars really, really tough games here. And all their picks synergize together really well as well.
No, yeah, the 406 here. I mean, it didn't start off in the beginning, but I want to say, especially when it came to that last fight, Clean being able to get behind Boars, get a lot of those cavalry pushes, and then the rest of the damage that came out the team, it really allowed Shu to be able to kind of come in on that Pei and get a lot of those kills and those assists.
04.
Yeah, I mean, just a well-played game
Poor
coming
guy.
out from Twisted Minds.
And I'm looking at the items here. I thought Clean had some damage items. No, he's just
even
so
the roam
ahead
gotta
on the
be
Guan Yu that with a full tank build, he's just able to one-shot the Lady Gen we saw already there. So it just shows how ahead Twisted was. He's up about 3,000 gold on the Lady Gen here. One thing that we didn't really mention is the Zhang Fei actually took Smite too. So that probably helped Twisted Minds' kind of tempo early game. That's probably why we didn't see them go for many of those
so pretty
fights,
much Twisted Minds wins, right? It was a 2-0 best of 3.
There, which we
so the next patch is going to be
and while the pay was not the flashiest,
Global
right,
Max Club versus OG Esports.
He had 100% team fighting. He was there for every single fight for their team there, and he made sure that they won ahead and won the game there.
You can't see that, Katie.
Yeah, this kind of goes back to what we were talking about. Ukyo, on paper, is the counter for pay, but is it? When
He's
you kind of come down.
But then everyone is the counter for him, you know? So it's like, he gets the 1 for 1 pay there, but then everyone else has a great matchup there. Hey, I'm not a Yukio hater, by the way. I love playing Yukio and then missing all my combos in my own ranked games, all right? But he is, power level-wise, a little bit weaker right now, right? You're picking a C, maybe B tier pick to try and counter out an S tier pick, but they still have an S tier pick on their team where you're stuck with a Yukio, you know?
Yeah, as we take a look at our MVP, Shu here, 4, 0, and a 6. 20% of the damage there, 14% of the damage taken there. They were doing a great job of protecting him, and we just see a lot of these combos here. There's a defensive unbridled outburst there.
Bro, no way. They were
ACC, and I think
they were bullying the.
You could see Clean coming.
Also,
in.
sorry if I'm like,
great cavalry charge
if it's buffering again.
Members there, and that's what kind of started that.
My Wi-Fi is being
really set the tone for the rest of the team.
I'm trying to fix it right now.
Call out the high lang on the Shi there. It looked like Boars Gaming was winning that fight. They were like 3v1, 4v1 versus ACC there, as he's forced to, use the unbridled outburst defensively. But while everyone's kind of chasing him down, high lang on the side gets that pull on the Yukio, reels him into his team, and that really kind of changed the game there. High lang was able to just get these picks in the early game to get the pay ahead, to get Shanks ahead, and able to, shut down the side of Boars Gaming, force them to play reactively for the remainder of the game.
Man, I want to say too, Guan Yu is one of the most oppressive characters to play against in a team format, when you just have that thing pushing you, like, all right, I'm gonna go try to get out, pushes you again, you're like, all right, that was the last time, pushes you again. It's like, bro, what especially
also, if I'm a little quiet, sorry, I'm eating my burger and my
that
fries.
Putting on you, that positioning on your team,
hungry.
There's just very little that can be done to help you. And I want to say, like, it wasn't the MVP there, but I mean, just a great gameplay by him as well.
They had a pinball composition right there, right? Guan Yu's gonna push you in, and then Shi is gonna reel you in, and then you get pushed back and forth again. Definitely really hard to go ahead and recover from that game there. But speaking of recover, we're gonna have to recover for a bit here before we get into the third match today.
I don't think that dude's gonna be playing Yukio ever again. He might have just gotten traumatized by Twisted Minds.
The elders say the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations.
Bro, Ambrosa!
Are the forest's
She's gonna be released soon. She is a baddie.
For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird.
Would y'all smash or pass on Ambrosa?
Even if my feathers burn away.
Let me know in the comment, or let me know in the chat.
Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything, just as I did, sinking into darkness. My old self is fairy. How amusing. This eternal blissful heaven.
Did I get the new Shangwon skin? Not yet.
I can't wait.
I really want to, but I'm kind of poor right now. I spent too much on buying some little boo-boos. I got like stuck in that trend. But yeah, I'm gonna try and get it. I really like that Shangwon skin. Look at that baddie, Ambrosa. I don't even play Clash or Jungle, and I'm still gonna try and play her. I'm about to play her on farm lane and mid lane. Yep, LM and BTK soon. Yeah, I bought some of those little boo-boo things. I got like 3 of them. It was so hard to get them, bro. Like, they're always sold out, and you have to like watch like TikToks or wait on the website for them to even restock them. And if you're lucky enough, you'll be able to purchase it if it doesn't go out of stock in like 30 seconds. So I got pretty lucky getting mine, but then I was like, man, should have probably just saved for a skin. Secure when sees Ambrosa, I can fix her. Yo, are they like actually a couple? Like, can somebody like tell me the lore? Because I heard that like Secure is with Ambrosa, but then I also heard it's just like not real, so I don't even know anymore. And then I saw like the clip where Ambrosa's like feeling up Yarya or something, and I'm like, whoa, bro.
Cycles, fates, weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9
Yeah, they ship them from China. There's a lot of counterfeits. So the reason why it's really hard to get them is because if you buy from their authentic website, like the PopMart website, they're always sold out. And they only restock them at limited time, so that those are like guaranteed to be authentic. So I was sitting there for like 6 hours trying to get some, and I finally got a couple of them. And they arrived safely. I wish I had my camera set up. I would show y'all, but I need to set up my camera, and then like I'll place them to where y'all can see it. That's gonna be on my to-do list to fix or to set up my face cam. There are a couple you hear. I keep hearing that too. I'm like, what? How did Secure bag that?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to KMW Day 1, and we just had ourselves a very exciting second series, but possibly not as exciting as the third we're about to come up on.
Absolutely. Here we have
the unboxings.
These are some of the new faces we're talking about here, right? A team we have not seen.
I should have recorded mine. I was so happy when I got mine.
Beating, you know,
I got a blue one, a pink one, and then I got like a limited edition purple one. And purple's my favorite color, so I was so happy when I got it.
Yeah, and that's going to be a very amazing game there to see how well they can stack up. Something that you brought up about how they beat it. But guys, you can get those Mirage City skins that arrive today, September 11th. You stand yourself a chance to get a free Fong skin.
Absolutely, you could be like OG Esports, where they were playing Fong earlier, didn't have the skin yet, all right? But because they're busy playing, you guys at home have the opportunity to go ahead and get that skin. Make sure you guys are entering in all the CD keys that pop up on screen here. Get yourself some dragon crystals and some rewards along the way here, because you do get that for watching and supporting the stream here. But yeah, this game coming up is going to be very interesting. We don't know much about Level Max Club. We know they're the new kids on the block here, and that's very exciting, right? They could either, you know, be a lot better than people expect. They could bust out unconventional strategies here, but they definitely proven themselves and earned a spot here in the KMW.
Yeah, and I think that's what I'm most excited about, because you brought it up earlier, a little bit of a mention, they were able to beat BTK to move on and get themselves a spot here. So they do have a little bit of that fortitude. How well that's going to stack up against a
I feel like LM Club
like OG, who
will be able to win this.
Series, has a very strong presence about them, very strong mechanics, and very strong with some of their.
I don't know like a lot about OG. I kind of watched the match earlier, but I didn't see like the result who won between OG versus AYLO Gaming.
Yeah, this is kind of like the professional roster here that, you know,
So,
known for scrimming.
we'll see how they do versus LM.
The ladder demons, that is Level Max Club here, getting through the open qualifiers, defeating everyone in there. So it's going to be a battle kind of like, you know, very traditional in the side of OG versus kind of like guerrilla tactics potentially here on the side of Level Max Game here, which I would love to go ahead and see those forces go ahead and clash, and it'll be very exciting to watch as well.
Yeah, and that's the kind of thing too. And one of the things you gotta wonder when it comes to seeing a clash like this from a team who does well on the ladder, who does well in the rank, that have been teaming together, does the live stage play a factor for some of these teams when you've got a team like OG who's been there, done that, has the experience over here? Maybe they still get jitters, but definitely not those first live stage experience jitters. Is that going to be a factor as we go ahead, check out this first video of LM Gaming?
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it.
I'm gonna put a poll up for you guys. That way we know like who's playing. Oh, OG 120. Okay. Thank you for the update on that. I didn't get to watch that whole thing. Yeah, don't forget to vote in the poll, guys. Who you think is gonna win?
There we go. There's a look at Level Max Club, the Limit Breakers there. I love the playfulness in their intros there. They all had a little bit of fun with it, which is very, very exciting here. They are going to be representing the United States here as well, too, where we're hailing from, which is awesome.
Yo, that's a dude who beat my ass in ranked.
I'm going to pre-apologize.
LM Legend. I think they're Rome, too. It was a duo with his Rome.
Before I can even say all the names there. Okay, they were smart about that.
It was like 600 stars or something. That was when I had just hit Legend. And then it queued me into those guys, and I was like, bro.
In the jungle as well.
Yeah, we lost in like
so
7 minutes or something.
I mean, it's hard
But now fun.
to want to pay close attention since we're both from the U.S. to see the U.S. the team that actually made it through a lot of the tournaments there to kind of earn themselves a spot here, especially taking a win over BTK.
You like the production? Yeah, dude, it's really nice. They put like so much like money and like time and effort into the graphics and the production, all that.
And be successful.
It's so nice. I like that they don't cheap out on it. They really try to give us like their best so that we can keep watching.
Some of that negativity
and it's nice and smooth.
Game, or maybe with a loss to really hold them down.
Absolutely. And once again, we're going to go ahead and have a look at OG once again here, their opponents.
And like the colors aren't so blinding. It's like that bluish, like chill tone. I don't know if y'all remember, like if y'all like watched ML, one of the tournaments was just like bright orange or like yellow, and I felt like my eyes were gonna melt. So I really like when production is more of a cooler tone. Dang, look at that. They have like their roles and everything. That's so nice. Their little poses.
And fresh off their victory in the first series, it's going to be Team OG. Clash Lane's going to be having Kiki. Dao Dao's going to be bringing up the jungle. Mid lane's going to be handled by Wen. The farm lane handled by An. And the roam being picked up by Muchin. As I said before, fresh off that victory in the first series.
This is going to be a really tough game for Level Max here. They're against probably, you know, the favorites of this tournament here, OG, and on top of it, they're warmed up, right? They got the momentum, they got the 2-0. Look at them, they're all enjoying themselves here. They're definitely a little bit more awake now. Before we saw Keke, there were a few yawns there, but now they've eaten some breakfast, they got a win under their belt, you know, they're ready to game here. And it looks like he's trying to make some shots before the game even starts. Whereas Wen here, stoic here, locked in.
Is that dude going to sleep?
He's gonna play this game.
Yeah,
he's just focusing up.
The heck? Definitely more awake. They were riding that struggle bus in that first series. A little early morning for them, but man, here they look energized. They look ready. On the other side, there, LM. They are looking, they understand, I want to say. They're not going to be a team that underestimates OG.
Oh, I forgot the time zone difference. Anybody know what time it is, like, over there in Malaysia? Is this super early or something?
And this is going to be a big look for them. Can they set the tone against a team here like OG?
You can definitely feel the difference in how they're taking it here. You see OG kind of lighthearted. Everyone's kind of having some fun here, shooting some trash into the bucket there. Whereas LM, look at them, they're all locked in, they're focused. They know this is going to be a tough game. This is not going to be easy. They're quickly checking up all their settings, making sure all their builds are correct here. Everyone is focused and ready to go ahead and take this game. And I love how seriously they're taking it. They understand that this is going to be a really tough match.
I want to say the biggest transition I sometimes see from teams who kind of get it.
Bro, that guy looks like he's older than me.
And to those veteran teams that have seen it
like,
before,
not like in a bad way, but like, that's cool.
Game advantage, the aggression that you usually
I don't feel bad like
OG, we've seen
playing
it before,
this game
from
now.
that first series where they like to go ahead, get those invades and get the pressure on, whether it's the mid or going into the clash lane. They just want to keep that pressure on. And I want to say initially AYLO tried to keep up with it, but their composition just didn't support it. Maybe we might see something a little bit different when it comes to the drafting from LM. I do want to say I was wildly impressed by some of the drafting they had during some of the qualifiers to be, they were initially knocked down by BTK, but another series that they had coming from the lower bracket, they were able to beat BTK because they were able to understand the draft, the weaknesses, and be able to take advantage of that. Maybe that's something that they can showcase here. Does it rise to the level of being able to outdraft a team like OG?
Absolutely, for sure. Having that tenacity is going to be very key in not just this game, but this whole league here, right? This is not just one game. We are currently just in the rankings week here. So they're going to be able to, you know, play these games here, try to get good placement,
oh, like,
try to learn
coming over to HOK,
seen,
it's like the more Chinese you have on your team, the more like OP you are.
Evolved very quickly in between the weeks here.
It's not even a bad thing. Like, having the Chinese on your team, just like buffs.
Team 1 here versus OG Esports.
Yeah, immediately gonna go ahead and
if any of the LM players stream, I don't think so.
I mean,
as far as I know, a majority of these players are like
the last series where we kind of want to leave out a lot of those powerful picks. Scratch that. There's going to be
I would say like mysterious, and they kind of like to keep a low profile.
I'm not going to try to give up some of those powerful picks.
The like main streamers are going to be like BTK.
Generally, that's like a team 2 kind of strategy, right? Because you're able to pick 2 away. As the first team, usually you want to go ahead and ban out a lot of the strong picks. But LM here taking a little bit more of a different approach than what I just mentioned here, with some more tame bans onto those roamers there.
If I do find out like their streamer info, I'll make sure to like post it next time in the description. That way you guys can find it.
And the Mai is still open, the Long is still open, Auburn is still open here, and these are going to be the high power games we were talking about.
KMW's strongest team. Oh, dang. With a KPL coach.
I mean, we still have,
well, we'll see if LM can stand up against them or not.
Always kind of showcased as being a good counter for the Mai. I'm just wondering if LM.
Yeah, the Chinese really do dominate HOK.
I think Yuan is a very flexible pick for sure here, but in these best of threes, you don't see it come out too often. It's a very solid pick that's very often picked up in best of 5 / best of 7s. In these best of threes, there's just so many powerful picks that you gotta go ahead and go through first. And it's similar to the Yukio versus Pei situation, right? Like if they pick an S tier pick like the Mai, and you're just picking a pick just to counter that one pick there, you're gonna start off on the back foot already.
Yeah, and as we see here, we're going to go ahead with the Ogren and Haino pickup. Lung.
By the way, if you haven't already, don't forget to vote in the poll for your team. For the team that you think is going to win.
And wonder where they're looking to lock things down. We have a little bit of mobility, that speed that comes with Mai, who's going to be able to kind of get to those side lanes, aid there, and then as we saw before, a large
look at this draft already.
Tankiness that comes from that Ogren pickup, especially because, like we said before, with a Mai on the side, well, we don't actually know if she's going to be mid lane, but if she is mid lane, you've kind of taken her off the board as somebody that's going to be able to dish out a decent amount of anti-heal to kind of offset the Ogren pickup.
Absolutely, their Mai is probably going to be in the mid lane there unless OG really starts cooking up there. But they do. LM does pick up the Haino, which is a pick we've seen OG actually use to counter
the
out
secure
the Mai
pick?
earlier. So they're kind of. They definitely watch that series, you know, they're learning here, and they're trying to pick up on some of the tricks that OG is going ahead and use.
It's going to be a lot of heal.
Of
especially like to heal up a Gudo really and Long. We got the Mai that can just dive in.
Teams are starting to use it against the Mai though, because it's not.
But then again, there's a Dharma, a Zhang Fei now, because it's had an LM club.
In a one-on-one situation.
A Shoyu pick.
Shoyu and the Zhang Fei being locked in.
What?
Another kind of unconventional pick there. One of my favorites, the Shoyu here, a scaling marksman on the
Shoyu is not like meta, right?
Great late game here with the Shoyu,
anybody wants to correct me on that? I think he's like
now it's a matter of can they make it there,
C or D tier marksman. I've never really seen him.
I don't think it's locked in yet,
like
but
picked, like even in ranked. If like somebody picks him in ranked, they're either a one trick or they're trolling.
Yeah, and that was actually what I was going to call out. Is, you talked about that great mid, that great scaling coming from LM, but what do we have in the early game to kind of lay that path for us on the side of LM?
Oh, OG has a lot of sustain on their side.
From the beginning. So it's gonna come down.
It can really protect that long.
That we saw from the side of AYLO that really kind of tripped them up was kind of being a little lackadaisical when it came to kind of that laning phase. Caught themselves 2 deaths because of maybe bad positioning, not really respecting the damage that OG was able to kind of dish out even before they even got to some of those team fights. Here, you're gonna need to be crisp. You're gonna need to be
guys, based on the draft,
smart with your
who has the better draft right now?
Game. Absolutely, and it's going to be very.
For me, I'm kind of taking the side of
focus composition against probably,
LM.
Most would say D.
I know OG has like
strongest early game
a lot more
experience,
and they're really strong. They could probably make any draft work, but I kind of like the picks that LM has. They have that damage, the dive. They have sustain too.
Yeah, and that's what I said. Like it's all about laying out that path. I mean, we've already seen
they seem both strong. That's why I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna just pick
hopefully they understand
LM side.
These weaknesses. They can play to it. They can kind of bait in OG.
The very bottom of B in comp. Yeah, I feel like this marksman pick is just a little off from LM.
We're gonna take one last look at these compositions before we go into the.
Who do y'all think would be like a better marksman pick here?
Yep,
instead of Shoyu.
Zhang Fei here. Last time we saw it actually use the smite. This time
because like bro has to just sit back and snipe there, and not get caught out. And they have a Mai, bro. Mai can just freaking run in and tap them.
But to go ahead and protect them, they have the Zhang Fei.
More sustain on LM side.
Yeah, I want to say a lot
Look
of
at that security knocking 2 of LM members up.
A two-man pop-up there from a Moochin on that secure. But I want to say, for me, I'm going to be watching out for Ash. Is he going to be able to kind of be that?
That already took his blue up. Oh my gosh.
To kind of offset it. Ooh,
yo, Dharma.
A little bit of a engage here. Wooking in a little bit of trouble, gets back to the safety of his tower.
They gotta play passive.
Action is needed. What else is needed here?
Play show you like an assassin. Okay.
Using here to get this action
yeah,
done,
except I don't think like I've really seen him
series here. The official phone
played like
Major West League here.
well. That's my thing. I've never seen anybody play show you like good.
Are you ready to level up? Get yours.
So seeing him in a comp scene is like kind of new to me.
At the top level like these players, you want a phone that can compete with you. Realme 15 being that of a pro choice. As we continue here into the 1 minute and 20 second.
I think
another
Shoyu just lost some gold.
Coming out from Moochin on that secure.
I don't know if he was like close enough to reach that.
On either side here, both teams very respectable of the laning phase of the damage that comes out.
Absolutely.
And that long can just really like
I would like to break out
poke him out
too.
too.
On Legend here on the show you. A lot of times you're gonna see
Look
him,
at this from the backside. Ogudo. Look at this. Already. Shoyu goes down. First blooded. Zhangfei gets taken out by Long.
You're very stationary target, especially
bro, that's so unfortunate.
But poor Shoyue, man, gets bullied in the early game. As a Shoyue player myself, I can relate there.
Just as you were gonna bring that up, I mean, a great read there. Oh, and another person taken off.
And look at that. They made sure that Dharma couldn't rotate in.
Offset
that Byron.
Was he able to get that buff? I don't believe.
Oh, there's
so.
a CD key.
I mean, a great read there from OG right before.
Oh, I didn't catch it.
Legend were able to
I don't want to like pause it and go back.
Under tower. They don't have the disengagement of the unbridled outburst, and that was just a free 2 kills under that tower, and then followed up again by another kill from OG.
3 minutes into the game here, OG's kind of already getting away with the gold.
Look at that, 9k gold already for OG.
This is what we're mentioning there in
draft. LM's still about 7.
LM does have the scaling side of this. Are they able to make it there? OG known for their early game, and they have a strong early game draft as well too.
What are you doing, Dharma? Oh, he had to burn his flash for that. Is it enough? Is he gonna survive? Oh no. Byron got the kill. Byron was not there in time.
For his save is not able to find it. That is 0-4 for OGs, finding themselves another kill under tower.
OG's just able to prep all these dives here.
Did I see that right? Zhangfei just used his ulti just for the secure?
But OG's having these very structured dives they're setting up on all these players inside LM.
That wasn't even like a major like thing too. He should have saved that.
Juggle tower aggro effectively like we see OG doing here now.
Yeah, it's just amazing.
Dharma's getting kind of bodied in his lane.
The first season is just that
he can't even rotate to help his team in jungle or anything.
They didn't understand where the power spikes were coming from on the side.
It's a free tyrant.
They didn't respect the damage that could come out from it, and unfortunately, that just really cost them in the early game. Here, right now, we're starting to see kind
Contour
of the
you
same
or
theme here. Able to get underneath the tower, they trade aggro underneath the tower.
That Shoyu pick is just weird. I don't like it. I just personally don't like it. He already lost his turret. He got first blooded. Like that was not it.
Send their roamer into that Dharma lane to supplement that early.
That's a free mid already. Are they gonna push it?
Because of that, Keke was kind of able to run.
Look at that, mid's gone.
Get all the good trades he wants.
Bottom turret's gone.
Set up dives where he can call in Dao to go ahead and.
They're ahead by like 3k, I think. Yeah, 3k.
Yeah, and they're still trying to kind of pick up those scraps of their jungle here very slowly.
They're just taking everything
around LM. They're starting to lose towers. The pressure.
They could take top 2 if they want to.
Mid tower is already down to the tier 2. Still putting on some more pressure here. LM just really just not able.
LM
to
can't do anything.
An ability to kind of get
Yo, this is kind of sad to watch.
Absolutely fearless, running into 3 members.
mid gone in 5 minutes, bro. Yep.
Let them know. It's like, all right, just gonna check this, make sure. But I mean,
They use HOKgameplay to counter long.
Just power check there.
Oh,
just to let them know.
okay.
I mean, you're not gonna be able to take him down, and I feel this is with the pace that this game is going.
That is the confidence that OG is known for there. KK just casually, you know, no teammates aside, walking into the
Yeah, they really need to scale
no problem. He's so
for
ahead,
LM's side, but
there's
like nothing to scale on. If the minions come in,
they're not able to take him
and like,
out there. And
look at this.
He's walked all the way onto the side of
Ogren.
here. Ogren drops a beautiful
Yo.
their souls on 3, but they just do not have the
He was able to get out from
forced to
that.
back away.
Yeah, LM really needs to...
I get so upset when I see Ogrins out there, especially with a
Dharma
team
used
that's
his flash
right now.
and his
He's
ultimate,
just so strong. He's not able to
missed
do anything,
a
but
Gudo.
they're still not able to kill him, and that's just
And
speaking of which,
he
they
makes
do
it
get that
away.
kill off on him
Oh
just
my
in
gosh.
spite of me.
Yo,
And,
he
man, it's
he
already
wasted
down
a
to
lot,
starting
and
to
he
get
didn't
those
even
high
catch the
ground powers now in a
Agudo.
bad way against 3 members. We already know
He almost
underneath
died
that
for
tower
that.
is not a safe spot for him. Is still trying to deal out some damage, but the jungle going over to OG's.
OG has complete control of the map.
Yeah,
right
OG
now.
needs to end
All lanes
fast.
are pushing, and they have secured almost every single camp.
Oh,
on the
look at
side
that.
of LM here.
Long
And
used
when
his
they
ultimate
wanna
there
go
to
ahead
get
and
away.
contest it, look what happens. They go ahead and force a fight.
Oh,
which
Dharma
they
got out.
win because they have the levels, they have the gold, they have the advantage. They're not letting LM play the
Like,
game.
they went for the long, but
Just when they thought,
I don't think that was
LM
really worth
comes in,
it.
they try
Even
to
though they
get
got
a
him
gate
to use his
onto
ultimate,
Han.
it's
Runs away
not
while
like
reinforcements come from
it's not worth it
OG
to lose somebody for that.
damage
Oh,
coming in
a
from
Gudo.
there. They're just-
Okay,
they're
I thought he
just
was gonna
a
get stuck in the
remarkable
wall.
team right now. The pressure that they have here,
You relaxed
they
from Discord?
understand the
Oh,
damage
what's up,
that
bro?
they're not
Thanks for
getting
tuning
out
in.
too fast. Take a look here at the gold charge. It is basically
Oh, Byron.
all OG.
Look at that, he's just taking all of that. And he's able to poke the Dharma away.
Hano's ultimate Fate Rewind to restore that high ground tower. The only hero
Wow.
in the game on global right now that can heal / restore towers, and he ends up doing it there. Really
LM
clutch use
literally
of
can't
Hano.
go out.
But is that going to be enough time that buys them here as OG just continually knocks at the high ground of Team LM?
Yeah, the
Well,
secure and
I was gonna
Agudo
say,
heal.
you know, there's only so long that you can put off the
They're so
inevitable,
chonky.
But, I mean, this is your goal. You want to get
And
to
then the
that late
Baron,
game.
like,
You're
he just-
hoping that you can withstand.
just takes
I think they
everything for
understand
them.
This was going to be the game.
And he
They were gonna
still
be
doesn't
getting-
die.
Maybe they don't think that they were going to get.
And then Mai and Long,
this many
they can
deaths,
just
but
like
I'm
free
sure
hit
they
from
were
a
hoping that they
distance,
could
and then Mai can just dive in on
long
their
enough for them to start getting those power spikes, get to that
back
late
line.
game, to where you're facing the raid boss.
They're just
Ogren,
eating
where you're facing
down
that
all
huge
these
team
turrets.
in the Zhang Fei as well. So I mean, they're hoping to kind of elongate it. It's just can OG
There's literally
continue
like nothing
to
LM can do
close
unless
this quickly
OG
shrinking
messes
map
up. But
around LM.
look at that,
Bond
Long.
just goes into the enemy base as marksman, kills their
Wow,
mid laner, and then
he was able to
ultimately
get a
it
pick
is-
on Hano
it is
that far
brazen
in
what
and
OG
still
doing
get
it,
out
but they know
with the
they have
ultimate.
stats, they have the
Yo,
numbers, they're able
huge
to
set
get
from
away
Dharma.
with it. Huge.
Oh my
Coming
gosh.
on to 3. That is exactly what LM needs. Are
3
they able to turn
members
this fight here, though?
were
They are
set
able to
there.
take down 2 from it, though. That was
But
a beautiful, beautiful truth.
at what cost? That's 4 members.
Yeah, but, he's
For the
only
side of
able to
LM
take
down.
two, and they quickly, OG
All
turns
5.
around into
Wow,
a
LM
lead.
aced
Team
for
White.
like a
And
second.
I'm not sure if they have the
I don't think
minions
Bro
just
can
yet to be
defend
able to
this.
push into here. Now
I mean,
trying
it's
to
a
put their
Hano,
rounds
but, like,
now alone here trying to defend
he already
his
got
base,
taken
and
out.
he
They're
gets
just gonna end
taken
it.
out for his troubles. Ladies and gentlemen, this
Look at
is
him,
going
bro.
to be
He's just
game
standing
one
there in the
of
fountain.
third series going to OG.
Yikes, man.
There we go,
GG's
classic
to OG.
fashion. We were mentioning
First
a little
game
bit off
of the best of
broadcast
3
here. While
goes to
Twisted
them.
Minds, you know, when they're the favorites, they like being really calculated, right? They take the guaranteed win. They slowly push into your base. They
Yo,
set up
somebody-
those double objectives, right?
somebody
And
needs to
they
go
make
draft
these,
for,
you know,
LM.
calculated pushes that guarantees the
Somebody
win.
tell him, please
OG,
don't pick show
completely
you.
different. They know they're ahead. They know they're stronger. We'll send our marksmen straight into your base, and then we will just brute force through and force the win before
Man,
10
that was a
minutes.
crazy
Yeah, they
set
lost a few
from
members there
Dharma,
at the end,
but they just didn't
understood
have
that,
the
what they
damage
needed to do to
or
kind
the,
of, send
like,
those
you know, the
heroes to
sustain
void so that they would be able to kind
to
of,
be able to clean up,
and get that wipe
OG.
on them.
It just
this
wasn't
kinda
enough.
answers the questions of what the side of LM was gonna be able to do when it came what we saw in the draft, a draft that was a very late game, not much assurance in the early game, and OG Esports right from the exact moment they needed. Before LM even hit that level 4, they just got right there underneath the towers, able to start mounting that innumerable just snowball onto LM to where there just was nothing that they could do, and slowly but surely they kept backing up, kept giving away towers, and there just wasn't anything more that they could do.
The Hano nerf.
That's just
I don't know what this like
there, you know?
like whoever's like drafting for LM, what made this dude think let's pick Shoyu. Let's pick Hano. Like come on, man. I'm not even a pro player, and I know that's like very risky picks. Hano getting a C.
Scaling composition here into OG, and OG shows them why they are to be feared as they go ahead and end the game under 10 minutes.
Yeah, a great game played by everybody, and just like I was saying, it was just like a news.
By the way, I like your name, bro. Delete MOBB.
Squeezed and squeezed and squeezed until there, and those are some of the. Not the most exciting games, but some of the most strategic games where you just have this formidable machine like OG who just continues stepping forward, getting some of those towers, stepping forward, encroaching on the territory of LM, and there's just nothing that they could do about it. A well-played game by OG. We're going to see if LM has any type of answer here in the second draft.
Absolutely, LM needs to go ahead and adapt and learn from that and do it fast, as game 2 is coming up very soon here. They gotta adapt to the pace
hey, yo, what
and the
happened?
tempo that is OG. We mentioned they're kind of ladder players, right? They play ranked.
Oh no, I'm sorry, the bot.
As much of coordination.
Let me go fix the Nightbot real quick.
That we see
Give me a second.
Professional team like OG's able to do. They're not going to give you that
it's
time.
Tripping
they're not
out.
You show you a get ahead, the Hano get ahead, and reach those late games that you could probably see in a online match here, because the pace is just so crazy from OG. They're ganking you here, they're stealing jungle over here, and then they set up these encounters where if you do fight them, which they want you to do, you're fighting a losing battle as well.
Yeah, I'm still baffled. And I'm sure we'll see it in the highlights.
Bro, if I like
that immediate,
if I knew
engagement
all the hero like skills and everything, I would have loved to cast for HOK, but I'm prone to losing my voice a lot. That's why I had to stop casting for MLBB and just kind of like linger in the background. Like I know how to cast, I just don't anymore, unfortunately.
You mentioned solo. Great play from Delta. All throughout the map.
Am I tripping, or is it playing twice?
And that allowed him to set up all these plays. Here's the play you're mentioning here.
What is going on? I hear like music and everything.
Typical outside professional play. That's why they thought they were safe.
Is that the stream?
Level 3 there, but then the execution.
I think the stream is like playing over itself.
Ensuring that they go down there and just being able to build these advantages here.
Private doesn't know much. He's pretty new. He came from MLBB as well. A little later,
that's kind of the
so
difference too. It's just
he's still learning.
When they're face to face with a hero, with the group, they understand what their winning condition is when they have a good fight, and that's something that comes with experience, to understand. Okay, this dude's level 3. We can go.
I played HOK when it came out, like in global, but then I stopped, and then I came back like late April, May of this year. So I've kind of had some time to figure things out and like kind of learn the heroes and stuff. The only thing is I don't know their skill names, and that's what you really need to know to cast. Can't just say, oh, dude ulted. You gotta be more technical for like these big tournaments.
The rest of the team into a team wipe for the side of OG Esports.
Yeah, they gave him the opportunity to try, like to cast the KMW. They kind of see where he's at. He has like that caster voice, that's why. So
you just don't have enough numbers on your side. Everyone on side OG was so fast.
I'm sure he'll get a lot better.
Play, but sadly, a little bit
it just takes time and patience.
Gold all game.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, an exciting first game, but the second one, we will come back to you after this short break.
A skill gap, then draft? Yeah, OG has a lot of experience. That won the previous KMW? Well, no wonder. Dang. A lot of people from the ML community moved over with the B2K thing, but I was already here before that. I was the one trying to like get people to join HOK, but then they were like making fun of me and saying HOK is garbage, and I'm like, alright guys, alright, you know what, I'm gonna hop on HOK, y'all can stay in ML. And then like 2 months later they're like, yo, wanna play HOK? I'm like, dude, weren't y'all the ones that were saying HOK sucks? Like, alright. But at least there's more people playing HOK now. OG and Twisted in the final? I kind of think so, man. They're so strong. They're really strong. Like, they're just kind of making the other teams look like food. Fodder. I should be casting. I mean, if I can like take some time and learn all the hero skills, I think I'll try. But I'm kind of like bad, so we'll see. Like I like talk with Dave all the time, Assassin Dave, and there's definitely opportunities for me to do more in HOK. I just kind of stick to streaming, but. What's it called? They I got into like the creator program, so that was really nice. You know, you can get rewards for doing content instead of just streaming and not doing anything. That's the other thing, like I have a speech issue, so I don't think casting would be that good for somebody like me. It's kind of a funny story, but one time I face planted into the floor and I busted my chin open, and then after that, boom. Like my jaw just like gave me problems, and now it's just like hard to say some words.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to KMW.
I got nerfed.
Day 1, Private Dancer here, joined alongside Phil Yumis, and we just got back and we just got done with
thank you.
First game of
my voice is kind of like
series. OG really
all right, I guess.
To the metal.
You know, a lot of people don't like their own voices.
Club.
That's just me.
What changes do you think we need to see from Level Max Club to see them be successful possibly in this second game?
Absolutely. Now changes, I'm not too sure, because
also guys, I am adding it to my list. I will be fixing the face cam I have, so I'll have that set up for my next stream.
Let them dictate the pace of the game, because OG's a team that if you let
that way you don't
them
have to just
take
listen
inch,
to
we've
my
seen
voice.
Earlier, they're gonna take a mile, right? And if you draft the composition like LM did, we saw in game 1 there. OG just ran
got permanent
the
damage.
Game. They never
Yeah, it was like
anything. They played so proactive.
I don't know. I didn't like
try and maybe pick a composition that's even faster than OG. Because one thing that we know about OG, they're so used to being ahead early.
Remember like exactly what happened? I like passed out. That was the thing. So like everything around me like went dark, and I just like face planted, landed straight on my chin, like busted it right open, and then boom, like my jaw just
try to kind of get them
hurt.
off of where they are comfortable. unfortunately, that's kind of easier said than done. With they've had just.
I couldn't like eat or drink anything. I had a
I want to mention out there maybe.
What's it called? Had like mashed potatoes and
vision. I want to say when it comes
smoothies.
to, I think we talked a little bit about
that was a bad time. That was right before my senior prom too, so it was nice going to prom with stitches
like
all over my chin.
Under the tower you talked about a little bit earlier.
A VTuber?
I want to say maybe we have a little bit more.
I've kind of seen those. Those look really cool. I don't know how to get those though. I feel like they're really expensive.
Back up from this tower. We need to get to a safe space, or we need to respect
a Labubu Pie VTuber.
Can be
Yo, that'd be so funny if I used the Labubu I have, like my favorite one, the purple one.
This is their first time here at the
DJY Suffer and Solo Q and ML.
So
I think I saw some of the, like some clips of those in the YT shorts.
This is pretty much
it's pretty
like
funny.
This is their welcome to the big leagues.
Absolutely, yeah. LM not quite.
Oh look, they actually run
along. That, you could do with a lot of communication there, and that makes sense. They're probably not as used to and as seasoned as OG in competitive play, where there's maximum communication, the synergy between the players.
There's the My Band too.
We saw the Shou Yue and the Zhang Fei kind of turtling under.
I really like that HOK is global ban pick, because you really got to have a good hero pool
of communication
for the matches.
Kind of
can't just play the same stuff over and over. Like, that got really boring in ML, so I really love this for HOK.
Coming out from OG as they recently just used those picks.
Luna
so
pick.
They want the enemy team to go ahead and get a chance to
Bro,
pick them.
Luna pick. I hate that hero so much. I ban it every single time in ranked. I never want to play against that. Ever. The one time I did, Luna went like 30 something kills and just clapped my team so bad. I got traumatized by it.
In the first series against AYLO, while we critiqued some of the draft that came from AYLO, I feel like they have the right plan in mind.
Oh, Liang and Frost
in the early game.
combo.
Under tower, take it to them. Even if you're
that is gonna be so annoying for LM.
To try to match the pace at least of OG, because if you don't match the pace,
the Buron and the Hui pick.
And I feel like that's what we saw from LM.
I'm glad, bro. Whoever contacted LM and said not to pick Shou Yue. Oh wait, no. Oh, it's a global thing. They couldn't pick it anyway. Thankful for the global thing. I don't want to see Shou Yue ever again. Whoever called them and said to pick Hui, thank you.
Get the CC on a lot of those mobile heroes.
I really like the direction LM is drafting.
You have to use a good avatar? Okay.
They pick the pay there. You don't need
I'm
to
gonna
early, right? The enemy already showed
I'm gonna do some research on that, because I kind of want to have like a little avatar there that moves when I speak. That'd be pretty cool. If I can't get that to work, then I do have a face cam to set up, so don't worry, guys.
They picked the jungler so early to kind of hide their third pick.
Y'all be able to see me sometime.
It allowed OG to have that combo once again. The Princess Frost Liang. That combo is so powerful.
Because they ban the heroes. Yeah, it's always the same exact bans. And then same like picks over and over.
Which isn't impossible if we can get some.
I mean, like if they're not banned out, yeah.
What we saw from OGs, especially
sometimes,
in the first series, Liang,
there's a lot of people that just pick the same stuff.
He's leap out there so he can get those power word controls onto the enemy.
Not necessarily the entire draft, but sometimes there's like one or two picks that are always the same.
Careful of LM.
Absolutely, and it's also one of Muchin's favorite picks here, right? You're giving Muchin his signature pick almost here on the Liang.
Bro, the Liang and Frost
combo here. This is a very bread and
butter honestly, bro, that's disgusting.
We do, I did like that they did switch up the direction.
You're gonna be frozen for at least 10 business days.
You always keep in mind,
minimum.
Like, you can't let the people have their signature picks there. The
Liu Bang and
Ganemo,
okay.
He usually carries most games. He gets it.
And then
MVP, but he
for
sets everyone up,
OG,
right?
Derenge,
also
and
that
Milan.
pick happens to be very good against your picks here, like
Oh,
the
that
and the
that
Byron.
comp
And
is
then now we see the
crazy.
Ganon mode come out. This is like a very similar draft to game 1 I see here from LM. If you
I like
have the
LM's
idea and
comp,
you
but
know that you're gonna pick the pay, you're gonna
all
pick
it
the
takes
Ganon
is the
mode. Why
Liang
not
and
remove
Frost
the Liang
ultimate,
early and take it for
and they're
yourself?
all gonna be stuck, you know.
Yeah, and
then Luna
kind
and
of
Milan can just
a
clean
little
them
bit of
up.
a problem that we saw from the
Frost's
the
meta?
first
Yeah,
series where
she's
you
a
have
really
Ganon
good
Mo
mage.
out there, but we don't.
She's
we're
not like
completely leaning
S tier
on,
like Mai,
Nao's
but
ability to land those couple
I'd
plays
say
instead of
she's
kind
like
of, getting some of that CC
A
out
tier.
there to hold the
One of
target
the
still
good
for him.
mages.
It's gonna be
One of my
a very
favorite mages
careful
too. I
game
played her a
that
lot.
needs to be
My
played
highest was
by
NA
the
number
side of
11.
LM.
I was
I think
one
this game
spot
is
away
definitely a little
from
bit easier, kinda
top
similar
10 strongest in North
AYLO
America
Gaming
with
one,
Frost,
where he had completely
but
no setup. This time he
I
has
didn't
the
play
OG ultimate to try and set
for
him
like
up.
a little
But I
while.
would
My
really like to see, once
hero
again, we're
power
seeing,
went down.
today at least,
Unfortunately,
in the
didn't
Kings
get
US League, the
that
support
top
or
10.
the roam pick is usually very pivotal. It makes or breaks your team because the support is usually used to counter out the enemy carries.
They're
And we see the
experimenting.
Liang to counter out the pay, to counter out all these melees here, and also removing it from the enemy means they can't go ahead and counter out your carries.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting. I'm actually eager. I like what we see here coming from the side of LM more than I did from the first game. I feel like there's a lot of very good win conditions that they can kind of keep up that pace, or at least keep up the pace to where they're not getting drowned from the second minute on. As long as they respect, as long as they can kind of keep that that mini-map wary of where OG is on the map, be wary of them being able to dive under towers on them, just be respectful of the damage that they can dish out.
Yeah, and LM this time around, they have a lot of burst damage early game. They have that Byron, that Pei, and not many people know, but the Liu Bang actually has a surprising amount of burst damage, often doing more damage than marksmans and such in the early game with that shield and skill 2 here. It looks like he is going ahead and starting in the Clash lane, trying to cheese out Keke.
Oh, they already
he always gets
have vision on Pei.
on him. Almost every game we watch,
Oh,
we see Keke kinda get jumped
ran
on.
right into
We
Milan.
see a flash forward and a kill coming out here. Keke getting
What
cheesed
the
out
heck,
of it.
bro?
That's that early game damage I'm telling you about there from the Liu Bang. It's hard to
Got
expect
the
when you pick,
invade
these are
going.
more unconventional picks.
Oh, no.
Usually you're not ready for it.
Okay. Pei made it out. I thought he was
do
gonna die.
like the aggression. This is what we were talking about.
PWC
Match
matches are
or
so good.
trying to outspeed them, and that
Many
is exactly
strong
what
teams.
LM is trying to do. They pick up the early kill.
I miss seeing all
immediately
those
go
matches.
into
I wish I
enemy
had
jungle
watched
trying to pick
them.
it up, but just like
I
that,
could have
OG
learned a
is able
lot.
to answer back.
I like this tempo as well.
You're
here. They're
bad?
kinda
Oh,
throwing
nah, it's
off
alright.
OG. We mentioned earlier, OG's so
I'm like,
used to always being
can we get
ahead.
the game
They're
started
kinda
too,
taking it
bro?
back here, as LM actually has the gold lead. They're
Sometimes
up
they
1-0.
take a
They
while.
take out Keke. Being able to put behind Keke for minimal resources, I would say, they just had the roam there for like,
LM is
30 seconds
actually
or so.
taking
So
a little bit of
really
an
good start for LM here. They need to
initiative
go ahead and keep their
here
foot on the gas
in this
and
game
not
compared
give it
to
back over
last
to the
game.
enemy
They just
team
they
like
were
we've
so
seen,
passive and they couldn't
earlier
really
in the
do
day with AYLO
anything.
Gaming.
Well, and then one thing with Ash on this Leo Bang is that you have that battlefield command, so you kind of have a map-wide ability to kind of join if you see things going haywire and you're not near. So it's something that he can kind of close the distance there and bring that support to his team as well. So I mean, I feel like this is what I was talking about earlier. I feel like they might not always have the answer, but if they do get beat, I feel like they learn and they're able to adjust very quickly as we do.
Oh,
have engagement
no.
happening here. Big freeze.
But he already got
landing
frozen
to
there.
Ash, who's able to find himself an escape. Both teams, no worse for wear. A little bit of testing grounds for both.
Absolutely great plays from both sides here. Kind of just playing really safe, making sure that they have all their people about him. LM, I'd say, is clumping up a little bit more than OG. They're trying to make these rotations and force these fights here, whereas OG is kind of a little bit more in their own jungle after that early game. They probably recognize that they're not quite as strong as the side of LM, and they're taking a bit of a back seat here.
I also see
which,
like
again, is rare
OG's
for OG,
doing
which
a
is
lot
what
of
we like
that
to see here from the
gold
side of LM.
sharing.
Yeah, very interesting.
There's the Hui Yi ulti.
We did see.
He doesn't.
out there trying.
Oh, he hit Milan.
Hit Keke.
That's gonna be max.
Wow.
30 seconds there.
What a nice
is
hit there
down.
from the The Hui
That's
ultimate.
crazy, to me,
Crazy
like,
stun.
oh, okay, well, that missed. No. Actually
I think the Liu
connected
Bang
onto KK
ulted there
at the
too,
top,
so they
who
could
was
take out the
completely
Milan.
unsuspecting of it. That's going to be a second kill for LM.
That was really
LM
nice,
kinda
really
flipping the
nice.
script on OG there, right? Game 1, we kind of saw OG take these 3v1s and then get these ambushes going. But game 2 here, LM able to land that arrow with the battlefield command on the Byron while Keke's locked up and taking that, you know, pseudo 3v1 and taking him out. It is not easy to be Keke.
Yo,
here.
that was
As
so
look at this.
nice.
What can you do? You get hit by arrow into the battlefield command, into the skill 2 knockup, and the second he got hit by arrow, basically he was dead.
That's the type of moves that make you want to frisbee your phone across the room when you're just sitting up there minding your own business, and boom,
Oh,
hit
the
by a
Luna.
stun, the rest of the team just collapses on top of you, and you
Hok
take
ended
your
up pay there. He already had to
second
use
death of
his
the game. Mind you,
little
the
heal.
only 2
Oh,
deaths
Liang
of the
ultimate.
team so far. Oh, we do have a
Oh
power
my
word coming out there.
gosh.
Is that going to be enough? It does look like
Ash
goes
was stunned
down.
for that 10 business days
Now
there.
does end up going
There
down
was the
but
Liang
that's that
ultimate,
combo once again,
the
similar to
Frost
game 1,
Freeze,
Princess Frost,
and then the
Liang.
Luna
It's
just
such an easy
went in.
combo to execute. You use
Just
that
deal so much
ultimate on
damage
Liang
there.
and then Princess Frost drops their combo on top of it, and no real characters in the
Oh,
game
look
can
at
survive
Pei.
that combo.
Yeah, you're basically put
Able
into a
to
coma
take the
while
blue?
the rest of the enemy team is beating down
Oh,
on you.
no.
Just like that. OG in a side
Oh,
there, jungle,
no, that
looking
was
for a
not
kill.
worth it for
They
Pei.
are able to find Nuo.
I think he's
Now
gonna
trying
go
to
down
continue it
too.
on. Ash stuck his nose in the business where
Nope,
it didn't belong,
Ash is
and
done.
now might be taken
That's
out
2 members
as
for
well.
LM
2
for a blue
kills
buff, by the
on
way.
board for OG. Or actually 3 kills total, 2 kills there.
Now that's a free
Yeah,
red
the
buff
good thing
for
about Liu
Dorenji.
Bang is able to join the fights, kind of similar to some stuff like Yarya here, able to help out.
Oh.
But the bad thing is you give 2-for-1 specials, and that was a 2-for-1
Yo,
special. for
got
OG.
him, Mo! Oh my
Man,
gosh.
just that CC is just debilitating.
He took
You
the
were
Liang
talking
ult
about it,
and the Frozen from
combination
Frost
of
2.
Muchin on this Liang,
combo is
on
so
the win, on this
nasty.
Princess Frost. As soon as you're caught, it's pretty much
Hey,
game
yo,
over.
what
Even
was
without
that?
the rest of the team coming in to help, the damage from those 2 combined is enough
The way
to pretty
the
much drop most of
microphone-
the players. Now sitting at 4-3,
That sounded
big
so
pressure
funny.
being put on by OG up at that Clash Lane
Yeah,
tower.
Muchin is just so seasoned on this hero here. You might think, you know, Liang's super simple to play. You just press ult and grab someone, you can't really miss it.
I
But
think
the skill in this
LM
hero
is
being at the right
too
place at the right time. He's always there
focused
when
on
he's
kills.
needed to grab these priority
And for
targets
that,
and
they're
set
getting
up his
punished. They've
team.
already
And
lost
that's the
top
skill of
side
Liang,
and bottom
this is
side.
something that
Dorenji's
Muchin
free
has
farming off the
mastered.
waves.
And yeah, and
There's
the
Liang
difference
already
here-
got
we see
somebody
another
here.
power word lands, including,
But he's gonna find a
getting the stun
Ganemo.
on there, but now able to find himself a kill onto Muchin this time, tying us up at 4-4 apiece. The only problem here is the value, the economy that OG is getting out of these kills is far passing.
Did you play
what
against
LM is
KPL
doing. As you
Pro
can take a look
teams?
at some of the
Dang.
towers on the side of LM.
Oh, here we go.
Chinese
Both
Italian.
Luke and Muchin trying to
Whoa.
hide in bushes here, but LM has their number. They know where they are. Muchin was trying to hide in that bush, thinking no one knew that he was there. They catch him. He's forced to flash away and churn. Keke also thinking that no one knows he's in there, gets hit with a burn.
Like at this point, LM is just forcing too much. They need to split up. At least cut waves. At least take something. You know, Liang and Frost are always going to be together with that Dorenji. So if they can at least vision them on one side of the map, maybe LM could, you know, open up an opportunity to steal a turret or something. But right now it's just like they just want to stay there and kind of waste time and fight and just wait. Look at that. That was a good Hui ult. They were able to get a pick off there, but there's the Luna.
How strong that again and Mo can be with CC here, just kind of blindly out there throwing out.
Oh no, Liu Bang got Liang ulted.
On that damage, Ash in trouble gets picked off.
Look at that, they're literally dying in their own turrets
so much
now.
damage on that Ganemo there. And if we can get a replay, I think that
Nobody's
was
really
a pretty
pushing or
interesting situation
anything.
when there was
OG
kind of
has
being
not
pressured
lost a
by the
single
Ganemo
turret.
and was forced to flash away and ends up flashing into a Burning Sun arrow, which left her as a sitting duck to the said Ganemo there. If we get a replay of that, that would be awesome. But that was a really interesting interaction there. He jumped out of one danger.
Bro is
into
not
another.
gonna
Speaking of
1v1
danger,
a
we
Luna.
see,
Are you
Lee
serious?
Clinching here, trying to 1v1 Dao, and it's a pretty
Are
close
you
fight.
serious,
Really
man?
gonna win. It looks like Byron's losing, but if he gets
Oh
a nice
my
shield cycle,
gosh.
he was not able
What
to
am
get
I
cycle another set of
watching?
shield. If he was able to cycle another set of shield, maybe he had a chance there against Dao. But here, look at Ash sitting in the bush waiting. Not much he can really do there. Maybe if Ash could have ulted reaching there, they could have probably won that 2v1, but I guess we will never know.
Oh, we do see that arrow comes out and is able to kind of find a stun. I'm not gonna lie, it's not the best game for LM right now, but definitely a more satisfactory game for them. I feel like they have the check
Oh,
marks for the victory,
there's the
and
big
power where it does
stun.
land underneath the tower and throws
You're
out
just-
Ash, who goes down.
You just become a punching bag at that point.
Brutal
There's
getting
nothing
caught
you
on the
can
tower
do.
there. Once again, Ash, LM again, they're thinking their towers are safe. Not when 4 people are coming running at you to drop some ultimates on you there. Muchin and Wen are basically the same hero this game here. They're always together. Wen is always ready to drop that ultimate on top of Muchin's ult there and lock up these targets here. As you see, DRenji here getting a little bit of chip damage on that tower. You guys didn't
And
know
again,
DRenji is
9
able to
minutes.
barely chip
OG
down the
has
tower
not
from
lost his
outside the
turret.
lane, so that's why you're gonna see some DRenji players
Even though
in your games here go ahead
LM
and
kinda
throw
had the
that
early,
auto attack there outside
Like,
of
bro,
the
they're
lane.
just going for kills.
KK again might be caught in a bad place between 3.
They got the Mulan, but it's like, what's the point of going for kills if you're not gonna push a turret anywhere? And their lanes too. Lost the mid, second tier turret. Another one's gonna go down. There goes Viron. Luna's fighting Liu Bang down here. He's gonna die.
Kill. Ash in a bad way
That's gonna be
too,
what,
as
3
well.
down?
Chased down by
Yep.
Dao, and this
3
looks like
down
another
for
one
LM
under
Pub.
the belt of OG.
OG's just poking down these turrets
absolutely
now.
shredding Ash.
That
There's not much
is a
he can
free
do
high
there as
ground.
He just gets slowed and just chipped down.
Dragons
by
are
the
coming
Luna
in.
here, while everyone's focusing Keke. This is something we see pretty often.
Oh, this
here
is
for OG.
just-
They
this is
really
so-
focus Keke. They set Keke
Oh
behind. They know
my
he's
gosh.
that star player. But what happens
This is
when
so
you invest
sad.
so many resources in the Keke? Dao runs amok here, right? On has
What
been farming
little
all game. We
lead
didn't
LM
mention him,
had
but he's probably super fed right now.
is
We look at
just
the gold
history
numbers.
now.
He's 2 levels on legend because OG is able to just, because of Keke's playstyle, right? He plays really aggressive there. He
6K
sometimes gets
gold
himself in
gap.
trouble, but he aggroes a lot of the enemy team. He's kind of like a global taunt. Make sure all the enemies go ahead and focus him while Dao.
There's a match in KVC which ended in 9 minutes. Wow.
The game and gets all these objectives.
Yeah, gets the objectives and able to get some great positioning onto the side of LM once they do finally get that kill on the Keke. So I mean, in the early
Yeah,
game,
that Liang
he
and
got caught a few
Frost, bro.
times, but here it kind of feels
End
like
business,
it's
they
it's
stuns.
just one of those sacrifices that they know they can have out there. Keke can go out there, he can find maybe himself a kill. They might be able to find a kill, but
Control
what he's
delete
doing is just trying
Liang
to
from the
distract them
game.
long enough for OG.
Honestly,
to kind
yeah.
of just continually
You got my
push
vote,
onto
bro.
these
I play
objectives.
Shang
And
one.
Look at the map.
Oh, wow.
I think there's one.
Look at this. I think they're just gonna
tower
end it
left for
here, look.
LM, and OG's towers remain completely untouched as we
Oh,
go ahead.
what are
burrowing
they
into
doing,
LM's core.
man? LM, just defend. Like, why y'all huddled together? That was so bad.
Does not quite get the grab, but it speeds everyone up to go
Yeah,
ahead
OG
and
just
run
completely
down the
dominated
enemies
them.
there. I would say
2-0.
LM definitely leveled
Best of
up
3
their
series,
game here
so
in game 2,
they pretty
matching
much win
OG's
now
pace there in the early game.
out of this
But as the
matchup.
game went further and further, we're seeing that experience that OG has in the game.
Watching
there,
World Tournament
kind of,
Champion?
pay dividends as they're able to get away with the lead there.
Well, it's all about that learning experience. In game 1, they learned this is not a team to be safe
What is,
with. This is not a team
that
to be
one
careful
team
with. You need
from
to have
China?
pedal to
Was
the
it
metal.
AG,
And,
I think?
unfortunately, maybe
The
their
one who
experience
has,
doesn't really lie into a lot of those
Yinuo?
compositions, but this is where that learning experience comes.
blonde-haired
Now
guy?
You're gonna have to learn. All right, what
Anybody
compositions
confirm
do,
that?
where will you be favored? Because
Trying to
that
remember if
second
that's
game,
the team.
much more favorable from them than the first. Unfortunately, still the same
OG
result,
is a
but like I
winner.
said, still all a learning experience.
You're new here?
OG
Oh.
setting the
Welcome
tone.
to stream, guys, by the way.
Absolutely. And there was a time to learn. It
Appreciate
would be
y'all
in the
turning in.
rankings week here, 'cause no matter
BTK
how your
match
performance
is
here,
gonna be
you're not gonna
next.
get knocked out. Obviously, you want to be on the top 3 teams.
We
to get into
expected
that
this
Group S
result.
here, but no one is going to be going
Yeah,
home this week.
AG.
If you
Yeah,
were
that
to,
team.
wanna learn
I was
and
like
get
watching
some L's as
something
in learning, right?
on
This is the
YouTube.
time
Like
to do
I
it,
kind of
and
like
then get
scrolled
them
through the
all out of the
shorts,
way as we go into week
and
2
like
survival
HOK
week,
posted
where
like
those
some
L's
meme
really do
with
matter.
that guy Yinuo,
Yeah,
and I was like,
and
what?
like you said, it's been kind of.
Wasn't he like a
big
farm
power
laner or
creep when
something?
it comes to
I think it was like one of his
KMW.
highlights.
The
I was
teams, they
like,
come
dang,
down,
this guy is
especially when
crazy
it comes to
good.
the opening matches.
I think they're like the
they kinda
strongest
soak
team in
They
China.
get a feel for what these other teams can present. They get that. They understand. All right. This is what we need to do to be successful. Now let's
I know.
start refining.
Patiently waiting for BTK.
Unfortunately, like I said, there's just those teams that have just been doing this a lot
It's
longer.
next. It's next.
A lot better.
BTK
And
versus
like OG just,
AYLO Gaming.
especially when
Check.
it came to that first game too, as well. Able to kind of pick apart.
AYLO,
understand
AYLO
that,
Gaming
even though it's the enemy's under tower, we understand
versus
our power spike. We understand
BTK
what we
best
can
of 3
juggle underneath there.
series.
We understand what we can take down.
Once they're
This
done
one,
yapping
a
about this
little
match,
bit, a little bit.
we'll see him.
It felt better for LM just because.
Oh, he was a
there just
Clash
wasn't
laner
this
too?
huge
Wow.
advantage in that early game that
And he's
OG
still
had.
godly,
It felt
just
it was
swapping
even. It felt
lanes
like,
like
oh, I
that.
can turn this
Dang.
around at any time. Of course, once you get to that mid game.
And I really like this world of HOK.
It starts steamrolling, but I mean,
I gotta like dive more into all the teams and stuff. I'm like really missing out. I love like learning about the esports
Absolutely.
scene.
And LM did, I would say, while they did not
Like
win,
considering I
right,
came
they
from
did really favor
the
me.
esports
OG's an
like background from
international level
ML,
team, world
it's just
caliber
so fun
team
to
here.
learn now
And they just got
from
out
HOK.
qualifiers here, you know, they're the new kids on the block, and to be able to, while they didn't win, be able to hold their own in this game too against OG there shows a really good improvement in the scene here. And they are able
HOK's
to go
Faker.
ahead and,
Dang,
like
that
as
is
you
a
mentioned,
crazy
review these
title
games
to
later
have.
on there. But yeah, I think the
Bro
one thing
is
a lot
just
of
the
teams could learn
HOK,
from these when
like,
they go ahead and review is the drafts.
founder
The
at
drafts
this
are
point.
half the game here, right? If you have a good draft,
Well,
you're-
not founder,
and it's
like,
easy to execute on. Your game's gonna be
godly
really smooth. If you're
player.
against these teams that have more experience, right? On average, more mechanical skill because they've been playing the game longer. You do not want to get the final nail.
And
in
I
the
had
coffin
hopes
with
for
a
LM,
suboptimal draft
but
as well on top of it.
those got shattered.
Yeah, my number one
Immediately.
note for draft is
Poor
do not
LM.
allow that unholy alliance.
I hope
of,
BTK
Princess
can
Frost and Li
bring
Ying.
something to the
That
table
is
now,
just-
please.
that is
For NA?
absolutely debilitating. Once you're caught, it's pretty much a wrap for whoever is underneath there. As we take a look here at look at the damage actually being brought up. I know on that Ganon Mo. So even without the CC, just doing such a great job being able to.
Oh,
aim,
let
being
me
that
end the
oppressive
poll.
front he could
OG
be, but,
Esports,
not enough to kind of,
65%
manage what
vote
was
from
brought
you
forth
guys.
by OG.
Dang,
And even
y'all
though
were
we
right.
were joking around about Keke
OG
getting
won
focused
that.
super hard, Keke actually, even despite all the things that happened to him, right? Global ults, global arrows, everything, he's able to match the Byron. So even though they invested all these resources into him to get him behind, he's never really out of the fight, right? Keke is never useless. And then when he is behind, he goes ahead and he draws so much fire from the enemy team so that Dao can kind of play the game freely, so that On can play the game freely. And if you do not focus fire on Keke, he's able to, you know, do Keke things. So it's kind of like he sets up a lose-lose opponents there.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing too, is it feels like you kind of really need to be able
Oh,
to kind
wow.
of have an answer for Keke. Or you have two options for Keke. Either he's going to be feeding early games because he's taking too many chances.
One of the oldest
or he's gonna
esports
be that
players.
menace.
He's
the
targeted.
problem for a lot of teams is even if he is feeding,
Bro's
in
got
that
a big
early
bounty
game, the
on
rest
his
of
head
team
in
is
the
more than
HOK
capable
world.
of coming in, filling that gap.
Yeah,
and
LM
still
lost,
being this
unfortunately.
machine that is able to push forward.
But
Here,
at least they were able
and
to
the
gain that
key,
experience versus a
no
really
surprise
good
it's gonna
team.
be on 4-0 and a 6 on D Renje.
Yeah, On is kind of like the
Plays on your
silent
own.
assassin
It
on the
definitely
side
comes
of
down
OG. He
to
doesn't
the
make any
team
flashy
and
plays
how
really, right?
you
But he's
and
in
each
the
other
back,
can
always
support
farming, as
each
I'm
other.
mentioning here, while Keke and Dao are Absolutely. having fun, And jumping when you around, mentioned taking
Uh,
1v4s, solo he's game. there, really diligent, holding down the house
Oh,
there,
I
right?
see
Getting
now.
lots of farm
They're like
and being
accidentally
really, really
overlapping the
consistent there. A
clips
super unsung
with the
hero from South OG.
casters. Like now, like speaking
Yeah, here,
now.
as we take a look at
So
some
the
of these
casters are
highlights
speaking
back
then
there,
during that
more
clip, and then they're
exactly
playing it
what
at the same time as the
Li Ying and
casters
Princess
speaking
Frost,
now about the
that
clip. So
combination
it's like
dual
overlapping. I thought it was going
Absolutely.
crazy.
Much
Trying
easier
to,
times in the survival
get
week.
a little
No one is
bit,
going home this week,
trying
but
to
that does not mean you want
I wanna
to
say
go
the
ahead.
As long as
and
BTK
third
wins
there.
game 1, it should be
To
See,
okay.
it's not gonna be as
Fortunate
favorable in
success.
free play.
Yeah,
Being able
that
to
global
take down
ban
two
for
members of
Zane,
LM
bro.
there.
Yeah,
I've only seen Zane play Lady Sun, Chano, and Marco Polo. Maybe like a couple early matches, but that's it. I don't know how he's gonna do. Oh, and Durenji.
In a game, in a MOBA game, a 5v5 game, if the enemy team invests so much on you,
8
there's not much you can do, right? Like, what are you gonna do? Stand
8 towers straight, yeah.
3 or 4 people after you, sometimes you do have to
Insane.
die and hope that your team picks up the pieces somewhere else.
Yeah, and I want to say that it's a good balance for Keke being able to I almost want to say be that loose cannon, but it allows him. That's kind of the gloriousness of his team right now, of OG right now, is they give him the space to be able to do that. Yeah, it's a double-edged sword. Is he going to be getting caught? Is he going to be able to go off? But they give him.
Bro, even my early is better than Zane's.
They're already going and pushing. They're already getting those objectives.
I'm sorry, that's a sad truth. I've been practicing early. I've actually been doing good now. Like the umbrella placement, I'm not like killing myself all the time. I got like SS last night with her, and like I dropped like 15 kills. It was so smooth. Like playing her now. I ain't afraid to play early anymore without feeding. Twisted Minds in this tournament? Yep. They played earlier versus Boars Gaming and they won 2-0. They swept that team. Don't forget to vote in the poll, guys. I would appreciate your vote. I want to see if you guys are going to be voting for BTK or AYLO Gaming. Right now BTK is leading in votes, 86%. Love to see it. Yeah, 4 minutes. Getting them ready. Yeah, I like that it's not like freaking forever to get into the next game. I hated that about MO, because I was just wasting so much time, bro. Like, could have had like 2 or 3 matches done already by that time. Zia unsub. I wonder if Zia will ever get his chance, man. He's a good player. Hours rest in MO, right, bro? OG versus Twist? I think so. Unless there's just like some crazy like underdog team. But I don't think that's gonna happen. OG and Twist are just so strong. They put chicken in the front. Who do you want in the front, bro? Zia's a sub? Yeah, but I think they can only bring like a certain amount or something. Unsub from BTK? Is he out then? I haven't really been keeping up. I know that BTK was like working with the members from MKOI I don't know if y'all remember them. They were like the rep for NA before, and they won, I think, Major West at one point. But yeah, they've been like playing with them and like getting help from them to get more into the esports scene. This is pretty cool. Oh, he didn't want to go? What? Man, that's a nice vacation to go to Malaysia like that for a tournament.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
Hey. Hello? Oh my. I think I was too inactive. There we go. Sorry guys, we're back, I promise. Because I didn't touch my phone for so long, my bad. Mental's gonna decide it. Yeah. I really hope best player 1 doesn't like get too aggressive, because he tends to do that where he thinks he can still like 1v9 on jungle and HOK, but you really need your entire team.
This is technically their first,
can't just
like,
walk in like that and get the kills and leave
in the
like
KWC,
you can in MO.
But now it is for real. They're versus AYLO Gaming here. It is the final match of the day. Me and Private Dancer just
and they gotta work on their waves.
Waiting for it. We're thinking about some drafts for the teams already, right? BTK known for
no pause mode in HOK, right? I love it.
The Marco Polo coming out for Zane and
Marco
such,
Polo
and Zane. We're very excited to
Zane.
go ahead and see that, as well as the Mirage City skins, guys. They just came out here. Make sure to check that out and get yourself a free Fong skin.
The Mirage skins are out already. Bro, I got a cop one.
Given that BTK has only been on the scene for
all I want is a Shang one skin, man. Forget the other ones.
Don't get it wrong, but the fact that they haven't been on the scene very long, you are talking about a group that has experience that kind of transcends
probably be a little nervous
of what we know here in a mobile MOBA. Are they going to be able to bring
like, considering they've competed like at Worlds before
to make it successful
for the other game, I think they'll be okay mentally. They just gotta like
a very strategic game, and
work
I'm
together.
very eager to see if BTK can kind of meld that into a winning scenario.
Absolutely. While they are relatively new to Honor Kings, these are MOBA veterans, right? These guys are champions from other MOBAs here. And are they able to transition that skill onto Honor Kings? That's what we're here to find out today. So I'm very excited for this match here. Final match of the day, last but not least, is going to be BTK versus AYLO Gaming.
Yeah, very interesting matchup indeed as well. We just watched AYLO Gaming here. They did suffer a loss, so you know that BTK have a target on their back. There's a lot of popularity behind them, and you know that AYLO maybe might want to make an example out of them, especially after that first loss to OG Gaming. Maybe they want to kind of set the tone, let them know, hey guys, this is the big leagues here. Let's show you what we can do.
Yeah, with just the style that BTK kind of does things, right? They have that flair, they have that ego, they have that showmanship, right? And that's something that when you're playing against them, you really want to knock them down a peg, kind of, right? And that's what AYLO Gaming's probably thinking here as we go into this final match. Super excited to see how they go ahead and do things here going into the game. If I'm correct too, they are being coached by Dave there, my co-analyst for KWC. Let's see how they go ahead.
Dave.
Very, very excited to see all their players and see how they do coming
Yep,
up.
it's a best of 3 series.
Yeah, it's something
Shang
that
is the only one out right now.
Lots of US fans.
I think Mayin is too, but you gotta do like the tasks or something.
But you don't want to overestimate. This is
Marco Spoil
just
a bit.
you don't just join this game and be great.
Yeah.
Trust me, I've tried. I'm doing awful. Some of those are ranked matches. It's been quite the learning curve to kind of get over, understand each.
And one of the things I noticed when they lost to LM in the Open Series, they kept throwing away their lanes.
Where you want to be, how you can be best of service to your team. But ladies and gentlemen,
like literally, and then they played like too aggressive, like especially best player one. He would go in by himself thinking he could tank everything and deal all the damage, but it would end up like costing him a death, and then like probably Chicken would die and then somebody else would die, and then LM just turned it around. Yo, BTK win? The match is just starting right now. This is gonna be their first game. It is a best of 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Bloodthirsty Kings bringing up the clash lane is going to be Flied Chicken in the jungle role. Is going to be best player 1. Bringing up that mid is going to be actually yesterday birthday boy Hoon. In
oh yeah, it was Hoon's birthday.
Will be MOBA Zane and bringing
I don't know how old he is though, but I saw like a post about it.
Than Shark.
I gotta say, they got some of the most personality in their intro videos. That I love.
Like
the
a person who's requesting vote for a life.
They got the title, the challengers, and I could not have thought of a better title for them there, because they need to prove themselves here now as the challengers.
Oh, is that what that was? He sold his jungle item. They were all alive, and we only had Titan alive. He didn't want to go end. Yeah,
I'm not sure.
That's another thing.
Who definitely knows we're seeing them right now.
Just going for the jungles and ignoring turrets and waves and opportunities to push or end the match. They tend to really drag on their games, and it really costs them in the end sometimes. Well, not sometimes, it did cost them.
Varied geniuses
thinking about ice. Oh no, bro.
What it takes, and have had actually pretty decent success with Honor of Kings when it comes to peak, when it comes to grinding. But can they put that together as a team?
Absolutely. Here's a look at AYLO Gaming, their opponents. We saw them earlier today, but let's go ahead and see them once again.
I don't know. Maybe he's just in the manager slot, and then they have somebody else in the coach slot. I think it was somebody from Boy? We'll see, we'll see. I love how they put like their favorite hero or something behind them.
Here we go, AYLO Gaming.
Don't forget to vote in the poll, guys.
Definitely the favorites here going into this game. They have a much more experience than BTK here, but anything can go ahead and happen here. Let's take a look at the roster for AYLO Gaming. We have Doxa coming in the Clash lane, Anoso coming in the jungle, you in the marksman lane, and then we have Rava on the roam, as well as Lomax in the mid lane here. They did take a bit of an L in match 1 today here. They had a good amount of time to recover, right? They played first match, we're up to match 4 now, and they're gonna need to get ready to face the Bloodthirsty Kings.
Yeah, and it's something that, like I said, but there's a lot behind a BTK, so you know that AYLO Gaming is looking to make a statement here. They want to go ahead and set the tone. They want to basically be.
Oh, we need BTK to win a match.
BTK.
We need BTK to win a game.
So
LM got crushed earlier, and now NA already looks like.
Yeah, similar to how OG versus them.
Yeah,
there's a lot
like
of
we're food, but I really hope BTK can,
right now it's their
you know,
turn. They're a
steal a game or at least win this matchup.
No one wants to be the one to lose to the new kids on the block.
Yeah, and honestly, I want to say we did already see from AYLO Gaming that they were able to
It looked like some high school
good
kids.
pace right from the get-go against OGs. Is this something that we might see here against BTK right from the get-go, immediately charging at them, going in for the jungle, going for the kills, trying to keep that momentum?
Mawaji. Yeah,
I think this game is
the guy from MKoi.
Pretty similar dynamic-wise
I think
to the last
Assassin Day was
match here, where LM
put
was kind
into
of,
the manager
more
slot
ladder-focused kind of team
instead of
versus
coach,
OG, a more
'cause they got
traditional
Mawaji.
professional team here. I think we're going to see shades of that in this game here too, with the same dynamics, where BTK is not going to be playing as traditional as AYLO Gaming is going to and be used to. And will this play in their advantage this time compared to LM? We're going to have to find out.
Yeah, and that's going to be the big thing here. Does BTK, are they going to be able to kind of get that early game offense? The biggest mistake I want to say, and this is what I was talking about with the last series, is to be
All right, where's the
passive,
Marco
is to
Polo
wait
band?
for your opponent to give you those opportunities.
I'm kidding.
Here. I don't imagine.
Let's see if
BTK,
Zane
from
will
what
be
I
able
know
to
of
get
them,
his
from what
Marco.
I've seen throughout the history of their gameplay, I don't see them sitting back and allowing something to happen when it comes to a lot of these drafts or when it comes to the actual gameplay. But we're going to see how well
they
can
banned
kinda
the
stack up.
new
Like I
one.
said, this is their first big soiree.
Because I know
that big
BP1,
live
he
stage.
played
Not the first time
her
they've been
a
on
lot,
any
and then
live stage,
Jungle
but the first time
too
they've been here
at one point,
on
and
this
then
one.
Hoon also like spammed her.
Absolutely, and just like LM,
So,
BTK being
kinda
a
crazy
newer
to
team,
see it
they're
banned
gonna have
already.
similar kind of weaknesses, right? They're not gonna have that hero
The
pool
Dharma.
that we know these more seasoned teams go ahead and have here. But this is the best kind of format for them. Then
That's
This is the
understandable.
best of
Dharma
three,
is so
we're
annoying
not
to
gonna
deal
dig
with.
really deep into the hero pools here. We see.
I mean, unless
the
you take a
Yuan
Zhuangzi
getting
or
banned out, as
something.
well as the Dharma. Very interesting to see the Yuan getting banned out so often. I don't think we saw it played today, but it did catch a few bans here, so that's a flex ban a lot of teams going ahead and doing here, and they don't want to give Hoon that flexible option there on mid as well.
Long ban?
Oh yeah, and especially with
Does
what
Zane
we've seen,
play
which
him?
is very interesting too, especially because with all the My Share Nows that we've seen out there. You did say though,
early
that the
ban,
Yuan is
understandable.
one of those
Oh, they
picks,
took
and
the
there it
My
is, the
fast,
setup
bro.
for that My pickup is the Yuan ban out there because it is a big. I want to say a counter for it. However, one thing though that I always like to look for is what you get from the side, because I want to say Hoon, that's one of his favorite picks. So surely he
Okay, I didn't know
understands
if he played
what
that
can
too.
come into it, what he can use to try to counter that, and see if he can
The
be
Pei and
successful
the
with it.
Biron?
Absolutely. I think a little bit of BTK thinking.
Sorry
out
if
there,
I'm, like,
maybe,
sniffling,
you know,
guys. I
they'll
still
go
have
ahead and they'll
allergies.
leave the Mai up for Hoon there. AYLO Gaming go ahead and instantly snapping away the Mai, not letting that happen there. As
They are
BTK
definitely
locks in the
nervous.
Byron Pei combination here. This was
This
OG's
is a very
bread
important-
and butter last KMW. Is BTK able to pilot it pretty
I think
similar? Let's go
Flight
ahead
would
and
be able
find
to
out.
just carry it with the Biron.
It's just an absurd amount. With these first three picks, there was just a crazy amount of CC on the side of AYLO Gaming right now. That
Guan
it's something
Yu
that
and
I feel
Liam
like is
Po,
gonna
bro,
absolutely
with
need to
my-
be addressed by BTK, especially with a squishy
Guys.
pick like a Pei on their team. That
That is
once
some
he gets
crazy,
caught, I mean, you're gonna
like,
have a
knock
rough time
around.
trying to get him out of
You're
harm's
gonna
way.
be knocked side to
Oh, I
side.
love the Yijing
by
pick here.
Mai,
BTK does opt to lock
be
that in.
knocked
We
from
see it early in
behind
Twisted
from
Minds
Guan
versus
Yu
Boars
and then
Gaming.
knocked
AYLO has a
up
pretty
into
similar
the air
composition to
by
Boars Gaming.
Liam
A lot
Po.
of melee characters. Yijing being able to lock all those
Dude,
characters up
it's
and kind of set them up
crazy.
for their team is going to be an amazing pick inside Hoon here. I have to
The
imagine AYLO
Yixing.
is picking all these picks in
Yixing?
preparation to
Yixing?
something like potentially
How
the
do you
Marco
say it,
Polo
guys?
coming out
I'm
from
trying
Zane,
to
right? They
learn
know, that's
their,
one of his favorite picks
names.
here. And when you pick all these
And, like, if
melee
you happen to
users,
know
it makes it really
Chinese,
hard for
it would
that
be
pick to
nice
go ahead
to help
and
me with
flourish.
pronunciation.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Marco Polo pick here seems a little greedy.
Oh, wow.
It doesn't matter.
Exploded by Mai.
Not even the opportunity.
I
to
can't
like,
wait
we're
to see
not even
that.
gonna say- Even with these three pickups here, they still ban it, and that honestly, that kind of speaks to the
Yixing.
threat
Okay.
that
Thank you,
Zane
bro.
kind of
Thank you.
has on, that he
Yixing.
possesses
The
on
X
this
eyes like
Marco
a
Polo, that they're like, you know what,
SH in
we've got
English,
an entire
right?
composition that can
Gotta
counter
remember
Marco Polo,
that.
but you know what? We're gonna ban it anyway and take that off the board. He's gonna go ahead, elect to pick up the Chano though.
I think
There's
BTK's
his
draft is
Chano.
really solid. I love their draft here. Chano having some great matchups against the Mai and the Guan Yu, being able to disrupt the Guan Yu and throw off his sprint gauge there, or his energy gauge, and then being able to get those soaring shots on Mai and disrupting her mid combo too. This draft so far by BTK, I would say, is really excellent.
Oh yeah, and we're gonna see just how well. I'm very eager. Shark has been one of those players.
Kind of like
Xiao
Xiao.
A lot of the
That one
biggest,
mage, right?
a lot
XI.
of the
AO,
name
Xiao
stands.
Xiao.
Everybody knows who Zane is, but Shark, I want to say, has been
Who else
involved
has
in a
XI?
lot. He has always been such
Xiang
a
Yu?
competitive top
XI
tier player
ANG?
in North America, and especially in that roam position.
I'm learning,
and I'm very eager to
guys.
see where he goes here. On the side of AYLO Gaming,
He looks so nervous. I feel like he's just gonna start like sweating pools of water.
He was one of the mainstays I've seen in professional play, but I haven't seen him too much this season.
Yeah, Masashi definitely fell off a little bit, but is definitely very playable as well. He's often used as a counter pick to something like Ogren and healing heroes, but it looks like in this game they're just picking him as a pretty decent blind jungler here for the side of AYLO Gaming. The concert you picked, though, I would have to say is amazing against the Pei and the Byron. She's going to be able to side lane there against the Channel, against the Pei, against the Byron relatively safely there, and ensures that AYLO Gaming are not going to.
Bro, looking at the drafts, who do y'all think has a stronger lineup right now?
I'm actually a little worried.
Like, just looking at them.
4 of their 5 members possess an absurd amount of
Musashi.
CC. If one person gets caught
That
by one
is
bit
kinda
of
weird.
CC on the side of BTK, that is just a coma city for them. If the rest of the team is going to be able to kind of come in and join in on that, so they're going to have to be very careful about some of these plays.
I think BTK could have taken a page out of Twisted Minds book there, right, and pick up something like the Schwanza there to go ahead and counter out the dive.
Even the
on side
caster
AYLO
mentioned
Gaming.
that
All
too.
this AoE and the Liang Po,
That would have been so
and the
nice
Guan Yu, and
versus
the Mai. Something like the Schwanza there.
Yeah, they're comp.
will kind of like checkmate that composition there, being able to drop that multi cleanse on everyone there. I didn't quite catch what Shark.
Is it
picked up
Zhuangzi
there,
or
but I'll see here in a minute.
Shuangzi?
But, as you mentioned, Shark there is very pivotal for the
feel
side
like I'm
of
messing
BTK,
that up too.
so it is going to be very exciting to see how he plays that roam position in his first debut professional game.
I heard the whale has like a name. I don't remember that either.
The Zhongfei,
Oh, the Zhongfei, okay.
So
It's like a mascot or something of HOK apparently in China.
Which I like it.
That's just like what I've heard.
I like it that because it can kind of counter the dive composition that we have coming out from AYLO. It's just, is it going to be enough for the amount of CC that they have? And I'm very interested to see how this clicks off.
Getting banned out in every game he plays.
The first game.
Yeah, they really need to work on the hero
AYLO
pool.
Gaming.
Super interesting game here. We see Shark. We've seen all the Zhang Feis today. Every one of them seems like they're taking different common skills, right? Shark electing to take the stun here. We've seen Smite. We've seen heal. And this time we've seen common skill stun. I think it's going to be a little bit tough to pull off here against some of the CC characters on the side of AYLO Gaming. But definitely a cook nonetheless that I'm very excited for here. The game starts up. Pretty passive.
Yeah, somebody told me the name of the whale, but I really don't remember. Oh, yo,
well, this is exactly what we were talking
pick
about.
off?
They're going to keep on this pace very
Look
quickly.
at that!
Actually,
What is that?
He's going to have to use his flash to get himself
What a
out of
aura
harm's
flash
way. That's gonna be a
coming
spell
from
that they
Lee
might
and
not
Po
have
there.
for a little bit later.
I don't know if
I'm
y'all
not sure who
saw
ended
that,
up
but
getting that, jungle monster
Shark
there,
used
but
his
a good amount
stun,
of contention there. Great job on BTK to go ahead and rotate
and
not let
Lee
them
and Po
get
just
that
stood
for
there
free
for a
here.
second
Bringing
and then
flash
just
for Rambo
flashed
here.
away.
Relatively early. When you have these melee supports like Zhang Fei and Liang Po, there's not much you can really do until you get your ultimate. So
Bro was
since
like,
both
I am
sides
not
have a
getting picked
melee
off right
support,
now.
I don't think you're going to see too many kills come down here in the very early game.
Yeah, a little bit of respect coming in. Actually, as I say that, we got Lomax actually coming down to the bottom lane, looking for some type of action. Does get that push in there, but Shark in the way to provide that shield to Mobazane and keep him topped up underneath the tower.
Dang, Zane is
So
getting
far,
poked
BTK
out a
is holding their
lot.
own there. They did send the Pei up top to push that wave in, but I would say though, AYLO Gaming, they're not really falling very behind. When you have Masashi versus something like Pei, you are kind of projected to lose the early game, but AYLO Gaming is going even, if not slightly ahead in the early game versus BTK.
Dang,
Yeah,
he lost a little creep.
Honestly, I like the
Oh!
actually, big pop up here,
Oh
lands
my
out there. Here
gosh!
comes down, Musashi
BP1
finds
just
himself a kill
went
onto best
airborne
player,
and
1-0
just
in favor
disappeared
of AYLO
from
Gaming.
existence.
There's that crowd control you're mentioning there, Private. We see Musashi come in with the duel to the death, knocks up best player into the Mai combo, into the Guan Yu, and just like that, he's not able to really move and gets taken down.
Yeah, I mean, there's a Hoon laid down the board, but they're
getting
there's
poked
so
so much.
Look
Look at this.
You had best player
Boom.
in the bouncy house of doom there.
Bro went
About
flying.
3 or 4 times there.
Yeah, we were talking about ping pong earlier. That's definitely a ping pong I've ever seen.
Ping
It. Who
pong
there
is
did
crazy.
trap everyone in that box, but unfortunate thing was best player was trapped in there too with all that crowd control.
Hoon set him
We
up,
already
man.
see good going ahead and enforcing their will. They're going to go ahead and try to find themselves being
This
very
is
sneaky
deadly.
here.
This is very
Yo.
deadly. Ooh.
Yeah,
And
down goes
BP1
best
is
player
dead again.
2-0 for the side of AYLO Gaming.
4
BTK
members
trying
are
to turn this
here
thing
at the
around
red.
for them,
Guan
looking
Yu.
for an objective here.
Knocking
They can
around
kind of get
fried
into
chicken.
here. They do take that out, only lose a best player for that, but it looks like, I'm not sure if AYLO
That
Gaming
launch
was
is
actually
too
able to
high.
pick up
Right?
that golem.
That reminds me of like the
I'm not sure if they picked up
Alessio,
as well, but they
how
definitely picked up
Alessio
the
can
kill
have
on
fall
best player here.
damage.
And we're seeing
What if
AYLO
like
Gaming completely
he could have
shutting down
survived
the
if he
pay
didn't go
early.
that
This is not
high.
what you want to see if you're a BTK fan here. They're down 2,000 gold here, and they likely get outscaled
Yo.
potentially here. But they
Oh,
go ahead and
nice.
pick up a kill. Best player, he's on
He was
the
able
board
to
here,
get
picks up the
Consort
Consort
U.
in the farm lane, and it's looking like instead of opting to farm, he's choosing to play with his team a little bit more here. He does not want to get outnumbered.
No,
like
they
he
need to
has in the
play
past
more
2 deaths.
careful, man.
Yeah,
Best
very
player
interesting
one
here. You did see
especially,
that
he's
Lomax,
just too
kind of,
aggressive.
flashed in there, tried to find the
Look
pick
at that
up on
knock
the
up
there.
again.
Pick up
Oh
on
my
land immediately here,
gosh.
and that is going to be
He
best
is
player
flying. He's a
down
flying
again, 3-1,
tiger.
and this is kind of that double-edged sword of having a pay. Yeah, you have
What
a pay on your
is
team,
that?
but if
This
you
is-
start losing this
this is
early game, it is
mean.
very hard
This
for
is
you to
so
start picking up
mean.
those
Lee and
pieces
Po
and get
Guan
that
Yu.
momentum brought back up again.
And then the Mai.
Also, Pei is so squishy, and then the Musashi, you can't miss the duel to the death, right?
Bro,
it doesn't matter
best
how
player
much
one
mobility
can't
the
walk up
Pei has,
anymore.
you just go
Like,
ahead and
they're
lock
just
him
giving
down,
him
ultimate,
that
set up the Guan Yu,
ping
and
pong
they're able
treatment.
to constantly rinse and repeat and use that combo to take out best player one.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to say that the only
I feel
real,
bad for laughing, but like,
chance we're looking
it's
at
so
for here is
funny,
to hopefully have Mobazane kind of get farmed up.
Oh
and
no,
independently
Fried
speaking,
Chicken
which
caught
they
in a bad
land
spot here.
on.
3
I'm not even-
members. He's gonna be
I couldn't
falling
even
over
see
to
who that
Guan
was. It was
Yu.
Fried Chicken who got caught up in his own jungle. All I saw
Dude,
was
they
stunned
cannot
on the name, and
be
he was down
solo
for the
at
count.
all.
An immense amount of CC that we saw from the draft that BTK just does not have the answer for at this time.
And BTK is not keeping up with the tempo. While AYLO Gaming is sending 3 into the
I think
jungle
topside's
of
already gonna be
BTK, They're
gone.
not getting stuff somewhere else, but they're allowing this
Almost.
Musashi every single time he has that ultimate to use it on cooldown, lock someone down, and get a kill. And they're not getting something bottom. They're not getting a kill mid. They need a.
They probably
match
think,
the
oh,
tempo
'cause
of
it's
AYLO
meta
Gaming.
or
Don't let them
whatever,
single
but-
out people on their team to take out.
Yeah,
at
they
least
really
1v1
need more
fights.
of the
Yeah,
experience.
and I was gonna say, oh, we do see that.
Dang,
outfit
that
coming
is
out,
so much
from,
poke damage
Yu,
onto
and
Shark.
Does a catch.
There's
Mobazane
only so
with
much
a
he
little
can
far shot
tank.
there as well. Shark's gonna have to go ahead, find himself a quick ride home. But I was gonna say,
Yo!
maybe,
What a
and
flash!
Shark got caught out
Oh,
in the
there
bush,
from
taken down as
Mai.
another
Able
kill
to take
for
out
AYLO
Shark.
Gaming. 5-1.
Crazy.
BTK is feeling
Big
the
knock up
pressure
onto
here.
Zane.
Another pop-up there onto
Guan Yu
Mobazane.
coming from
Might be on the
behind is not
wrong
able to
side
connect to
of Doxa
Zane.
there, especially on a Guan
But
Yu
that
with
is
all
a
the
bot
pushing
side
there.
turret
Musashi
going
finds himself
down
another
from
kill
BTK.
off screen up at the top lane, and that is going to be a tier 1
Best player
tower
one
in
went
the clash
to
lane,
push the
going
mid lane,
over
but
to
I mean,
AYLO
it's not
Gaming.
enough. He's not gonna be able to
AYLO
like
Games get a lot
push
of kills,
that
but
turret by
they are
himself
up
again.
gold,
I think he
3,000
learned
gold, but
from the
they're
last
not
2
up an immense
times.
amount of gold.
Getting
BTK,
thrown into the air.
They do have a chance in these fights here, but they do need to play a little bit more proactive here instead of being reactive, because it's really hard to react to the Musashi ultimates and the Guan Yus. There's just not enough time, right? And we see,
Like I said, they're
Doxa
always
moving
just
throughout the
playing
map
like
and
for
applying a lot of
fights.
pressure, whereas
They
Fried Chicken's
are
kinda
just
stuck
throwing
in that
turrets
clash
away
lane.
top side is gone, bot side is gone. It's like, bro, you guys need to focus on objectives. Get a dragon or something. Steal some jungle. Steal a turret. Like this right here, they have vision on 3 of the members. 4 of the members. And nobody's going to push. Wow, 3 members. Crowd controlled by Guan Yu. They're still fighting. Biron getting the shot down on Musashi. Leopold. Is he going to be able to get away? He is not. Double kill going over to fight Chicken. This entire time, bro, somebody could have taken the bot side turret at least. But no, look, they're all just crunched in the mid lane. I mean, they can take the mid, right? But nobody's going to push top or bot.
They're catching back up in the gold. They're only down 2,000 gold now. Masashi getting taken out. And
at least they're able to make a little bit of a difference now. They're able to get those big ops.
He has 4.9k gold. He is still pretty behind compared to Consort U, but once they get a few more of these shutdowns and the gold starts going in the way of BTK like we've seen in this last fight, they can definitely catch up.
Yeah, and this is something I've seen before from them too. Is
man, they really need to manage their waves so much better.
A decent amount when it comes to the laning phase. I wouldn't be comfortable with that, but then
look at that. Now that they Musashi TP down to the bot side, they're gonna be able to take that turn. I think. They already have vision here. They're setting up maybe an ambush if somebody walks in. Look at that. They were able to poke down fight a little bit. They didn't take the turret down. Oh! Guan Yu! He had his sight set on Shark, pushed him in, but wasn't enough. Shark was able to get away, but Yixing used his ultimate there. Who not having the ultimate is not good, especially if they try to push for a fight here. Fight Chicken had to burn his flash. Oh my gosh! Zayn! He got pushed around like a pinata by Guan Yu. Bro popped.
Yeah, he was looking for a good position to try to support his teammate from the side there, and unfortunately Doxal was right there.
At this time, BTK lost, what, 2 turrets? 1 turret? They're gonna lose an objective, and they lost one of their teammates, bro. That's not good.
Enough to be that threat that he needs to be just yet. We've seen some sparks of hope. Some of the team fighting.
Look at the gold gap too.
In favor of BTK, but unfortunately, when it comes to getting caught out, when it comes to some of these laning pops, BTK is having trouble. There's so much CC on the side of AYLO.
Absolutely, and Doxa on that Guan Yu has just been so impactful, kind of like a secondary jungler for AYLO Gaming, always comboing up with the Musashi. We see Shark here.
Dragons are up. They should at least go clear top and push towards purple.
On Shark here, they get
but they wanna. Look at that. Shark is getting pushed.
All 5 members of BTK are here. This could be the fight if they set it up right, though.
Oh no.
Best player getting dropped really
low.
low.
No. Musashi went straight for Zayn. Shark is down. Boon is dead. Double kill going over to Consort U. That is not worth it, bro. That is not worth it. 3 kills? They still get the dragon and they get a second turret in mid.
Or just basically allow those members to be killed.
They should have split up, gonna push top, maybe BP1 go to purple, while Shark is giving vision on yellow.
Ambush them and it hit a little bit too hard as
they're just like all over the place, man.
Here. Now the gold lead is starting to get to that point where
like they're gonna walk into this. No way. Guan Yu, he hit 4 of them, but he is gonna die. And there goes down Shark. He was checking the bush, but he was not taking enough to go through that.
Yeah, unfortunately Shark, I mean, you're at a point where Shark should be tanky, but I mean, with how well AYLO Gaming is doing, there's too much damage, there's too much CC. Shark can't even do his job. He wants to be able to check these bushes, he wants to be able to clear for his teammate, but if he checks the wrong bush, I mean, you've got the whole of AYLO Gaming coming in at you.
Look at that, they can't even defend their turrets anymore.
Shark didn't quite have unbridled
I swear, earlier, if they would have been able to split and at least take bot side and mid side, they would have been able to open the map a little more for their side, but nah, they just want to stress us out for more,
they're a bit behind right now. They're a bit desperate. They need to make some plays here to come back in this game.
Stressing me out, bro.
Yeah, and I mean,
like,
you
focus
kind of
your lanes,
sitting in the base, kind of,
focus your
minions
minions.
For that final choke to come through as they kind of close in around you, trying to do something.
They just want to fight, but that's just not how it works in HOK. Giving objectives, giving turrets.
Right now, I think we're looking at about 7K.
You're basically drowning your side. You're drowning your team when you do that.
I mean, man, the writing is on
Look
the
at
wall right now.
look at bot side. That turret's getting pushed by minions while they're all in top side. There's nobody there.
These overlords here are gonna
Now
start
they're
pushing into
moving.
base, and they're gonna get to that point where they're not gonna be able to leave base here. And also their scaling is not the best.
They can't
Kay's gonna
defend it
fall off
anymore.
around about now. Byron's starting to fall off. They need to make something happen right now.
Look at that, high ground tower's gone.
Yeah, and as you can see there, big pop-up lands. They do take down one high ground tower at the top now, surgically moving onto the next
And
one.
BP1's down. Here comes
the
Yixing. Oh, 3 set by Lee and Poe. Hoon able to get away. Is he able to get him? He's able to take Guan Yu, but it's just Hoon by himself. I don't think he's gonna be able to solo defend this. No, he's not. He jumped right onto him. His passive has been popped, but it's done. That's game 1 going over to AYLO Gaming.
Straight into the base there, using protective winds to immune Pei's whole combo. This game, best player won. Didn't really have much room to move there. He was playing against 2 junglers. It felt like the Guan Yu and the Masashi, and then his target.
Oh, this is making me mad.
Like the concert Pei doesn't do anything against here. So really tough game for BTK to go ahead and come back.
Number 1 rule.
Yeah, I felt like we stacked the
Push your lanes.
with that draft if we were BTK. I mean,
Literally the simplest thing in the game. Push your lane.
You saw it right from the beginning. The first 3
Push
picks,
the
just
turrets.
An amount of
Push
CC
something,
out there.
bro.
And especially some amount of CC to pick a hero like Pei into, where, I mean, the moment somebody catches you, he's not even the tankiest hero in the first place. One person catches him and it's pretty much game over.
I feel like they're just way too nervous.
Right from the beginning,
and BP1 again, he's putting himself in bad spots, and then one of his teammates is getting caught out too because of it.
Crucial to AYLO's victory there, as I mentioned before, he was the secondary jungler. He was everywhere around the map. He would just shove the wave against Fried Chicken, force him to stay in clash, while him and Masashi went around and kept killing best player on cooldown there. So they need to go ahead
I
and
feel like
figure
they're
out
just practicing
some way
or
to
something.
match that clash lane here. Either give
No,
Chicken
like,
a little bit of
bro,
priority
pick
so he
something you
move
can
around the
play,
map and
especially
such.
in this
But,
tournament.
if it plays out the same way, it's not going to be good. They were just stuck 4v5 throughout most of the game here, while Chicken was playing, you know, defense in the clash lane.
The only saving grace I kind of have when it comes to this game is possibly the fact that we went ahead and we burned out a
Luna?
whole lot of CC
Are you serious,
in that
man?
first draft. I mean, you've still
That
got,
is
I believe
insane.
we still got Liang left
Actually
out there
insane.
for them. But I mean, there's a lot that CC that they won't have as a possibility for the second draft. Here, we're gonna need to see some changes from BTK. I mean, this is a team we're talking about. It's been a few months that they've been here. They're still learning, still trying to gather, still trying
They
to learn.
really
the
need to
ins and
play
outs of all the
around
heroes
objectives and
what
lane
they need to be
pushing,
doing
bro.
throughout here.
This is
There were
not
some of
like
those glimmers
ML
of
where you
hope
can
we
just
saw.
rush in and fight and
We
kill
talked about
everybody
it.
and then
Zane was
just
able
end
to
the
get
game.
farmed up, getting a few kills under his
You
belt.
gotta get a
Unfortunately, by the
dragon.
time he was able to get
At
those
least
power
steal
spikes,
jungle,
it was just
steal
too far
turrets
gone.
when
AYLO Gaming, like,
they
just already had
have
such a
vision
commanding lead.
of the
They
enemies
were
on the
able to get
other
those kills,
side
but
of the
they just
map.
weren't able to take advantage of it to kind of start going back through their jungle.
Bro, I'm not even a
There-
pro player and I know that.
I feel for him because, I mean, a lot
Like,
of
come
people,
on.
as the jungler, there's a lot of
Come
pressure
on,
you,
guys.
but what was he supposed to do with that much CC on the enemy team?
Absolutely there. And I think another pivotal thing is that the Guan Yu is now removed. There's not many Clash laners that play in the style of Guan Yu, right?
I feel like
They would've
Shark
roamed throughout the map
couldn't even
and
do much
applied,
here
like,
either.
So much like guerrilla
Even though he was
tactics
like
pressure, you know,
tanky, he was
randomly
just
showing up
getting
mid, randomly showing
bursted
up
out
bottom. So
by
going
all
into
the
game
crowd
2 here,
control
we should
too.
expect a little bit more of a traditional Clash lane for both sides here, which could
I wonder
play
if it
in
would have been
BTK's
different
favor
with
there, 'cause
the
as we see Fried Chicken, he kinda
Zhuangzi
would've played
pick.
more the traditional 1v1 in the Clash lane, but he never really got that opportunity, right? right? Guan Yu is just going all throughout the map with the Masashi and applying pressure everywhere else. But now that that pick has gone ahead and been removed, there's not too many other picks that can apply that same level of pressure. If I was BTK, I would think about removing the other picks that could do
macro
like
problems.
That. Maybe remove another high mobility clash laner in something like the Charlotte, so they're able to.
That's what like
that 1v1
really stressed me the last time I watched BTK play versus LM. It's because of those macro problems.
Great draft from them. I could tell right from the beginning. They were able to isolate down the Yuan with a ban. They'd pick up the Mei, and I want to say just had mixed in here with the Guan Yu, mixed in with the Lian Po. Just a great composition for them, and to the detriment of a BTK.
Absolutely. That Masashi, the first time we saw it here in the Kings Major West League, and it did great there. Did a great job of locking down the pay. It seems like that is why they ended up picking the Masashi there. It's used as usually a counter to Ogren, but it could also be used as a counter to high mobility heroes, right? Like the pay does not matter how many times you dash. Once he locks onto you with that duel to the death, you're gonna get knocked up, and that enables Guan Yu to go ahead and set up and push him away. Or
he's still the Masashi dealt less damage than Mai
by the duel to the death
and Masashi.
Enhanced skill 1 was enough to take out the Pei. Pei is, as you mentioned, a relatively squishy hero.
Yeah, and that's the
he
thing
needs
too.
To play early.
There were just so many answers, even if it wasn't the duel to the death. You had the tremor.
Bro, at this point, they need to play something
you had the cavalry coming,
that can push minions and turrets.
From
not just sit in fights and die.
It's just, yeah, there was just so much CC there that.
Oh, thank you for the sub, bro.
Pretty much game over.
Appreciate you.
Right there, I mean, all AYLO
it's like they just BTK just wants to fight and fight and fight, and then they die, and then they're like, oh.
Before we even started fighting, probably before we got our ultimates.
I really thought they were gonna do better.
Yeah, very dominating game by AYLO.
Yeah, I had high hopes. I don't know, maybe they can turn it around next game. We don't know. BTK has always been known for like surprises, but
you cannot allow
let's see if they can do that in HOK.
To just, you know, get
they need to really like focus up, have a plan,
in another lane, not apply pressure,
not just let best player 1 go in and die.
Against them.
They need to stick together or split up.
Definitely gonna be really tough
and push.
Yeah, and then the more and more I think about it, I mean,
even
especially when it comes to
like one of them breaks off to go push,
I've been
that can break up the enemy team to go after one of them, and not all of them just die, you know.
I've been able to pick up there. Take a look at the
then again, this is like professional, so
on the Guan Yu, you were talking about
these other teams don't really make these big of mistakes.
BTK did a great job, 2, 3, and 10 here. The damage is really interesting. Like we said, he's not really known to be the big damage. You want to get a lot of those tanky items on him, but he's what sets the tone. He's what sets up your team, and a great initiator from them. We're going to be seeing here, oh man, this is the first thing, just how easily they were able to kind of hunt down best player.
Bro, that Mai was crazy though. Like the way he was able to just flash ult through the wall and kill Shark, who was recalling in the bush, just when the consort used their skill.
They were all over.
That was really nice. And Guan Yu too.
Absolutely, and this
such a crazy pick right now to come in for the back line.
Consider a relatively low damage composition. Masashi, Guan Yu Clash, these are not, you know, Liang Po, Rome as well too. These are not high damage heroes, but if you're able to get ahead, which they were, they had that gold lead, they had that item advantage, and it made it like kind of sync up perfectly where they have just enough damage to take out their targets before they can really react.
Yeah, and I mean, here, Hoon just getting run down and hunted, and here was possibly, I believe this was one of the last fights here as they surgically moved
and
from
also because there's going to be like a voting thing for another invite to like the big tournament. I don't remember which one it is. The other tournament that like the winner of this one qualifies you for. There's going to be a voting thing, so like if a lot of people vote for BTK, they'll probably be able to go
in there with
into
you.
there
You were
too.
trapped in there with them a lot of the times. There, they were just so ahead, and they have these meatballs. You know, they have Liang Po, Guan Yu, Masashi. These are characters that do not go down easy. You trap them, and they're
I
like,
feel like that would have
okay,
helped so much
what?
to
We'll just
stop
fight you in the board,
like
and that's what
best
they did
player
every
one from
single
getting
time.
king
They fought him
ponged in the
board
mid
there,
lane
and then
3 times in a
alongside BTK
row.
with characters like the Pei. He does not want to be locked in a cage with a Masashi, a Guan Yu, a Liang Po. But that's what we kept seeing happen there. But all right, that is match 1 here. We're going to have a little bit of a break before match 2 here as both teams get ready for the potential final game here if BTK does not lock in.
Well, BTK brings like a good amount of viewership in global, so it like really helps their matches or whatever, their streams. But man, they're already at match point. AYLO Gaming. So a couple minutes, guys, and then we'll see game 2. I might get some agua water. Yeah, after this, I'm probably just gonna go rank. I'm already mad. Might as well just go rank. Get more mad. Did I get the new Shangwon skin? Not yet. I'm gonna try
Ladies and
to.
gentlemen, welcome back to the Kings Major.
And then I'm
West.
definitely gonna spam Shangwon.
We are wrapping up a day 1 with the final series of the night, and it has proven to be a banger. AYLO has taken it to BTK and are up by 1 point, and many fans wondering what can BTK do to bring this back around.
Absolutely. AYLO Gaming with a very dominant performance there in game 1. We saw the graphs. It was all blue. They were almost never behind throughout that game there. And I think a big point we can go ahead and touch on here was what happened in that clash lane. BTK drafted around the Pei, around the Byron, which is supposed to win early game and get that priority. But they were not able to get that priority in the clash lane, which made it so that Fried Chicken was kind of stuck up there, right? Where Doxa was roaming all throughout the map with Masashi. Going forward,
right.
now that
Please,
combo is a little bit off
BTK,
the table here. They don't have to
please.
deal with, you know, one of the
Please,
more
please,
mobile
please
Clash
focus your lanes and push minions and turrets so you can get some gold and not die a billion times. That would be fantastic.
A lot more success in this match too here.
Moon, do you remember me?
I
saw you in the last stream.
Like 4 minutes pushing into a tower when they have that.
I think you were saying something about me feeding.
Or
no, I was losing. Which is
kind
of common for me. But
yeah. For a while, like we said, BTK.
Remember you were in the chat.
Exactly veterans of this game, so there's a little the things that they still need to pick up. Maybe though it's a little something to kind of go back to the drawing board, understand, and
you did a ×10 in the manga event.
Here.
And you got Luban. Wow.
That much CC on your team again.
500 tokens wasted, dude.
Off the board with this global ban, but still,
man, that sucks.
Some things that need to be fixed on the BTK side if they want to be successful.
Absolutely. AYLO Gaming being a little bit more of the experienced team, they drafted a composition that, you know, was a bit more rotation heavy, right? That probably plays to the weakness of BTK. They don't have as much experience in this game, so they might not know all the rotations and such here. So really smart composition from the side of AYLO Gaming, and I would like to see if BTK can go ahead and adapt to that.
What will Flight use next? I wonder if he's gonna go for like
right? The bread and butter, the team fights.
Mayeen, there's
like
Dharma.
Some of the more
I think they can still pick Guan Yu.
That AYLO Gaming could pick
There's some good heroes still
but thankfully they don't
that
have to
Fight can pick.
It has been a night full of clean sweeps here, but it is on
Charlotte,
BTK
yeah,
whether we see
that's
our first series go.
I mean, it all depends on
we'll find out
what they ban or not.
Game point for AYLO Gaming. BTK are going to need to pull out some stops, get some of those priority picks that they like. This is something I've been talking about before, is that there are some great picks that I do like that BTK is comfortable on, that they can do very well on. But likewise, I don't know if that same skill level extends, how deep it extends into the hero pool, as there's only so much you can do in a few months in this game. We'll see what they can, if they have any surprises for us here.
Absolutely. I like the draft from BTK last game a lot. Sure, they were against a lot of crowd control, right? But that was a very textbook draft. But the thing is about that draft,
yeah,
we'll see. The execution
Let's see how this drafting goes. You know what? Can't be bad, as bad as LM Club Pick and Show You though.
There, right? And you're applying the appropriate amounts of pressure here.
Like,
maybe
please, as long as they don't pick something like that.
A little bit more, you know, tried and true to their players. They're a little bit more used to, where the execution is a little bit simpler. Something like we've seen earlier, the Liang, the Princess Frost, right? These kind of synergistic combos that are a bit easier to pull off as well.
Yeah, there's some picks that we were kind of questioning too as well. What the priority would be for BTK. How is Zane's Arlie? Well, I guess it doesn't matter anymore because it's taken off the board. And is that something that they would be seeing as banning? Dharma taken off the board here as well. And I like that you bring up too, some compositions, while they can be successful, there is those little nuances that come into the execution of it that make them successful, that maybe BTK is not really on board with just yet. Maybe the answer is to kind of simplify down the compositions a little bit.
Is he really picking his nose?
Very easy hero to play, very easy to kind of get that lockout on people. And
the second I looked away, I look up to see that in the chat.
Absolutely, and it's not easy in the sense that these players, you know, cannot mechanically play them. It's such that their game plan is a lot more streamlined.
Little
right?
command for me.
Condition
you want to know some info about me?
You just go ahead and group up with him. He grabs someone, and then you guys all attack the grab target. But when we pick compositions like the Pei, the Byron, we're forced into situations where we have to go ahead and invade early game and win this and win that. And because of that, it might kind of, you know, attack a little bit of their inexperience there, having to have to know all these invades and these timers to go ahead and group up and do.
Oh man, picking up one of my favorite heroes is AYLO, that Nua pickup, not the greatest when it comes to that early game, but when you come to that mid and late game, the amount of damage that she's able to dish out is immense. So kind of looking, I want to say the AYLO's kind of looking.
Everyone's going to beat us.
The later it gets, the more stronger they're going to be. BTK,
Best player one
like
took his Menki.
More comfortable. Best player, I want to say
thank you
Menki,
for your
probably
husband's
one of his
service.
brand players.
Oh,
He does
thank you, bro.
like that pickup. Hoon, especially on the
You were stationed in Afghanistan.
So I want to say a little bit
oh,
more
thank you for your
comfort
service
here for
too, man.
BTK.
Absolutely.
Must have been crazy
and
out there
AYLO
in the
knows
desert.
something we don't about the Huon here as they go ahead and pick it up. They did ban it out last game. They're not able to ban it out
Those are
this
some
game, so Huon goes and locks it in. That could be
scary
the roam
places
position,
to
that
go
could be
to,
the mid
man.
position. But AYLO, once again, showing their knowledge of the game, I like to say, right? They picked a Nua, and while Nua's kind of fallen off a little
BTK
bit,
is
it's
gonna lose
still a
for
great
sure.
carry mage in the mid lane there. And Nua, not many people think about too much, has a great matchup against Long. A lot of times
Well,
you see Long get away
we've
with
got
like
best
1
player
HP,
one on
right?
Menki.
Can't really
That's like
happen in the face
one of
Nua,
his
as
main
it's
mains
telegraphed where
alongside
you're gonna land,
Ogren.
and Nua is just gonna put an annihilation right
Who
on that
Yuan?
location and take you out.
Yeah, and so that'll be very interesting to see how well these kind of it's just they pick up the pay here. It's almost like they're like, we'll show you how this pick works here in the early game.
Must have been crazy out there. Seen some things you don't want to see.
Too, especially a pay,
hope you all right now though.
Menki, especially if we're
But
going
I know
with
that
a
stuff's
tank
gonna like
Menki, that's a pretty slow,
stay in the back
it's
of your
got a pretty
mind
slow
forever.
journey around
Just
the
gotta be
jungle,
positive.
especially taking on something
Look
like
to
a
the
Pei,
good
who
side of
pretty much
life.
works his way with a blinding speed.
I'm surprised the Menki and Yuan got kind of picked up.
Yeah, that's
first location
understandable.
there. We
Some
were
crazy
mentioning that
stuff
something
going
like
on
maybe
over there.
The Yang can get locked in.
But
We know Hoon plays a little
least
bit
you made a
of
home
Gan
safe,
and Mo
right?
as well too. Maybe they can lock in something like the Gan and Mo and the Liang, and that's that follows that kind of streamlined
Hopefully
game
things
plan
get
we're
better.
talking about here. Whereas now BTK's composition is
What is
little
this?
bit all over the place. I think individually all the
Xiao
heroes
Xiao?
are okay, but they don't have that much synergy together.
Am I tripping?
We see the Fati
Did they
getting
really
picked
pick
up here for the
Xiao
first
Xiao?
time, and then the Xiao Xiao being locked in for Hoon in the mid lane.
Yeah, the synergy might not be there. I'm just trying to read it out. I feel like we went with comfort, something that we like to play.
Absolutely.
But does it meld well together as the team? We went for comfort, and maybe, I mean, I've seen this before too, and this is something that I didn't bring up before, but BTK is kind of, they have the ability to get so good on certain heroes that it's something that can be unexpected. But at this level right now, I guess we're about to find out if it's something that they can
looking
kind
at
of
these
force,
drafts,
force into a
it's the better draft here.
Absolutely here.
I don't know, that Xiao Xiao pick keeps reminding me of the show you pick in LM Club.
The craziest against BTK.
Bro,
Xiao Xiao has a great
I don't know
matchup
about
against Futsu
this.
as well as Yuan, because they're both able to, you know, turn on that ultimate and then either use Splendor or Yuan using Unending Sorrow to kind of avoid Futsu when they are trapped in by him there. But mainly, I think this Futsu pick is going to be trying to match Fried Chicken's side laning here, as he picks a bit more of an aggressive tower pushing hero here. Last game, we noticed him on the Byron, had a lot of free time in that Clash lane, but Byron's not particularly known for his pushing ability. This time, he picks up the Fati, a bit better at pushing down those towers if they leave him alone.
Yeah, and not just that, but it's some security in the late game. When you get Fati in the late
Mosey stun and GG's.
Unstoppable.
Yep,
and maybe
can
that's
feel
something
it,
that they're
bro.
kind of looking for, especially because
Feel
they
it
have
in
that
my
security
pinky
on the
toes
side
that
of
this
AYLO
is not
Gaming
gonna
in
be
the form
good.
of Anua, who's just gonna scales crazily with the
I
amount
don't
of
know,
damage that they're gonna be able to output.
Might be able to turn it around.
Yeah, I'm definitely
But
watching out for the Futsu and Nua combinations. Your Futsu being able
we'll
to lock
see.
someone in makes
Are
it
they
so that
gonna be able
Nua
to push
cannot
their
miss that
lanes and
annihilation,
focus their
right? So whoever
turrets?
gets trapped up is in a world of hurt. I do think though the composition from side BTK, they do have characters like the Xiao Xiao that can itemize into the Splendor, right? They have the Huan, which is able to go untangible there and dodge that out. But anyone else like Fried Chicken or Zane, if they get caught out by that combo, could be in a world of trouble here. And here's a look at that Pei early game we're mentioning here. He starts up in the Clash lane, does a bit of a cheese here, and look at that, instantly shoves down the lane, gets that priority over for the side.
Hey, he got
of,
poked down
Boxer
pretty
there.
good up there. The Mayan.
Yeah, so now they're going to be able to go ahead and kind
the
of
Nuwa
rotate
took some
a little
flight
quicker
there.
Shark takes a heap of damage here. Another thing too is having Robo Alma on this mode, so you're going to have a decent
The T
amount
should
of,
be fine versus Fuzi. Yeah, hopefully. I think Fight will be alright.
The combos coming there. That's going to force Shark back to base.
Yeah, this Xiao Xiao, literally out of all the mages, in this game,
later on, and currently in
let's
the early
pick
game,
Xiao
it's really frustrating to play against
Like,
that
really,
Motu,
bro?
landing those cannon blasts, stunning you,
Well,
and
they
getting
can always
vision,
prove us wrong. We'll
against your
see.
side here.
Yeah, and that was the thing I was gonna say is like the amount of range that they have on the side of AYLO Gaming's really going to be something to contend with, especially here in the early game. It's just so annoying. The amount of stun is how far back he can be, landing those cannon blasts on you, stunning you, you're taking damage, and then by that time you're not able to kind of get into these fights that you want. 3 people lined up at a mid around Hoon and pushing his wave.
Absolutely, we see
Losing
best player here
gold
going ahead and
lane.
taking the teleport
I
back,
just realized
helping out
that.
Fried Chicken a little bit here. Doxa
I was like,
setting
wait
up
a minute,
bit
they
of
have a
freeze
Mayin
there
though.
against Fried Chicken.
Or Mayene, I don't know how to say her name.
Once
Mayin.
again, they're comboing together. We see the synergy
Who's
between
in gold
Doxa
lane?
and his jungler here.
I
They
feel like
always
that's
play
so
together,
disrespectful.
And they're able to clear the map relatively quickly. I will say though, BTK is not falling very behind, even though they are against the pay. So maybe teams are figuring out how to deal with the pay early game.
Yeah, I do want to say a lot of CC kind of landing there. My big turn is going to be how we handle some of these first objectives when we get there. Still got about a minute and a half before the Tyrants and the Overlord kind of spawn. Ooh, as I say that, Shark actually might have been caught a little bit.
Oh yeah, the
Trying to
Marco
take a little bit
Clash.
of a-
I have
They
seen
do
that a lot.
engage onto him. Cannon blast
Most of
lands,
the
and
time,
Hoon and Mobazane right there for
like,
the support.
the ones I had were bad
Flash
though.
ultimate coming out from the
But there was like those few that knew how to play Marco Clash that actually did so well.
Ready to use that ultimate himself and go ahead and zone them away from there. So Flash being blown by Futsu there without much to gain
Bro,
from
not the Yell class. Comment.
That kind of
Gonna make Nightshade mad.
for BTK, so that they know they have something that is down. Can they turn this to their advantage? And speaking of which, Shark actually pokes himself into a bush, gets caught by Robo Alma in there too. Lomax too as well on the side there for the support, and a little bit of a push here from best player and Hoon in mid.
Yeah, while we... Oh, here we go. Another ultimate coming out here, and Mobazane
Oh.
is in trouble as he's trapped between 2 boxes. But that just shows you why Long is so consistent. He
Oh
got
my
ulted by
gosh, he almost
Motsu
died to
and
the new wall
Futsu,
snipe.
And he actually ends up surviving.
Oh,
Wow.
we do have the meteor shower come out there from Hoon. Best player dives back into the deep lines, but they expel out those flashes to get away, and no worse for wear is a low game.
Man,
Really?
the chubby Mankey.
Even early game here, I have to say both teams are 0-0 and the gold is neck and neck. This first Tyrant fight is gonna probably set the pace of the game here. AYLO trying to take it down here, but best player is right there. This might come down to a slight fight. Dream Roam comes out onto Pei, lands, and Pei is forced to run away here. Tyrant is at half HP as the fight continues.
Oh, AYLO Gaming is actually forced to back a bit there. They take a loss there, and that's going to open it up for BTK to catch this first objective. Very careful in the early game, but BTK narrowly edging their way forward with a good kill there to line up.
I don't know, I feel like...
early game.
Yeah, that was a great
I
play
feel
by
like,
Best Player, identifying that while the Pei is strong in the early game here, he can't quite
What's it
win
called?
and
They're doing a little better.
Fight versus the monkey there.
Hey,
So
look, they were
lands
able
that
to
Dream
take a
Roam onto him
turn,
there, forcing him
guys.
to back away,
I'm so
and that
proud.
allows BTK the positioning
So
to go ahead and set up
proud.
for that Tyrant, and Futsu gets taken out along with it as well.
Yeah, not just with the Tyrant though. They
Oh,
use that
top
momentum
side,
to go ahead,
like,
secure
2 BTK
themselves
members on
a
my
tower
in.
here at the bottom. The momentum starting
She
to shift
almost got
into
caught out.
BTK's favor here.
We're starting to see now that this game's a little bit more traditional, right? Everyone's kind of stuck in their lanes.
But you know,
the
this is
gameplay
this
that
is
BTK
best
kinda
player one's
used
like
to. They were
comfort
not
pick,
ready
the
for
Mankey,
kind of
because
the
he is like
rotations and the
tanky enough
roles
to
that
just
last
dive
game
in
had, but now
and
that
start
it is a
and
more
engage
standardized
and be able
traditional
to,
game,
you
they
know,
know
get
what
some
to do.
kills.
They're playing their
So
lanes
that's
right,
like
and they're up
better
1.5K
suited for
gold
his
here.
play style.
So they just need to kind of keep it up, keep that momentum with them. We were talking before when it comes to a lot of new teams, they're able to get some of the kills, but they're not able to answer back by getting some of those
And fight on his best hero. I feel like they're a little bit more in their comfort zone now.
Keeping up that front line to kind of offset some of those cannon blasts as well.
They lost topside turret. You know, fights 1v2 right now. Look at that, he's going in.
A lot of that gold is on to Hoon here on the Xiao Xiao. He's up 1,000 gold.
He's able to clear the wave.
As well as Zane. So the carries on the side of BTK are properly farmed up here, and they are gonna be, you know, carrying the side of BTK, and they have a lot of responsibility on their hands.
Were they good in ML? They placed third in Worlds at one point, so they were good. But you know, the thing is, ML's a lot easier compared to HOK, so they're definitely like struggling now. Look at that Fuzi! He knows they're ignoring this tower, so he's just gonna take that.
Great job hacking away at this bottom tower. Doesn't look like Fly Chicken's gonna be able to save it here. Oh, we do have that Dream Room coming in there. It's gonna pop up you. Is it gonna be enough? We do have the Meteor Storm, but it is not gonna be enough. You gets taken down in the backside. 3-1.
No, bro, the counter engage is here. 3 members onto best player 1. They're going after Fried Chicken now, slowing him down, and he's gonna get taken out by Mosey.
And the rest of the team finishes him off.
I think they were defending the mid lane turret there, but and already 4 members here now with the red buff. I don't think they should fight or contest that at all, but Hoon getting cut out, having to pop that U1 ultimate there.
And Hoon is doing a lot of damage on that.
Getting knocked around by the new blocks.
Yeah, he's doing great as far as the gold keep up there, being able to get some of those kills. He's got a decent amount of damage. He's becoming a real threat when it comes to this team right now, sitting at 4-2 in favor of BTK.
Now, if we look at the map, bro, their top and bottom are gone, but they were able to take top, mid, and bottom away from
like a relatively low
the enemies here.
But he's able to
forget their name already.
He's joining these fights. He's DPSing down the Futsu every chance he gets.
AYLO Gaming.
He is so far flawless as he's 1-0-3 and perfect kill participation.
Yeah, we're moving into the 8-minute mark. 4-2 in favor of BTK. Only about a little under a 2K gold lead.
Yeah, they really need to push
out of the woods for BTK. Yet there's still a lot of room for AYLO Gaming to turn this around. Best player doing his best, keeping his.
Somebody vision the bush. Vision the bush, bro.
A lot of the damage. Tank
look,
a lot of
look at
those
this
cannon blasts as well.
Okay. I was gonna say, if he didn't check that bush, Mayin would have gotten Xiao Xiao right there.
And the side of AYLO Gaming scales deceptively well.
Fighting over Tyrant. Nice.
Here, so it's not gonna be wow. Best player was that a critical steal?
Got the good smite there.
Yeah, right in his face. He said, oh, I'm sorry, did you want this? I'm going to go ahead and snatch that away from you. So, another objective there.
Look at Fuzi's placement.
BTK starting to get in the heads of their opponents. But you can see here, moving through the very smoothly. Shark on the
they're
side.
They're able to just take turrets so fast because BTK is just neglecting them. They're so centered around team fighting and not pushing.
Absolutely, we haven't seen much of Fried Chicken so far this game yet, but he's scaling up now. That Fati is a
look at the way AYLO is on the map right now, how split up they are. Only Fried
Similarly, Futsu
and
is also as strong late game, so I would like to see one of those
Zane
clashes come out
are
kind of
looking at their lanes. But Zane can't really just go out by himself.
We see Hoon pick up the Void Staff. He's just so accelerated into his build here, Hoon. He needs to be able to get into these fights and land those combos, and no one on the side of AYLO Gaming can really survive them.
Yeah, and that's the one thing I'm kind of looking for as we move into the later game. We're talking about Futsi, we're talking about Fatih,
they're probably just going to push that top side turret now. That's going to be another turret gone if White can't defend it.
But we haven't really seen too much.
There's my Yini 2 camping in the bottom.
In command on the battlefield, be able to kind of be that menace anywhere.
Might be able to come from behind, actually. Look at that. He's moving from behind.
Where she's able to kind of start spamming
there she goes, able to get 2.
Start setting the tone here.
But best player one responding. He's gonna get away 1 HP. Mosey not gonna be able to get out in time. Fuzi taken out by best player one. This opens up the room now for BTK to get the Tyrant.
BTK is on fire this game. So
my bad, guys, if I'm like kind of casting over the casters. It's just like how my brain works sometimes. I kind of like to say what they're doing out in the open. Yo, Hoon. I mean, Shark, bro. Yo, they got the pick on Pay. That was nice. That was nice. I mean, they almost lost Shark to that, but at least they got the pick. They did not get the tower though. Miwa TP is not gonna be able to catch Shark though. Bro, they could have taken mid. He could have taken mid. Wow. All right.
Absolutely up 5,000 gold and 6 kills, and if it keeps going this way, they are projected.
They did scrim a lot, but we don't know like how those scrims went. We don't know if they were like wins or losses. So.
Best players just
no
so
idea.
Tanky on that monkey. They're eating all of those cannon blasts. And
yeah, they are afraid to split up. Look at the Fuzi already going for the high ground turret in the bot side, but Fried Chicken having the map installed, able to go and clear that line. Fuzi might have his side set though by either taking the bot side or the mid again, because look at the position of BTK now in the top side. There's 4 members there pushing that tier 2 turret, but Pei and Fuzi, they're trying to push that mid lane, but not gonna get it.
Mayin in a bit of a tricky situation. They're trying to look for a catch here, as the side of BTK do not really know where they're at. They're taking the overlord.
Bro, and this is splitting Flood from the team who just have to stay back and defend.
As they go ahead and smite away. Best player is just so good at smiting this game, stealing everything away from the side of AYLO Gaming and securing these objectives.
Bro, they really need to clear the. They need to clear the lanes.
Yeah, even and that's kind of the really
who's top? Nobody's top.
They have the lead, and every
somebody go, bro. Nah, the minion's just gonna sneeze on that turret. It's gone already. Even with the dragon, that top side second tier is probably gonna be gone.
Absolutely. It seems like while BTK was getting constantly
they sent the Tyrant. I mean, they sent the Overlord to top side, so they didn't lose it.
This is kind of the breaking part of the game. These next fights
might be able to force a mid here.
If you lose a team fight here, it could be game. Both sides are playing
there we
really
go.
Safe. You can tell BTK
good job. Focusing turrets. That's what I want to see, bro.
From this winning position,
focus the turrets.
Yeah, but my only question is, especially when it comes to base defense, especially when it comes to
they're getting too greedy now. They don't have vision on Mayin or Fuzi, by the way. Forcing this turret though. Here comes a Mayin. Hits up Shark. Not gonna commit fully though, but they did force Zane to use his ultimate. Oh, big set! Coming from Mayin though, Fuzi able to take out Hoon there. More engagement. Double kill going over to Fuzi. Take out Fried Chicken. That is 2 members getting stunned by Mosey there. They are getting hit. Sandwiched. Fuzi goes down. Best player 1. Also securing a kill, but at the cost of losing Zane. Oh, this whole fight.
A bit of a sloppy fight here for BTK, but
man, they lost 3 members for that.
Minion wave pushing straight into the crystal of AYLO Gaming. They need someone to go ahead and respond to that.
They need to take the bottom and mid high ground, but I don't think they're going to be able to do that without the dragons. Look at the position of Mayin, bro. Look at Mayin. Wow, bro. Nah, watch.
I mean,
Someone's gonna die right here.
You needed to wait for a good opportunity. They flash into the back line of BTK, find themselves a great opportunity. And unfortunately, it does look like they're going to have another pirate on the side of
Wow.
BTK. They were able to kind of get that advantage, but just not enough to put them ahead. BTK does you talked about it before. They've slowed down a little bit.
BTK got the tyrant right.
In these next few
I was busy like looking at the Maim, bro.
BTK is ahead and they've slowed down. They want
Thought she was gonna go in and set them all.
Don't want to throw this, but at the same time, we're 5 minutes away from Tempest, right? Once Tempest comes up, your gold lead doesn't really matter. Everyone's full build. It's just a full-on fight. So this
able
is
to take the bottom side high ground and the mid, maybe? No, there's no minion unless somebody can take it, but. Oh! You want ultimate? Zane ultimate? Pei goes in. Double kill going over to Xiao Chao. A lot of poke going on to Nuwa there, but that high ground there in the mid lane. They're gonna be able to take that down too, leaving AYLO Gaming with no turrets left. Mankey going in with a set killing spree, able to take out Nuwa. They are just gonna end it there. Game going over to BTK 1-1. Best of 3 series. No way, bro.
Absolutely.
They finally
this game completely
focused some turrets.
Right? They were able to
I'm proud. Did they hear me?
Do what they're good at. They like playing these 1v1s in the lane.
Did they hear me? How I was stressing earlier? I said, hello, please focus your lines.
Their mechanics really
please focus, take it down the turrets or I'm gonna be mad.
You know, relatively low range pick. You would think it struggles against the new
nice.
but he's able to make it work.
That was a good game. I don't know if the other team was just trolling. Somebody like told me they were trolling, but I don't know.
Against the Nuwa, that was the biggest thing. Is I'm like, the range as we get later, the Nuwa's gonna really start being able to poke there. But the pressure that they were able to mount really even stopped a lot of them from being able to get taken out. I can't even remember a lot of the anything from
listening
Nuwa
to Xiao Chao.
That really kind of let that pick kind of come into play.
That's
so it was a
funny,
great job by them to really kind of stifle the output of that pick as well. And then, man, just a great game there. The Mankey pick. This is the reason it's one of best players' favorite pickups there.
Absolutely best player, you know, top global on both Monkey and Ogren. So this is definitely one of his picks he's using here, and it just shows that sometimes maybe we don't really want to play the meta. I would say game 1, their draft was objectively better, right? But game 2,
yeah, she does hurt, but she's kind of easy to pick off.
These picks are
as long as you don't get caught in her S2.
But what matters is these are picks that they're comfortable with. They're able to play with them and execute them, and they sure executed in that game there.
All right, well,
yeah,
I am proud right now. I finally won a game.
That's why I said,
like LM got demolished earlier, 0-2. So BTK is like our hope right now to get, you know, a match.
As far as the rotations where they needed to be, these and maybe that kind of
comes is the best streamer ever. Thank you.
What makes them succeed, what they need to be doing on them, and they just put that into focus on those matches. Though
I'll keep trying to stream these matches, by the way.
Duplicate that success.
For
absolutely.
the
Here we were mentioning that, you know, with the newer team comes probably a little bit of inexperience, and that hero pool might be a little bit more shallow,
Nuwa's
right?
damage
so as we're going into the first game through the day, we see 10 heroes removed on each side, so they're gonna have to dig a little bit deeper than everyone else when it comes to their hero pools here. But AYLO Gaming,
losing with a strong comp and winning with a Xiao Chao.
Completely dominated. You know, they didn't even get like any resistance, it felt, from BTK. But then BTK just flips the script on them. They are probably a little bit stunned right now, thinking, whoa, we could lose this, guys, all right? These are new kids on the block. You know, we came into this thinking we're going to win, but now BTK is showing that they are competitors. They do deserve to be here and making it the first 1-1 of the day.
This is something that I mentioned before when it comes to BTK, is that they have this ability to kind of be so good on certain heroes that you wouldn't expect, that certain heroes that aren't really
BV1 dealing
meta,
84.7k damage.
This pick is countered by that, but they just have that skill level on that hero, on
They
that
only
combo
have one
that
Chinese.
really can be a surprise, and I feel like that's what we
each
saw
Chinese
coming,
member on
from
your
AYLO
team
Gaming.
is
They're
a
so
10%
surprised
buff,
that,
guys.
the way
So
that they were
BTK is
able to
only
play
buffed
these
10%
characters.
with the one Chinese.
I'm very happy with how that draft and how that playstyle. Mostly, I want to, not even just the draft. I feel like the playstyle out there much more comfortable. I was a little worried in the beginning, seeing how that first draft went for them, but it's night and day, and it's very evident what they're comfortable with, what they might not be, and we're gonna see if they can, like we said,
don't
if
be
they
sorry,
kinda
man. I
continue
understand.
to do that with more picks here in this third game. We take a look here, man. It was all
I hope things
BTK
get better for you.
all the way.
Absolutely. BTK is blue this time here, but as you
Shark
see,
did
that
more
graph
damage
is
than
all
Zane.
BTK's favor there. And as you mentioned,
That
there,
is
yeah, it seems like
crazy.
game one they played it by the book.
Your
They had a
Rome
very
doing more
textbook
damage
draft, like
than
we were
your
mentioning here. But game two, they said,
marksman.
Coach, let me cook. All right, we're gonna draft up the monkey, the Xiao Xiao here, and since these are picks that they're comfortable with.
Oh, why is he
they
calling
actually did cook
Mankey
on them and
monkey?
had an extremely
Is that
impressive
how you
performance.
say it? Or is he
Not
just
something
like
that you see
saying
on the paper,
monkey?
too, as those things
'Cause
that
when
should
you say
be
monkey, I
together,
think of
or
Wukong.
that work well together, but it's something that they were able
Mankey.
to make work, and it's something that I want to say has been a long-standing complaint sometimes for me when it comes to teams that come into the
Oh, he got
meta.
MVP.
Ooh, and as we take a look, speaking of which, MVP here, best player on the Mankey, 4-1 and a 9, 31% damage taken, 32% damage put out there as well. One of my big complaints sometimes comes from teams who they go do these boot camps in a
Yo,
certain
I'll be right
country,
back, guys.
and
I'm gonna
they
get some
become
water.
a poor man's version of that that country's meta. Here, I feel like BTK can shine if they kind of take things under their own control, develop their own meta, understand the game their own way. Don't just do what you've seen from other people. See what makes you comfortable and what you like, and maybe you can make that more successful than what we've seen thus far. Here, seeing the dominance, Fly Chicken running for his life here from AYLO Gaming, not able to get away, but man, the domination coming. Shark doing such a great job with that range on that Huan.
Absolutely, and look at Hoon there on the Xiao Xiao, just dishing out so much damage in that game there. And as we see best player get MVP, we also got to mention his smites were so on point. That's one of those skills that transition through multiple MOBAs, right? It's kind of similar in every gamer, and we're able to see their skill on that secure there, securing every objective in the face of AYLO Gaming, securing buffs, everything. That smite was on point.
Yeah, and plus the added effect of enraging the enemy team. I'm gonna tell you, there's nothing quite as detrimental to your mindset than having something stolen away from you by a smite. And best player actually able to do that twice here. As we see there, a little bit of a turnaround there on the side of BTK, but able to man those bridges and keep that momentum going for them, getting themselves a win over AYLO Gaming here, now tying this series at 1-1 apiece.
Absolutely here, and as we go into a break here, we got to get ready for match 3. Stay right here, guys. Okay, don't go anywhere. We have the first game 3 of the day.
Call out my name.
Hello. I'm back. Oh, they're on a little break. Freaking. Well, since we're on a break, I don't know. I was like sleeping last night, and like, you know, like when you have to like turn in your sleep because one side gets uncomfortable. Well, I like turned in my sleep, and I woke up because this like crazy pain like shot down my left leg and like my pelvis, and now I've just been limping all day. Like, man, I'm getting old. I can't even like sleep normally without some pain. So I just have to hobble around now like an old lady. But I got my water.
Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we
The monkey manky. Yeah, bro, it's bothering me. Like, why is he saying it like that? Let me back read in chat. Yeah, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to
I'm sorry that happened, but you know, sometimes you gotta hit like your lowest to climb back up to your highest. So it's only a matter of time. Just try and stay positive. And
picked a better game to go.
that's something I like to do. I watch like
it would be this one here.
TikToks of just like animals, like dogs or cats or chinchillas, like just like simple things like that, of them doing tricks or they running around and stuff. That's just something that keeps me a little happy. So just try to find those little things in life that will bring you a smile, and you'll get through your days slowly but surely.
The first game through the day. I'm curious to see what comes out here. Let me see the Marco Polo, Zane. Break out the
Shark
Marco Polo.
Tank doing more damage than Zane Marksman is diabolical. Yeah. I'm glad they also won a game at least.
I don't think there's anything worse that they don't want to see more than seeing MOBA Zane on
If he picks Luna or Fate, I'm going to sleep.
I think we've all talked about that.
Zane's gonna pick Marco 100%.
Kings. Marco Polo has been one of those things that he really has taken a liking to. It really has a great amount of skill on. And while Marco Polo is one of those picks that everybody understands, everybody knows how to counter, there's just something to be said about those people who can do so well on him, can go in, get those stuns, get that ultimate off, just to spray your entire team with damage. But, ladies and gentlemen, going into the final draft of this series.
Going into this final game here, I think everyone is... 1-1 is already a little bit unexpected here. Anything can happen here. We've seen BTK pick up some unconventional picks here. AYLO is running a little bit deeper into picks here as well too.
I'm sorry
but
about
BTK
that, bro.
Sticking to that formula where they are gonna remove that Luna. They don't want to deal with it. They know
just
AYLO
remember,
strong
you made it back home.
So they're removing it.
You're still going strong. You're like
as well
1,000 times stronger than most of the people around you.
Yeah, they use the Mai, and they definitely don't want to see Hoon on that. It's been one of his favorite
even though you have like
picks. He does so well to be able to kind of traverse the map, become a nuisance throughout all of the
you're
lanes.
getting
so
through
go
it.
ahead and make sure that is
you're
taken
doing your
off
best.
The board. Uhan taken off
just
by
remember,
BTK,
there is someone out there proud of you right now.
And a final ban of this first
and one of them is me.
By AYLO Gaming.
Absolutely, I see
just
BTK
keep
get
going.
First pick here. Now that we're a little bit deeper into the drafts, maybe Arlie is up too. But wait, there's been a lot of speculation. That Zane isn't the strongest.
Is he gonna
Arlie
play
but they
Arlie?
lock in the Arlie. Here we go, MOBA Zane
gonna play Arlie. No way.
Yeah, this we're going to see if he can put all of those rumors to rest. Is his Arlie up to pro level here? We're about to find out here, especially
we're about to see Zane power dive or dive into 4 enemies and die instantly, maybe.
Absolutely, and he gets to double it up if he wants to too, as well with the Dolly.
Yeah.
As I was about to say, as
Ready
we get deeper into the drafts
to go.
here, picks like that Dolly are going to be more and more important. And then it looks like they were ready for the Dolly. They didn't ban it; they knew it was going to come up.
Going strong too, buddy.
But they have the Shwansa hovered here to counter out that Dharma to make sure that the Arlie is going to be safe from those truth mantras.
Yeah, that's the best mentality.
This is the pick that we kind of were hoping to see from BTK in that first draft. When there was just that insurmountable amount of CC coming out from AYLO Gaming's draft here. They definitely wanting to see, or they are definitely wanting to kind of protect this army, get Zane fed up so that he's not getting locked down.
AYLO Gaming got the Dharma though, and the Dahlia to reset the ultimate.
The team to victory here. Ganon Mo picked up for AYLO Gaming.
Absolutely. And Arlie, why we bring up Arlie here as a kind of a contested pick here is, number one, it is the strongest marksman in the game. That's undisputed. Everyone understands that. But Arlie is also one of the highest skill cap marksmen in the game too. And Zane, I mean, what Hoon might pick here for the game here. Someone like Arlie is a bit daunting here, but he goes ahead and locks it in here for the match point where all matters. I'm very excited to see how he does on that Arlie.
Whoa.
Yeah, I think a lot of us actually are because like you said, it's one of those high skill cap heroes. Zane isn't exactly he's not lacking when it comes to his skill level, his technical ability on heroes. It's just, has he had enough time to really kind of break out that hero to those types of limits here? Going on to the second banning phase here.
Oh, the Flowborn marksman, bro.
And then it looks like Flowborn Marksman being hovered here. One of our first Flowborns we've seen today. We didn't see much Flowborn tanks, surprisingly, which is a pretty strong pick in the meta as well.
I'm surprised I haven't seen Flowborn Mage
too. A lot of range poke damage with that Ganon Mo, with that Flowborn Marksman.
That Mage is annoying.
To kind of whittle down.
I mean, you can kind of pick it off
not really
pretty easily.
There's no real healing on the side of BTK
if you can reach it without getting laser beamed through the chest.
A little bit more of a game of attrition here with some poke coming out.
Yeah,
oh, the Nuwa.
They're going to go ahead and pick the Nuwa instead. This is something I'm pretty excited about. Nuwa's kind of one of my favorite mid lanes, despite how, I want to say, tragic her early game is. And honestly, I think with the last nerf, it turned even more tragic because she has even more of a slower start. But as we saw, even from the last game, you can hold her down. You can really kind of be super oppressive to Nuwa, where she's not going to be able to take off to that mid and late game.
Jungle?
And we're going to see if AYLO Gaming is going to be able to have that same success that BTK was able in their last series.
This is interesting.
I love cheering for BTK, but
who do y'all think has a better draft now?
Favorites. The Kaiser gets locked in from AYLO Gaming.
Like
here.
just a
Kaiser
draft.
With the Dolia, they're able to have that double ultimate combo. Now, when it comes to late game, it is going to be really tough to beat AYLO Gaming with the Kaiser here. One of the strongest late game melee carries. Is BTK able to kind of match that with something like the Arlie here and the Nuwa? This game looks like both teams are pretty equal all throughout the game.
Yeah, we're going to see here. I mean, it's come down, it has, what we've seen here is that the draft can be one thing. It's the execution that really makes these games shine. And that's what we're going to see from both of these teams. Which one's execution of these drafts is going to make them successful here?
Absolutely. I think both sides have merit to their draft as well too, and I am no longer going to doubt BTK's draft after seeing the clinic they put on last game here though. So we're going to just have to see how they go ahead and
he's like, I don't want to doubt it after the last
early game.
The Xiao Chao is so funny,
get away
man.
with some more stuff, right? Kaiser's one of the slower clearing junglers, right? He's not going to be as reactive as something like the Pei, which they just dealt with here. He's going to be a little bit more sluggish.
Isn't the global version Kaiser different from China version?
And neutralize that game there.
Like I heard that Chinese version, he can go through walls or something.
I'm very interested too, especially with this Nuwa taking on a Ganon Mo. The Ganon Mo, I really do kind of favor that in the mid lane. He just feels more oppressive, has a better clear as well. So he's going to be able to kind of get some of those rotations in the early game on from Hoon. Here, we're going to take one last look at this lineup before we get into game.
Absolutely, here we go. This is going to be match point. Winner takes
match
the match
points.
Here. We see Lomax with
I really hope BTK can win this one.
Detective skins here. And in the early mid game, Dolia is probably going to be resetting someone like the Ganimo, so we're going to see a lot of blades come out. This is going to be a really good test for Zane's
that would have been kind of crazy.
There's so much threat on the
that
side
hero's
of
annoying
that he needs to survive.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing is there's a lot of heroes on the side of AYLO Gaming that really pair well with that Dolia as well. So to get those resets here, you can see 3 players already from AYLO Gaming going to go ahead, clear out that jungle at the top lane.
I would say basically everyone except for maybe Flowborn Marksman really loves it when their ultimate gets reset here. So that makes it so that AYLO Gaming's game plan is any fight that Dolia is in, it's going to be really hard to just beat him straight up if you're fighting against 2 Truth Mantras or 2 Kaiser ultimates or like the 1,000 Blades again.
I'm kind of worried for Zane's early though.
Yeah, that's going to be the really interesting part here. Both teams doing a decent
We'll
amount
see
of
how he
respecting
does.
each other's power here. No real engagements just yet. We do see that teleport
Really?
coming down to the far
Oh,
lane.
his enhanced basic attack.
Absolutely,
After
and I do like the adaptation from AYLO Gaming, picking a little bit more of a greedy pick. Kaiser is historically a very greedy.
What are they gonna add? That's a
jungler
global.
that, not very strong early game, very focused on scaling. But they identified there's not
Kaiser
much
and
BTK can
Dahlia?
do early game. They have the Swan Soul,
That
they have the
ult
Arlo,
reset
right?
is gonna
They
be
can't really
crazy.
do much in the early game.
Ooh, taking a little bit of a beating there, getting down to about 50% health there is Mobazane, puts some damage onto the enemy, but backs off wisely. Here, I mean, both teams, I want to say, kind of testing the limits of what they can do here. Mobazane is going to go ahead and catch a little bit in the back. Hoon comes in, looking for an opportunity.
Okay,
Does not find one.
they're getting
Meanwhile, in the
invaded
jungle
here on the
we see
blue
Alonso
side.
And Lomax here trying to go ahead and
Got him
put
a
some
no
damage on to the side
S1.
of BTK. Oh, Fly Chicken comes in and an annihilation just wide.
Alright, at least he was able to get his farm
Both sides
there.
are playing like they're on a tightrope here, where their first kill that goes down loses
Oh.
you the game. They're playing really
Oh my
safe.
gosh,
Everyone's getting
yo.
really low health here. Hoon almost getting taken out by the Ganon mode there, but just like we
Hoon
see
just
last
got
time,
the
you're
little
very
flower.
even here in the early game.
Yeah, I want to say, man, it's going to be heartbreaking for whoever gets kind of that first fight. Both of these teams fighting very closely to the wire here. Very careful,
7.6K to
not trying to
7.5K.
put too much
Oh no.
punishment on, not trying to put themselves
Now
in
they're
the
pretty
harm's way,
even.
trying to be safe. But we've talked about this before, too. Everybody's safe until these objectives get out on the board, and then we're going to have some problems, because then you're kind of forced to get that engagement.
This is like the calm before the storm here, you know, since no kills went down, both teams.
Oh, engagement here.
Give up that kill here. It
Dahlia
looks like
getting
BTK's
caught
playing really
out.
aggressive.
He's
They
gonna get
want it
first
here,
blooded by
and they are
Nuwa.
bloodthirsty as they take out Dahlia, but that's not it.
There
Flowborn Marksman
goes
gets taken out
the
too.
Flowborn
Just like that, they don't just
too.
want one, they want 2. BTK is on
That was
the
a
board here.
nice engagement there.
Yeah,
Good
just
follow
like that.
up
It's what we were
too
talking
from
about before. Shades of what we've seen.
their teammates.
I believe it was from OG being able to dive underneath the tower. That's not going to save you from a team like this. They're going to make sure they get that kill, get that advantage from them. 25 seconds left for the Tyrants as well.
I almost can't even recognize BTK from game 1 till now. They have really, you know, shifted gears here.
So I think
and turned
BTK,
on the
they're a
heat,
little
being able to
more
apply
on
pressure
their
onto AYLO
comfort
Gaming. They're not playing reactive
heroes.
anymore. They're making AYLO
So-
Gaming go ahead and play around them.
I think that's why they're doing a little
And
better.
here, right now, Mobazane does go ahead
Not
and
testing
engage with
heroes.
Alonso. Is going to back off there. Shark coming around the side, feeding that information to Mobazane, making sure he understands what he's up against. There
Yo.
4 members of AYLO Gaming. In comes
Got
Hoon,
him
trying to
all.
put some damage on. Not going to be able
Okay.
to find it.
That's
just
gonna
yet.
be a
And
free
it looks
Tyrant,
like the
though.
Tyrant's going to go over to the side of AYLO Gaming.
Yeah, it seems like a little bit of a front there as Ganon Mo and Flowborn Marksman kind of distract the side of BTK, make it so that they kind of retreat away and think they got away from it, all while Kaiser was just soloing that Tyrant. So first Tyrant actually goes over the
No
AYLO
way, are
Gaming,
they
even
gonna
though
lose
they are
this?
kind of behind in the game.
Oh, they
Yeah, but
they
it's those
changed the
little
camera
things that kinda
view.
add up. Like we were
He
talking about
almost
before.
killed
The big frustrating
Flowborn.
part was that best player was able to kind of steal away a lot of those.
He went
objectives
in,
here.
like, to the
I wanna
umbrella
say
as
AYLO
soon
Gaming
as the
just did
camera
the best getting
changed.
Those objectives that they need.
Absolutely. The side of AYLO Gaming is definitely scaling up here. We see Ganmo firing a lot
Dang,
of
that
blades
is
out,
a
Shark
lot
getting
of poke
punishment
from
here.
Ganemo.
They don't have that much sustain. Agudo does give their team a little bit of
He
sustain.
already
but look at
ulted
all
though,
this poke
so-
from Ganmo here and Flowborn Marksman.
Yeah, and this is one of the problems that I was thinking with that Ganon Mo pick too. There's just a lot. Look at how low they are down to. Woo! Almost down
So
to 10%.
much
They're gonna
poke.
have to abandon this tower, and that's going to be picked up very quickly by AYLO.
Dang, he
And
took
all
it.
that poke is enhanced by the Tyrant as well too, right? Since they get that Tyrant, all those abilities
Yeah,
are
they
gonna be
really need a
popping,
focus turret.
supercharging their poke too
Farm
there,
is already
making it so that
gone.
BTK is not able to defend that tower. Ooh, Zane barely
They
gets away
literally-
there. Did not get Keka there. It was
They
really
killed
close,
2 of
but
them, right?
he's able
and then they were pushing the bottom, and then they just left. They didn't keep pushing. And now they lost their farm lane, and now Zane's dead. Hoon is dead to a Dharma. Another turret going. Bro, no way. 5 minutes, by the way. Farm lane is already gone again.
This is gonna be a tough game to play Arlie here for Zane here. His first professional game on Arlie, and he's against Gan and Mo with a bunch of blades. He's against a flowborn marksman, a Dharma here, and we saw right there, there's not much he could do. They threw the blades behind him, he jumped forward, and then he jumped into another set of blades here.
Yeah, and a very surgically AYLO Gaming moving from tower
Oh,
to
they're
tower
just
to
giving
blade
turrets
to
again.
trying to put these down. BTK has yet
Why?
to be able to kind of take a tower, and I want to say the momentum quickly starting to slide in favor of AYLO.
sorry.
To be very, very quick.
Absolutely, we see a little bit of a fight coming out in the
Like,
mid
just
lane here
because you
as,
have,
Doxa
like,
actually ends up soloing
good
in there while they
heroes,
were,
like Arlie or
taking the
whatever,
bottom tier two.
Nuwa. It
The
doesn't mean you can
BTK
just
not that
fight
behind, they were ahead,
24/7, bro. Look at
the
this.
economy here, AYLO Gaming
Top
is
side's
now
gonna
up
get
to
pushed.
1,000 gold. Beautiful flash
They don't even
by
have
Clinching
minions
there,
in
but not
there.
much
What are they
follow-up
trying to
from first
do?
team to go ahead and confirm
Tank
as
it,
they
push
just
it.
brute
There you
force
go.
down this tower here.
Clear the wave at least. Somebody needs to go top. Somebody needs to go mid. Like, come on, man.
Wild into that until they bring that down there. So they are going to be able to pick up that first tower, but I want to say, like, on the map, as far as the presence goes with macro,
Just giving another turret.
A great job here. Now another
That's pretty
tier
much
2 towers
BTK's
for BTK
weakness.
going down.
Absolutely, I think AYLO
Giving
Gaming
turrets.
identified that if they just play the game by the
Not
book very
being on their
traditionally,
lanes
they're not
to
gonna do well
clear.
against BTK. So now they focus
Or
on
split
more
push
of
or
a
something.
map playstyle. They're not going for these small fights. They're not trying to challenge BTK mechanically.
They also
They're
haven't
trying to,
gotten a dragon
play
yet.
The thinking game, sending people where BTK is not, and because of that, they're up
Here
4
comes the
towers on
invade.
BTK.
Yeah, and that's a very interesting point to bring up. They're not even concerned about fights. They're just going to out-macro them. Doesn't matter how many kills are on the board. They're just
Even if
gonna
Ganamo's there,
continually push
why don't
these,
they just split?
Pay attention to the map and realize where
Go to a
BTK
different
is,
turret,
be
lead
on
them
the
away
opposite
at
side of
least.
that map,
And
pushing
then somebody
there.
can keep
Speaking of
splitting
which,
the
I do
other
wanna
lane.
say a little bit of a
This
flank
is
coming
just,
in from
look,
Doxa. Comes in, lands on to Shark.
just wanna
not able
fight,
to
fight,
catch
fight,
anything
and
just
they're
yet.
falling
Now
for the
landing
baits.
on to best player, and Shark in trouble is going to be there on the tail to kind of help assist with that escape.
Kaiser was just so tanky there with double ultimate coming out from Dolia. Dolia's doing a great job of resetting this Kaiser ultimate, and he is
They
like
could have
the
taken the
ultimate
top side
front
turret
line
by
for the
now.
side of AYLO Gaming. He's
They're
able
clearly
to take
all
this
there
punishment
on the
as
map.
well
They
as
have
dish it
vision
out.
on all the members
Ooh,
of
I'm wondering if
AYLO
this is a
Gaming,
tyrant fight that
but
BTK actually
nobody went
wants.
to push
They're trying
top.
push an opposing lane there. Picked up very quickly. AYLO Gaming's not even give them the choice. They take that tyrant down very quickly. Tied at 2-2 apiece. But I want to say this is quickly starting to get some momentum for AYLO
Also,
Gaming.
BTK hesitates too
It
much.
seems
Like, one of the
BTK
things I've
starting to
learned
play a bit timid
playing
here
this
now that they
game,
don't
you
have the
really
momentum,
cannot
right? They're getting
hesitate.
poked out by the Ganamo. They're trying
Literally
to,
every,
kind
like,
of
second is
curl in their
counting.
base a little bit here, and
Like,
they're going
imagine
throughout today, man. Playing
Imagine
reactive
if
like
best
that
player 1
is
went
not
topside,
gonna be
took
good.
the turret, and
AYLO
was
Gaming
able to
does not make
secure
any
the purple
mistakes. We see the
dragon
Ganamo,
while
Dolia,
the rest of
kinda
the other
stealing
team
a lot
was
of
taking
BTK's jungle
Tyrant.
here
Even if they
and
started to
trying
make their
to,
way
just
to the
choke them
purple,
out and take
BP1
all their
would have been
farm.
able to at least shred it down
Yeah,
enough
we're
to
at
just
about a
take it to,
2K goal
you know,
deficit
for his
BTK.
team,
AYLO
but
Gaming
you're
continues
just
their
wasting so
assault
much time
on
giving so many
BTK's jungle,
turrets.
and there's really not much of that
Not
they're
pushing.
able to do here.
Oh,
BTK,
they're
we
stressing
talked
me
about, I
out.
mean, you don't want to be at a point where all you can do is kind of hide in your base. Unfortunately, there are just some games where there is not much of a choice.
Can't fight 'em head on, split 'em up.
Looking to kind of take this down. BTK looking for an opportunity. They might find one. Back off just a bit. They don't feel comfortable with that fight. They're kind of pressing, poking in there. But the damage from Gan and Mo. Look at best player.
Kaiser coming from behind.
Stick goes in, trying to dive into the back line. He's alone though. Nobody else there on the backside. It does look like the rest of BTK trying to latch onto Alonzo. Thankfully, nobody goes down for either side.
At least we were able to
Such a
survive
messy
that,
fight. I'm
but
surprised no one went
that was
down there.
close.
Zane actually went in kind of
Zane
like
almost
1v3 for a
died.
bit of an outplay there. Gets everyone on the side of AYLO Gaming really low before he ducks back. Same with Kaiser here on the side of AYLO, but no one actually ended up going down. But while no one's going down, AYLO Gaming has been taking the last 3 tyrants.
And I was kind of hoping to see maybe an annihilation, one of those rogue annihilations, try to steal up the Tyrant from Hoon. Unfortunately, it did not. Right now, I want to say BTK in a bit of a pickle. What do you do at this point to kind of take back this fight? You're looking for an opportunity. You're looking for a mistake to be made by AYLO Gaming, and right now they're just not providing that. Speaking of which, best player has been lapsed onto. Rest of the team locks onto him, puts on the damage, and he goes down quickly.
Look at that Kaiser there with the double ultimate. Just no real, I won't say no real strategy, but he just brute force and walks straight towards BTK. He knows he has the stats, he has the numbers there, and just takes out best player in front of his whole team. There's not much they can really do about it, as they're now pushing down the high ground of BTK. This is getting bad really quickly for BTK.
Yeah, it's just so
Bro, I have no word.
AYLO Gaming when it comes
this is so
to
bad.
And that. Oh, speaking of which, Fly Chicken and Dribble is gonna have to flicker.
Quite actually survived that. Wow.
But I mean,
that
there's
was
just so
crazy.
many answers with the range that you get from Lomax on this Ganon Mo that it's chunking down.
Yeah, BTK already lost a high ground tower top side. Look at that, they're still going out.
All the while, Lomax is just chipping away at them with those blades. And speaking of which, best player might be in trouble here. Is going to go ahead and try to get himself out of harm's way. The rest of BTK from the side, looking for an opportunity.
Still
Big
going for a fight.
Happens onto the side of AYLO Gaming.
Look how spread out they are. Fried Chicken said 3 of the enemies and his team are not there.
Disengaged, no worse for wear.
I would say BTK
already fast clearing the mid side. At least Hoon is there to clear that, but
there,
they have also got a wave coming down on the bottom side. Overlord is still open, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be going for any dragons at all this game.
Yeah,
0
right
dragons.
Now, I mean, they're slowly, unfortunately, being choked out. There needs to be a big play. They need to kind of. This is the point where you're kind of are we going to spend the rest of the game in our base, or are we going to try to make something happen? And if that happens, everybody needs to be on the same page. Speaking of which, Fly Chicken actually might be in a bad way up at top, being chased down by the side of Doxa.
Once again, this Kaiser's just unchecked going throughout the map here. He's hit his late game. This is where he is going to be the strongest. There's no one that can really match him. No one that can really DPS him down either. The Arlie needs to get kind of close. And if you get close to that, it's going to be really, really hard. Especially with Ganon Mo providing air support from the back too.
Yeah, it's the suppressive power from the Ganon Mo right now is a huge deal for the side of AYLO Gaming.
Yo, best player in Coin almost died to Ganon Mo. That is so much. There goes Kaiser.
In there, Hoon trying to set up some of those combos to get the CC on there. A couple of tower shots go on to AYLO Gaming, but they are continually trying to poke out this core. Now moving their attention
the other high ground. They've got no
turret.
turrets. Oh! BTK engaging, able to take out the Flowborn. That was nice.
One down, but they decide against chasing down AYLO Gaming.
Beautiful flash combo there coming out from
I don't think they're going to be able to win a team fight unless they're able to reach and take out the Geronimo. But they have to go through a Dharma, a Dahlia ult reset, and the Kaiser with a potential double ult. Okay, they want to go in now. When Fly Chicken is not even there, best player 1 gets taken out. Here comes Fly from behind. I mean, there's not going to be much he can do. Oh, best player 1 just pretty much like sold that right there.
Unfortunate for BTK right now, they just don't have the damage to be able to kind of really make that impact. Meanwhile, on the side of AYLO, they have that range.
He needs to be more careful, man. He's just walking in and getting deleted.
Line in the form of that Kaiser, able to take so much damage, and then of course Dahlia right there to reset that ultimate as well.
Absolutely, BTK needs to basically stall it until Tempest here. That's really the only.
What is Zane doing, bro?
3 high grounds down,
oh, yo, W bait?
Hoon gets a kill onto Dharma here.
Did he just bait them in with that? That was crazy. They got Doxa there. The Dharma. I think he was trying to aim for Zane, but Zane was able to get to his umbrella in time away from Dharma, and the Dharma got caught up.
They don't try to force it. They don't try to get revenge. They immediately back up because they no longer have the advantage. So they're playing this as smart as they can.
I will say though, it's getting dangerously close to that Tempest Dragon here. If BTK could stall out every single one of these little wins they get, where they take out one person and, you know, push AYLO Gaming back, that buys them a minute or two. And once we get up to 20 minutes, if they win a fight like that, that could really turn the game.
Yeah, I mean, we're still waiting. There's hope and to pray for BTK. Not a single tower left on the map here. They're getting those little pickoffs. They're really kind of enforcing that when AYLO tries to come in there. Now you can see them kind of setting up. Does BTK feel like they really need to force this fight? Or, I mean, you see them all kind of grouped up here, but I'm kind of wondering, are they going to try to make something happen here at this Overlord down to about 15%? They're trying to
go in for that? Overlord's already gone. Fight Chicken really low. So his best player won. They need to get out of there. Why are they gonna fight that? They already lost to Overlord. They need to defend.
Back off of him, but now we have the Overlord.
I know, bro. They only took one tower.
Down into base, especially with no towers.
This is going to be potentially the final push here for AYLO Gaming. If BTK could survive this push, they should be able to make it to Tempest Dragon, but it is not going to be easy as all three waves are pushing and the enhanced Shadow Vanguard is in that bottom lane there. They have the new one. They have the competition to try and wave clear here, but they might not have the juice to take
set from Dharma there straight onto Hoon. Hoon falls, but Fight Chicken there in the back line, able to take out you. Double kill for Kaiser. They are just going to end the match there. Man, that Dahlia Kaiser double ult. That is so disgusting.
The writing was kind of on the wall.
Again,
they were slowly pushing in to the side of BTK.
We see that.
Tower at a time. And then once
it's
they
just
lost that
so much fighting, not enough pushing. There were just a lot of opportunities for BTK to go and steal the top side, or even the Overlord, but
even if they wipe the side,
they just didn't do it.
They just don't have the wave clear to kill all those enhanced vanguards and such to just go ahead and push into the base of BTK.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. A great composition from the side of AYLO as well. It just felt like they had a lot of bases covered, whether it was that front line mixed in with the ultimate reset from Dolia, also having the Ganon Mo. You weren't even able to get close to them to kind of feel around, look for an opening.
Man, that was
all the while, Ganon Mo tossing all these blades at you, chunking down. There was a point, I think it was like 3
BTK
or 4
lost, by the
BTK
way,
there,
1-2 to AYLO Gaming.
all the way to like 15% health, and that just kind of like really started this road of where there just wasn't an answer. Every single thing that they tried to do,
man, it's just it makes me so mad because there's so many opportunities. They can steal turrets or steal the opposite dragon, but they don't do it. They're just so like passive. They're so scared to split up like that.
So BTK weren't really able to take advantage of that. So I mean, a great gameplay by AYLO.
Absolutely. I think AYLO Gaming identified what their strengths were in game one, right? BTK, their weakness is kind of that rotation, playing the map a bit. And game two, they kind of tried to, play a little bit more their style, team fighting wise, and tried to, challenge BTK's mechanics there. And they lost because of that. So they kind of went back
15 games with Consort U for a mission? Dang.
They tried to outmaneuver
Time
BTK
for Hoon to put the fries in the bag. Dang.
That's what we've seen in this game here today. In the early game, they didn't really try to go for that many fights, right? They tried to trade towers, go where BTK wasn't, and because of that, they were able to outmaneuver BTK in this game here and take the match. So,
prognosis.
The next match, that's like between Elm Club, I think, and somebody else, it's not gonna be streamed. So,
it's really tough.
I think this was
to
like the
judge
last game
Zane's
for
army that
today.
game there. That was a really tough
Am I gonna
game
stream
there.
the entire KMW? I'm gonna try
I
to.
respect that he pulled it out though, because if you
So,
want to be a pro
there's more
in other
matches
games
tomorrow
as a marksman,
for
you're
BTK
gonna need
and
to know
LM.
how to play
I
early
think
there.
today
And
was
I
just
don't
the
think AYLO Gaming
rankings.
was ready for either. That's why they gave it
So,
away, right? The
we'll be able
word
to see
around the
more
streets
games
was
tomorrow.
Zane is not really that comfortable on Arlie, but it seems like he's comfortable enough to break it out, right? I wouldn't say he's really the reason they lost or is because of his Arlie there, right? It's mainly that they're still struggling when it comes to rotations and playing the map, and that's something that you're gonna have to learn with time here when it comes to Honor of Kings.
Yeah, I almost kind of put it on the same level as what we saw from Best Players Pay.
Yeah, this is the last
where,
match for
I mean,
today. The other match that's actually ongoing, they're not gonna stream it.
Wall of CC where every which way
It's
you
like
turn,
LM
you're
Club
getting CC'd
versus
and,
somebody,
just,
don't remember.
bamboozled. There's not much
One of the
that you
other
can do.
teams.
Unfortunately, that comes with the learning curve. Where do these heroes shine?
But,
Where do they
yeah,
falter?
this is the last one.
How with
And now I'm gonna go
with that does my skill match up
play
to be able
some
to kind
rank.
of take on some of those challenges that the enemy kind of presents with it. Unfortunately, like we said, there's a lot of wiggle room
I don't know
here,
if they're,
and
like,
we're talking about a
gonna keep
team
talking
that
or
has
something.
only been practicing and playing this game for a few months now. A long way to go when it comes to learning, but I'm still impressed with what I saw out there, especially being able to come at this level and be able to take a victory off, giving us our first full series.
Yep, at least they were able to win one game.
There and AYLO Gaming
That's better
as well,
than
too.
nothing.
Definitely our closest match of the day here, the only one that did not go 2-0. I think while BTK did go ahead and lose the match, they proved that, you know, they can hang, right? They're not here just for show. They're able to take a game off of these very seasoned team that is
Good luck
AYLO
on your
Gaming
games.
Here. In this final game, they did
Choco,
okay as well, too. It's
we
just that
suck.
they couldn't really, you know,
Bro.
match the rotations
Not gonna
of
lie,
AYLO Gaming here.
NA
And
is
also
looking
AYLO
pretty
Gaming busted out
bad.
composition that
They
they're
got
probably
0-2
not
and
really
1-2
used to, right?
already.
BTK, the Kaiser and
But,
Dolia, they're having such an
hopefully they come
impressive
back
front line that their
tomorrow
team really
and do
does not
better.
have the firepower to cut through there, and that Kaiser didn't die the whole game.
Yeah, just an incredible match by them. They're looking at that damage.
I kind of feel like they
coming
were
from
trolling
Lomax on
them that
damage,
one game.
157,000 damage there from him. Not too bad. Hoon kind of up there too as well. He's got 127k.
Yeah, Hoon was basically, since like mid-game onward, he was just stuck clearing waves, right? They were constantly getting pushed in. They could not get the waves going the way they wanted to. And what's interesting is, I remember last time AYLO Gaming was known for the team
there's
that
the
had to
stats.
draw it to
See,
Tempest Dragon every
Hoon
single game.
dealt so
But
much
today,
more damage
we
than
did
everybody
not see
else
a
as
single
a new
Tempest Dragon.
Wa.
Maybe they gone extinct.
Yeah,
I mean,
they
it
haven't been
just
playing very
says,
long.
how well a lot of these teams are becoming at being
Well,
able
at least
to
they
close.
have,
I
like,
feel like that is one of the harder
time to practice now and gain this
strategies
experience.
when it comes to this game. Is I think we've talked
Well,
about it before.
hopefully
There's a lot
they
of teams who can
learn
do very well. They can get those kills,
to
they can get
push
those pushing,
their
they can really
lanes
get those power spikes. I feel
and take
like
some
that,
more
that
turrets.
last pillar of a great pro team is the close.
All right,
And
I don't
here,
know if
feel
y'all
like a
want to
lot of
keep
teams,
watching
they
them.
understand what they need to
I want to
do
go rank
to be able
though.
to kind of close out these games. Even here,
That was the last match anyway. An error has occurred. Oh, this is the free Mayin skin. Me bargain. 12. Are you an NA? And like 76 stars at least? Collect all my stuff. Bruh, are you sure you want to play? On 100 MS? Shangquan!
Our imaginations can create miracles.
Oh, she's so adorable. but I'm broke. I'm broke, guys. Oh, there's a background for it too. Cool. Wait, was that a trial? Yo, where's it at? You can get Mirage Rider Shangwon within 100 draws. Bruh, might as well just buy it full price. Oh, send me your username so I can add you. I have my requests off. You're in EU? Oh, I mean, I don't know if I'll lag with you though. Which one? That's your username? IKAO? Is that it? What the heck? Okay. Oh, good night, Void. Thanks for tuning in. We're able to witness the already downfall of NA in pro sports. Well, hopefully they do better tomorrow. I'll be streaming tomorrow again. Oh. I tried to put your name in, but it said like it didn't find anybody. Oh, bro, I have my requests off. That's why. Like, people can't send me friend requests. I mean, I can turn it off for now, but... There you go. Alright, you can send me one now. Oh, let me try. Is it this guy? Put this back on. It's because I was getting spammed by people. Your master, bro? Yeah, I can only play with people 76 stars and up. I'm sorry, bro. I don't have a Smurf either. I need to make one. I actually had some decent matches yesterday. Like me actually playing on farm lane now. I was doing pretty good. You haven't played this season? Yeah. Well, new season's coming soon. On the 24th. Well, I have another account, but it only has like 3 heroes, and I'm too lazy to grind it. And like also I won't have my SNK heroes like I do on my main. You're playing with Rain in NA? Cool. Oh, now I'm on farm lane. The Chinese from New York? I don't really know a lot of the HOK people. Yo, can I play Arlie?
Perhaps you'd understand me better if you came to watch me dance.
Oh, bro, the thing is, I have a Smurf. It has no heroes. Like, I can't play, like, any of the mages it has. Well, I mean, I can play them, but I'm not gonna be spamming Chow Chow and Angela and ranked. That's so boring. And it doesn't have any coins to get any other heroes. That's why I haven't, like, played on that account. But new season's soon too, so that'll be better to play on. Oh, it's like the lowest rank too. I just don't want to play on that account. It's really boring. It's not like because I want to get carried, it's just I don't want to play these boring heroes. But I think we can play in the new season. It'll be more fun. Right now I'm just kind of playing for fun. I think I gotta get to 130 stars to get like the Crystal Pillager banner. So that's what I'm just trying to do.
Even a stray bird has the right to be happy.
Alright, I'm kind of looking down at my phone now. I might not see the chat often. Oh my gosh. My bird.
You should see the city of Chang'an when the spring flowers bloom. The joy, the beauty.
Bro, I don't have any heroes on the other account. Like, I only play on this account. That's a problem.
Each time we part, I look forward to our reunion.
Oh, we have a Mosey mid lane?
Even a stray bird has the right to be happy.
I don't even have my ult.
You should see the city of Chang'an when the spring flowers bloom. An ally has been slain.
Are you serious? Oh, thank God.
My dance begins when fate brings us together.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Hey? 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 Yeah? Huh. Hey? Yeah? The Great Wall. Who built it?
Oh, I'm telling you, I don't have heroes on the other account.
Will return from its side when the autumn leaves
Like, I just don't want to play on that account at all. There's nothing on it.
each tiny part. I
Oh
look
my
forward
gosh,
to our
everybody's up
reunion.
here. Really? Nobody's coming?
Ballistae have spawned.
You should see the city of Chang'an. Bloom.
Bro, why the fuck did I go back? Now I'm dead.
An ally has been slain.
Even a stray bird has the right to be happy.
I did not mean to go back. I probably could have killed him, but I don't think I would have been able to get out.
Yeah?
And my lane is already gone.
The Great Wall. Who built it? Who watches over it? Who will return from its side when the autumn leaves fall? Hey? Ha!
Your turret has been destroyed.
Yeah? Hey? Ha! My dance begins when fate brings us together.
Enemy killing spree. You have slain an enemy. Double kill. You have been slain.
Oh man, I tried.
Flowers.
It doesn't have heroes. That's the problem. I can't play any of them. Besides Angela and Xiao Qiao. I literally don't want to play those. Even if I would like pick another lane,
Each time we
there's no heroes on there.
look forward to our
It's like so
reunion.
pointless to play on that account. That's why I'm grinding my main account. I don't even know what marksman it has though, that's the problem. I don't play that account. I'm not gonna play it, bro. I'm sorry.
Shut down.
Who built it? Who watches over it? Who will return from its side when the autumn leaves fall?
Man, I need to farm up.
Even a stray bird has the right to be happy.
Go back top.
Each time we part, I look forward to our reunion.
Enemy killing spree. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
You should see the
What the
city
heck?
of
My entire
Chang'an
team
when
died.
the spring flowers bloom. The joy, the beauty.
Your turret has been destroyed.
The Great Wall. Who watches over it? Who will return from its side when the autumn leaves fall? My dance begins when fate brings us together. Each dance should have a lively beginning.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh no, I have to leave.
The bird has the right to be happy.
An ally has been slain.
I don't think I can take this. I don't have life steal.
Fabulous. Enemy double kill.
Okay. You just want to fight and die.
Each time we part,
Your turret has been
forward to our
destroyed.
reunion. You should see the city of Chang'an when the spring flowers bloom. The joy, the beauty. My dance begins when fate brings us together.
Enemy unstoppable. Enemy An ally has been slain. Enemy double
Oh, this team is so bad.
Who will return from its side when the autumn leaves fall?
Yo, what's up, Private? Good job casting, by the way.
A stray bird.
That was awesome to
The right
watch.
to be happy.
Oh my, are you serious, bro? Yeah, my team is actually Dookie Water. Am I still sick? No, it's just like sniffles now. Just allergy sniffles.
Defeat.
Yeah. This was so bad. I don't know what the heck this Mosey mid lane thought he was doing, but he was not him. And I need 6 stars. Oh, I didn't lose a star. Man, y'all did awesome casting. It was fun to watch. Do you enjoy the matches? Yeah. Kind of getting mad because they just kept throwing turrets, like just giving turrets and keep going for fights they didn't need to fight. I was like, really, guys? I think there's more games tomorrow, right? I'm gonna tune into them. It's fun to watch them on stream, like with people. Yeah, they have a lot to learn, especially macro. Like, it's just really lacking. They're not going for objectives and turrets. They just want to fight, or just getting picked off in the worst ways too. Two BTK games? Sweet. Definitely gonna tune into those. I'll be restreaming and then playing some ranked after again. That's the plan. Man, I've been streaming for 4 hours. I'll play a couple more ranked and then I'm gonna head to bed. It's already 2 AM. Oh my gosh. Yo, go get some sleep. Thank you. And good night. Good night to you, Private.
次断ったら風情も減ったくれもないわね。ガチョウ戦必殺忍び勝ち。えっガチョウ戦すごい。あなたの鼓動が聞こえたわ。
An ally has been slain.
敵が倒されました。ガチョウ戦マークポイントから撤退。必殺忍び勝ち。次断ったら風情も減ったくれもないわね。
Fabulous.
Oh my gosh. Literally 1 HP. For real, he is goated. It's good to see him casting in KMW.
敵が倒されました。ガチョウ戦やえガチョウ戦あなたの鼓動が聞こえたわ。味方が倒されました。
An enemy has been slain.
やガチョウ戦えガチョウ戦え必殺忍び勝ち。
Dang, I might be too tired to play rank right now.
隙のある夜に現れる
Just a couple games and then I'm gonna go to bed.
や奥義クールダウン中。
An ally has been slain.
敵を倒しました。えオーバーロードタイラント降臨。敵が倒されました。
Minggir, minggir. Baja langit mau lewat nih.
失礼ね。ガチョウ戦必殺忍び勝ち。やガチョウ戦次断ったら風情も減ったくれもないわね。とっておきよ。
You have slain an enemy.
ガチョウ戦マークポイントから撤退。やガチョウ戦必殺忍び勝ち。ガチョウ戦
Dang, I had a feeling.
攻撃
Bro.
Killing spree.
Oh!
知られるキル客奥義
At least I got the Ming. Completely missed my other skills though.
Raja Langit mau lewat nih.
Oh, I'm too low.
An enemy has been slain.
Minggir, minggir. Raja Langit mau lewat nih.
Rampage.
Bro, I'm not letting you get away.
Killing spree. Your team has destroyed a turret. Killing spree.
Bro, I can't hit anything now.
Rampage.
Give me my flower.
Minggir, minggir. Raja Langit mau
Oh,
lewat
never
nih.
mind.
Unstoppable. Your team has destroyed a turret. been slain.
Get outplayed. Couldn't kill me.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Unstoppable. Double kill. Nice.
Can they end it? Oh, they can't end it or what?
Princess Frost.
Oh, y'all can go end it. I guess not.
Legendary. An ally has been slain. Legendary.
Bro, he's not getting away. What is he doing?
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Minggir. Raja langit mau lewat nih.
I gotta wait for the dragon. End it, please. No way. Oh, he couldn't save it. Nice. Very nice.
Victory.
Sheesh. SSS. Shoot, I'll take it. 4 stars for that. Dang, they couldn't do anything. 122k.
One shall never resort to betrayal.
Man, they took my early. Oh well. Ew, dodgy. Man, I think I'm gonna get stomped. Oh, I forgot to end the poll. Bro, who is AFK? Nice. Oh no, I didn't mean to buy boots. Oh well. What? Bro is AFK. Go back home. Nice. We have a jungler who just straight up went AFK.
Okay.
This guy, man, it's ruining my match. Bro, like, why do people join matches if they're just gonna go AFK? I need some mana.
Ballistae have spawned.
僕から全てを奪った存在を許すわけにはいかない。これでどうだ。反撃といこうか。僕の覚悟はここにある。お前の誇りは。
Oh, we don't even have anybody to set. This is so bad.
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
奪った存在を許すわけにはいかない。僕の覚悟はここにある。お前の誇りはどこだ、黒崎。これでどうだ。
マークポイントに集合。
僕から全てを奪った存在。
Man, this is so hard without a front or a jungle.
逃げ場なんてないよ。行くぞ。終わりだよ。一人もここから帰れると思うな。
タワーが破壊されました。
何をどうしようとも僕たちと死神たちは相入れないということか。
An ally has been slain.
僕の覚悟はここにある。
Your turret has been destroyed.
どこだ、クロス。
味方の第3タワーが攻撃されています。タワーが破壊されました。
僕の耳ならこもっているよ。君の好きな殺意ってやつださ。甘いな。見せて
Your
よ。
turret has been destroyed.
攻撃。
Enemy killing spree.
逃げ
タワーが
場
破壊されました。
行くぞ。これでどうだ。
味方の第3タワーが攻撃されています。
Your turret has been destroyed.
味方の第3タワーが攻撃されています。
Oh, this is so bad.
味方が倒されました。
You have slain an enemy.
味方の第3タワーが攻撃されています。
反撃といこうか。何をどうしようとも僕たちと死神たちは相入れないということか。逃げ場なんてないよ。さようなら。一人もここから帰れると思うな。行くぞ。
Enemy killing spree.
オーバーロード、タイラントの第3タワーが攻撃され
We are not winning without a jungle. Dude, join the game and just went AFK. Yep. I'm reporting this guy. Literally wasted my time for that. I still lose a star? Are you serious, man? That's so stupid. Uh, 76. 76 stars. Dang, bro, for real? Man.
The most valuable thing for the most precious person.
味方がヒーローを選択します。
Damn, and since I've been inactive, I lost 3,000 hero power on Princess Frost because I haven't been playing. That sucks. I'm about to miss all my skills. Another AFK! What is this? Are you serious? Oh my god. Please. Please get the AFKs away from me, bro. They have to be bots. There's no way.
Everything that happens to you is another gift from fate.
Bro, I can't land a skill. It's so pointless.
First blood.
Okay, so you get the kill, and I get the crystal.
An enemy has been slain.
A girl needs a combination of courage, strength, and a few tricks up her sleeve. Gotcha! Everything that happens to you is another gift from fate.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh, now I'm actually really tired.
How can a girl say no to a shiny treasure? Go that way! True treasures often keep a low profile, while flashy exteriors can be deceiving. Okay, so you get the kill, and I get the crystal. Over here, silly! Everything that happens to you is another gift from fate.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill. An ally has been slain. Triple kill.
Dang, bro.
Ballistae have spawned.
Minggir, minggir. Raja Langit mau lewat
Life
nih.
is like a spider web, and I slip through its gaps every day. Hi. Gotcha!
You have slain an enemy.
Hi. Don't blame me. Blame your fate. Don't see. Hey. True treasures often keep a low profile, while flashy exteriors can be deceiving.
Unstoppable.
What the heck was the new one doing? She basically killed herself.
Everything that happens to you is another gift from fate.
Shut down. Enemy double kill. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Okay, so you get the kill, and I get the crystal.
An ally has been slain.
Oh my gosh, bro. They're so low.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Nice.
Life is like a spider web, and I slip through its gaps every day.
Enemy killing spree.
Why is he so fat?
Double kill. Shut down. An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
Oh my god, I didn't even see the arc. I'm so blind. What the heck am I watching?
Enemy killing spree.
A girl needs a combination of courage, strength, and a few tricks up her sleeve.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
Say no to a shiny treasure.
Killing spree. Aced.
True treasures often keep a low profile, while flashy exteriors can be deceiving.
Minggir, minggir. Raja langit mau lewat nih.
An ally has been slain. Rampage.
Everything that happens to you is another gift from fate. A girl needs a combination of courage, strength, and a few tricks up her sleeve.
Unstoppable.
Okay, so you get the kill, and I get the crystal.
Your has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain.
Minggir, minggir. Raja langit mau lewat nih.
Don't blame me.
An ally has been slain.
Bruh, this Musashi is so annoying.
敵に倒されました
Your team has destroyed a turret. Godlike. Double kill.
感動したタワーを破壊しました
True treasures often keep a low profile, while flashy exteriors can be deceiving. Everything that happens to you is another gift from fate. Let's make this quick.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Do as I say. Okay, so you get the kill and I get the crystal.
Dragon, dragon, dragon.
Minggir, minggir. Raja langit mau lewat nih.
True treasures often keep a low profile, while flashy exteriors can be deceiving.
An enemy has been slain. Fabulous.
Bro, this arc is so annoying too. I can't even see her.
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Fabulous. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Everything that happens to you is another gift from fate.
Legendary.
A girl needs a combination of
オ
courage
ーバーロードが間もなく出現し
and
ま
a
す
few tricks up her sleeve.
マークポイントを攻めよう
How can a girl say no to a shiny treasure?
味方が倒されまし
Minggir,
た
minggir. Raja langit mau lewat nih.
True treasures often keep a low profile, while flashy exteriors can be deceiving.
An ally has been slain.
Everything that happens to you is another gift from fate. Hi.
Shut down. Enemy double kill.
I'm the only one alive. Are you serious, man? We wasted
Luck is
that
like a
dragon.
spider web. True treasures often keep a low profile, while flashy exteriors can be deceiving.
Oh no, is he dead, bro?
Everything that happens to you is another gift from fate. Blame your fate.
Enemy has been slain. Fabulous. Enemy double kill. Enemy killing spree.
There's nothing I can do. My team keeps trying to kill themselves, especially our Lamb. He just wants kills. Oh, whoa. That's some crazy damage.
Turret has been destroyed.
How can a girl say no to
Oh, our
shiny
Cayenne
treasures?
has just been AFK.
Enemy rampage. An ally has been slain. Enemy killing spree. Enemy double kill.
What is this, man? Why is nobody focusing the marksman? Oh, we're gonna lose this. Are you serious?
Your turret has been destroyed.
Nah, that's GG's. What a waste of time. For some reason, it's giving me AFKs every single game.
Defeat.
The predator.
Shine and become.
Alright, I'm not getting a queue. I'm gonna play more tomorrow, but thanks for tuning in, guys. Good night. I'm gonna stream the other BTK games later too, so don't forget to tune in. Good night.